Chapter 7 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cathedral. During the first year of her marriage, before Ursula was born, Anna Brangwen and her husband went to visit her mother's friend, the Baron Skrebensky. The latter had kept a slight connection with Anna's mother, and had always preserved some officious interest in the young girl, because she was a pure Pole. When Baron Skrebensky was about 40 years old, his wife died, and left him raving, disconsolate. Lydia had visited him then, taking Anna with her. It was when the girl was 14 years old. Since then she had not seen him. She remembered him as a small, sharp clergyman who cried and talked and terrified her, whilst her mother was most strangely consoling in a foreign language. The little Baron never quite approved of Anna, because she spoke no Polish. Still he considered himself in some way her guardian, on Lensky's behalf, and he presented her with some old heavy Russian jewellery, the least valuable of his wife's relics. Then he lapsed out of Brangwen's life again, though he lived only about 30 miles away. 3 years later came the startling news that he had married a young English girl of good family. Everybody marvelled. Then came a copy of The History of the Parish of Briswell, by Rudolph Baron Skrebensky, Vicar of Briswell. It was a curious book, incoherent, full of interesting exhumations. It was dedicated to my wife Millicent Maud Pearce, in whom I embrace the generous spirit of England. "If he embraces no more than the spirit of England," said Tom Brangwen, "it's a bad look-out for him." But paying a formal visit with his wife, he found the new Baroness, a little, creamy-skinned, insidious thing with red-brown hair, and a mouth that one must always watch, because it curved back continually in an incomprehensible, strange laugh that exposed her rather prominent teeth. She was not beautiful, yet Tom Brangwen was immediately under her spell. She seemed to snuggle like a kitten within his warmth, whilst she was at the same time elusive and ironical, suggesting the fine steel of her claws. The Baron was almost dotingly courteous and attentive to her. She, almost mockingly, yet quite happy, let him dote. Curious little thing she was. She had the soft, creamy, elusive beauty of a ferret. Tom Brangwen was quite at a loss, at her mercy, and she laughed a little breathlessly, as if tempted to cruelty. She did put fine torments on the elderly Baron. When some months later she bore a son, the Baron Skrebensky was loud with delight. Gradually she gathered a circle of acquaintances in the county, for she was of a good family, half Venetian, educated in Dresden. The little foreign vicar attained to a social status which almost satisfied his maddened pride. Therefore the Brangwens were surprised when the invitation came for Anna and her young husband to pay a visit to Briswell Vicarage, for the Skrebenskys were now moderately well off, Millicent Skrebensky having some fortune of her own. Anna took her best clothes, recovered her best high school manner, and arrived with her husband. Will Brangwen, ruddy, bright, with long limbs and a small head, like some uncouth bird, was not changed in the least. The little Baroness was smiling, showing her teeth. She had a real charm, a kind of joyous coldness, laughing, delighted, like some weasel. Anna at once respected her, and was on her guard before her, instinctively attracted by the strange, childlike surety of the Baroness, yet mistrusting it, fascinated. The little Baron was now quite white-haired, very brittle. He was wizened and wrinkled, yet fiery, unsubdued. Anna looked at his lean body, at his small, fine, lean legs and lean hands as he sat talking, and she flushed. She recognised the quality of the male in him, his lean, concentrated age, his informed fire, his faculty for sharp, deliberate response. He was so detached, so purely objective. A woman was thoroughly outside him. There was no confusion. So he could give that fine, deliberate response. He was something separate and interesting, his hard, intrinsic being whittled down by age to an essentiality and a directness almost death-like, cruel, was yet so unswervingly sure in its action, so distinct in its surety, that she was attracted to him. She watched his cool, hard, separate fire, fascinated by it. Would she rather have it than her husband's diffuse heat, than his blind, hot youth? She seemed to be breathing high, sharp air, as if she had just come out of a hot room. These strange Skrebenskys made her aware of another, freer element, in which each person was detached and isolated. Was not this her natural element? Was not the close Brangwen life stifling her? Meanwhile the little Baroness, with always a subtle light stirring of her full, lustrous, hazel eyes, was playing with Will Brangwen. He was not quick enough to see all her movements. Yet he watched her steadily, with unchanging, lit-up eyes. She was a strange creature to him, but she had no power over him. She flushed and was irritated, yet she glanced again and again at his dark, living face, curiously, as if she despised him. She despised his uncritical, unironical nature. It had nothing for her. Yet it angered her as if she were jealous. He watched her with deferential interest, as he would watch a stoat playing. He was different in kind. She was all lambent, biting flames. He was a red fire, glowing steadily. She could get nothing out of him. So she made him flush darkly by assuming a biting, subtle, class superiority. He flushed, but still he did not object. He was too different. Her little boy came in with the nurse. He was a quick, slight child with fine perceptiveness, and a cool transitoriness in his interest. At once he treated Will Brangwen as an outsider. He stayed by Anna for a moment, acknowledged her, then was gone again, quick, observant, restless, with a glance of interest at everything. The father adored him and spoke to him in Polish. It was queer, the stiff, aristocratic manner of the father with the child, the distance in the relationship, the classic fatherhood on the one hand, the filial subordination on the other. They played together in their different degrees, very separate, two different beings, differing as it were in rank rather than in relationship. And the Baroness smiled, 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 always smiled, showing her rather protruding teeth, having always a mysterious attraction and charm. Anna realised how different her own life might have been, how different her own living. Her soul stirred, she became as another person. Her intimacy with her husband passed away, the curious enveloping Brangwen intimacy, so warm, so close, so stifling. When one seemed always to be in contact with the other person, like a blood relation, was annulled. She denied it, this close relationship with her young husband. He and she were not one. His heat was not always to suffuse her through her mind and her individuality, till she was of one heat with him, till she had not her own self apart. She wanted her own life. He seemed to lap her and suffuse her with his being, his hot life, till she did not know whether she were herself or whether she were another creature, united with him in a world of close blood intimacy that closed over her and excluded her from all the cool outside. She wanted her own old, sharp, self-detached, detached, active but not absorbed, active for her own part, taking and giving, but never absorbed. Whereas he wanted this strange absorption with her, which still she resisted. But she was partly helpless against it. She had lived so long in Tom Brangwen's love beforehand. From the Skrebenskys they went to Will Brangwen's beloved Lincoln Cathedral, because it was not far off. He had promised her that one by one they should visit all the cathedrals of England. They began with Lincoln, which he knew well. He began to get excited as the time drew near to set off. What was it that changed him so much? She was almost angry, coming as she did from the Skrebenskys. But now he ran on alone. His very breast seemed to open its doors to watch for the great church brooding over the town. His soul ran ahead. When he saw the cathedral in the distance, dark blue, lifted, watchful in the sky, his heart leapt. It was the sign in heaven. It was the spirit hovering like a dove, like an eagle over the earth. He turned his glowing, ecstatic face to her, his mouth opened with a strange, ecstatic grin. "There she is," he said. The she irritated her. Why she? It was it. What was the cathedral? A big building, a thing of the past, obsolete, to excite him to such a pitch. She began to stir herself to readiness. They passed up the steep hill, he eager as a pilgrim arriving at the shrine. As they came near the precincts, with castle on one side and cathedral on the other, his veins seemed to break into fiery blossom. He was transported. They had passed through the gate, and the great west front was before them, with all its breadth and ornament. "It is a false front," he said, looking at the golden stone and the twin towers, and loving them just the same. In a little ecstasy he found himself in the porch, on the brink of the unrevealed. He looked up to the lovely unfolding of the stone. He was to pass within to the perfect womb. Then he pushed open the door, and the great pillared gloom was before him, in which his soul shuddered and rose from her nest. His soul leapt, soared up into the great church. His body stood still, absorbed by the height. His soul leapt up into the gloom, into possession. It reeled, it swooned with a great escape. It quivered in the womb, in the hush and the gloom of fecundity, like seed of procreation in ecstasy. She too was overcome with wonder and awe. She followed him in his progress. Here the twilight was the very essence of life. The coloured darkness was the embryo of all light and the day. Here the very first dawn was breaking, the very last sunset sinking, and the immemorial darkness, whereof life's day would blossom and fall away again, re-echoed peace and profound immemorial silence. Away from time, always outside of time! Between east and west, between dawn and sunset, the church lay like a seed in silence, dark before germination, silenced after death. Containing birth and death, potential with all the noise and transition of life, the cathedral remained hushed, a great involved seed, whereof the flower would be radiant life, inconceivable, but whose beginning and whose end were the circle of silence. Spanned round with the rainbow, the jewelled gloom folded music upon silence, light upon darkness, fecundity upon death, as a seed folds leaf upon leaf, and silence upon the root and the flower, hushing up the secret of all between its parts, the death out of which it fell, the life into which it has dropped, the immortality it involves, and the death it will embrace again. Here in the church, before and after were folded together. All was contained in oneness. Brangwen came to his consummation. Out of the doors of the womb he had come, putting aside the wings of the womb, and proceeding into the light. Through daylight and day after day he had come, knowledge after knowledge, and experience after experience, remembering the darkness of the womb, having prescience of the darkness after death. Then between, while he had pushed open the doors of the cathedral, and entered the twilight of both darkness, the hush of the twofold silence where dawn was sunset, and the beginning and the end were one. Here the stone leapt up from the plane of earth, leapt up in a manifold, clustered desire each time, up, away from the horizontal earth, through twilight and dusk and the whole range of desire, through the swerving, the declination, to the ecstasy, the touch, to the meeting and the consummation, the meeting, the clasp, the close embrace, the neutrality, the perfect swooning consummation, the timeless ecstasy. There his soul remained, at the apex of the arch, clinched in the timeless ecstasy, consummated. And there was no time nor life nor death, but only this timeless consummation, where the thrust from earth met the thrust from earth, and the arch was locked on the keystone of ecstasy. This was all, this was everything. till he came to himself in the world below. Then again he gathered himself together, in transit, every jet of him strained and leaped clear into the darkness above, to the fecundity and the unique mystery, to the touch, the clasp, the consummation, the climax of eternity, the apex of the arch. She too was overcome, but silenced rather than tuned to the place. She loved it as a world not quite her own. She resented his transports and ecstasies. His passion in the cathedral at first awed her, then made her angry. After all, there was the sky outside, and in here, in this mysterious half-night, when his soul leapt with the pillars upwards, it was not to the stars and the crystalline dark space, but to meet and clasp with the answering impulse of leaping stone, there, in the dusk and secrecy of the roof. The far-off clinching and mating of the arches, the leap and thrust of the stone, carrying a great roof overhead, awed and silenced her. But yet she remembered that the open sky was no blue vault, no dark dome hung with many twinkling lamps, but a space where stars were wheeling in freedom, with freedom above them always higher. The cathedral roused her too, but she would never consent to the knitting of all the leaping stone in a great roof that closed her in, and beyond which was nothing, it was the ultimate confine. His soul would have liked it to be so. Here is all, complete, eternal, motion, meeting, ecstasy, and no illusion of time, of night and day passing by, but only perfectly proportioned space and movement, clinching and renewing and passion, surging its way into great waves to the altar, recurrence of ecstasy. Her soul too was carried forward to the altar, to the threshold of eternity, in reverence and fear and joy. But ever she hung back in the transit, mistrusting the culmination of the altar. She was not to be flung forward on the lift and lift of passionate flights, to be cast at last upon the altar steps as upon the shore of the unknown. There was a great joy and a verity in it. But even in the dazed swoon of the cathedral she claimed another right. The altar was barren, its lights gone out. God burned no more in that bush. It was dead matter lying there. She claimed the right to freedom above her, higher than the roof. She had always a sense of being roofed in. So that she caught at little things, which saved her from being swept forward headlong in the tide of passion that leaps on into the infinite in a great mass, triumphant and flinging its own course. She wanted to get out of this fixed, leaping, forward-travelling movement, to rise from it as a bird rises with wet, limp feet from the sea, to lift herself as a bird lifts its breast and thrusts its body from the pulse and heave of a sea that bears it forward to an unwilling conclusion, tear herself away like a bird on wings, and in open space, where there is clarity, rise up above the fixed, surcharged motion, a separate speck that hangs suspended, moves this way and that, seeing and answering before it sinks again, having chosen or found the direction in which it shall be carried forward. And it was as if she must grasp at something, as if her wings were too weak to lift her straight off the heaving motion. So she caught sight of the wicked, odd little faces carved in stone, and she stood before them, arrested. These sly little faces peeped out of the grand tide of the cathedral like something that knew better. They knew quite well, these little imps, that retorted on man's own illusion that the cathedral was not absolute. They winked and leered, giving suggestion of the many things that had been left out of the great concept of the church. However much there is inside here, there's a good deal they haven't got in, the little faces mocked. Apart from the lift and spring of the great impulse towards the altar, these little faces had separate wills, separate motions, separate knowledge, which rippled back in defiance of the tide, and laughed in triumph of their very own littleness. "Oh, look!" cried Anna. "Oh, look, how adorable! The faces! Look at her!" Brangwen looked unwillingly. This was the voice of the serpent in his Eden. She pointed him to a plump, sly, malicious little face carved in stone. "He knew her, the man who carved her," said Anna. "I'm sure she was his wife." "It isn't a woman at all, it's a man," said Brangwen curtly. "Do you think so? No, that isn't a man. That is no man's face." Her voice sounded rather jeering. He laughed shortly and went on. But she would not go forward with him. She loitered about the carvings, and he could not go forward without her. He waited, impatient of this counteraction. She was spoiling his passionate intercourse with the cathedral. His brows began to gather. "Oh, this is good!" she cried again. "Here is the same woman, look! Only he's made her cross. Isn't it lovely? Hasn't he made her hideous to a degree?" She laughed with pleasure. "Didn't he hate her? He must have been a nice man. Look at her. Isn't it awfully good? Just like a shrewish woman. He must have enjoyed putting her in like that. He got his own back on her, didn't he? It's a man's face, no woman's at all. A monk's, clean shaven," he said. She laughed with a poof of laughter. "You hate to think he put his wife in your cathedral, don't you?" she mocked, with a tinkle of profane laughter. And she laughed with malicious triumph. She had got free from the cathedral. She had even destroyed the passion he had. She was glad. He was bitterly angry. Strive as he would, he could not keep the cathedral wonderful to him. He was disillusioned. That which had been his absolute, containing all heaven and earth, was become to him as to her, a shapely heap of dead matter, but dead, dead. His mouth was full of ash, his soul was furious. He hated her for having destroyed another of his vital illusions. Soon he would be stark, stark, without one place wherein to stand, without one belief in which to rest. Yet somewhere in him he responded more deeply to the sly little face that knew better, than he had done before to the perfect surge of his cathedral. Nevertheless, for the time being his soul was wretched and homeless, and he could not bear to think of Anna's ousting him from his beloved realities. He wanted his cathedral. He wanted to satisfy his blind passion, and he could not any more. Something intervened. They went home again, both of them altered. She had some new reverence for that which he wanted. He felt that his cathedrals would never again be to him as they had been. Before he had thought them absolute, but now he saw them crouching under the sky, with still the dark, mysterious world of reality inside, but as a world within a world, a sort of side-show, whereas before they had been as a world to him within a chaos, a reality, an order, an absolute, within a meaningless confusion. He had felt, before, that could he but go through the great door and look down the gloom towards the far-off, concluding wonder of the altar, that then, with the windows suspended around like tablets of jewels, emanating their own glory, then he had arrived. Here the satisfaction he had yearned after came near, towards this, the porch of the great unknown, all reality gathered, and there the altar was the mystic door, through which all and everything must move on to eternity. But now, somehow, sadly and disillusioned, he realised that the doorway was no doorway. It was too narrow, it was false. Outside the cathedral were many flying spirits that could never be sifted through the jewelled gloom. He had lost his absolute. He listened to the thrushes in the gardens and heard a note which the cathedrals did not include, something free and careless and joyous. He crossed a field that was all yellow with dandelions on his way to work, and the bath of yellow glowing was something at once so sumptuous and so fresh that he was glad he was away from his shadowy cathedral. There was life outside the church. There was much that the church did not include. He thought of God, and of the whole blue rotunda of the day. That was something great and free. He thought of the ruins of the Grecian worship, and it seemed a temple was never perfectly a temple, till it was ruined and mixed up with the winds and the sky and the herbs. Still he loved the church. As a symbol, he loved it. He tended it for what it tried to represent, rather than for that which it did represent. Still he loved it. The little church across his garden wall drew him. He gave it loving attention. But he went to take charge of it, to preserve it. It was an old, sacred thing to him. He looked after the stone and woodwork, mending the organ and restoring a piece of broken carving, repairing the church furniture. Later he became choirmaster also. His life was shifting its centre, becoming more superficial. He had failed to become really articulate, failed to find real expression. He had to continue in the old form, but in spirit he was uncreated. Anna was absorbed in the child now. She left her husband to take his own way. She was willing now to postpone all adventure into unknown realities. She had the child. Her palpable and immediate future was the child. If her soul had found no utterance, her womb had. The church that neighboured with his house became very intimate and dear to him. He cherished it. He had it entirely in his charge. If he could find no new activity, he would be happy cherishing the old dear form of worship. He knew this little whitewashed church. In its shadowy atmosphere he sank back into being. He liked to sink himself in its hush, as a stone sinks into water. He went across his garden, mounted the wall by the little steps, and entered the hush and peace of the church. As the heavy door clanged to behind him, his feet re-echoed in the aisle, his heart re-echoed with a little passion of tenderness and mystic peace. He was also slightly ashamed, like a man who has failed, who lapses back for his fulfilment. He loved to light the candles at the organ, and sitting there alone in the little glow, practised the hymns and chants for the service. The whitewashed arches retreated into darkness. The sound of the organ and the organ pedals died away upon the unalterable stillness of the church. There were faint ghostly noises in the tower, and then the music swelled out again, loudly, triumphantly. He ceased to fret about his life. He relaxed his will and let everything go. What was between him and his wife was a great thing, if it was not everything. She had conquered, really. Let him wait and abide. Wait and abide. She and the baby and himself, they were one. The organ rang out his protestation. His soul lay in the darkness as he pressed the keys of the organ. To Anna, the baby was a complete bliss and fulfilment. Her desires sank into abeyance. Her soul was in bliss over the baby. It was rather a delicate child. She had trouble to rear it. She never for a moment thought it would die. It was a delicate infant. Therefore it behoved her to make it strong. She threw herself into the labour. The child was everything. Her imagination was all occupied here. She was a mother. It was enough to handle the new little limbs, the new little body, hear the new little voice crying in the stillness. All the future rang to her out of the sound of the baby's crying and cooing. She balanced the coming years of life in her hands as she nursed the child. The passionate sense of fulfilment, of the future germinated in her, made her vivid and powerful. All the future was in her hands, in the hands of the woman. And before this baby was 10 months old, she was again with child. She seemed to be in the fecund of storm life. Every moment was full and busy with productiveness to her. She felt like the earth, the mother of everything. Brangwen occupied himself with the church. He played the organ. He trained the choir boys. He taught a Sunday school class of youths. He was happy enough. There was an eager, yearning kind of happiness in him as he taught the boys on Sundays. He was all the time exciting himself with the proximity of some secret that he had not yet fathomed. In the house he served his wife and the little matriarchy. She loved him because he was the father of her children, and she always had a physical passion for him. So he gave up trying to have the spiritual superiority and control, or even her respect for his conscious or public life. He lived simply by her physical love for him, and he served the little matriarchy, nursing the child and helping with the housework, indifferent any more of his own dignity and importance. But his abandoning of claims, his living isolated upon his own interest, made him seem unreal, unimportant. Anna was not publicly proud of him, but very soon she learned to be indifferent to public life. He was not what is called a manly man. He did not drink or smoke or arrogate importance. But he was her man, and his very indifference to all claims of manliness set her supreme in her own world with him. Physically she loved him, and he satisfied her. He went alone and subsidiary always. At first it had irritated her. The outer world existed so little to him. Looking at him with outside eyes, she was inclined to sneer at him. But her sneer changed to a sort of respect. She respected him, that he could serve her so simply and completely. Above all, she loved to bear his children. She loved to be the source of children. She could not understand him, his strange, dark rages, and his devotion to the church. It was the church building he cared for, and yet his soul was passionate for something. He laboured cleaning the stonework, repairing the woodwork, restoring the organ, and making the singing as perfect as possible. To keep the church fabric and the church ritual intact was his business. To have the intimate sacred building utterly in his own hands, and to make the form of service complete. There was a little bright anguish and tension on his face, and in his intent movements. He was like a lover who knows he is betrayed, but who still loves, whose love is only the more intense. The church was false, but he served it the more attentively. During the day, at his work in the office, he kept himself suspended. He did not exist. He worked automatically till it was time to go home. He loved with a hot heart the dark-haired little Ursula, and he waited for the child to come to consciousness. Now the mother monopolised the baby, but his heart waited in its darkness. His hour would come. In the long run he learned to submit to Anna. She forced him to the spirit of her laws, whilst leaving him the letter of his own. She combated in him his devils. She suffered very much from his inexplicable and incalculable dark rages, when a blackness filled him, and a black wind seemed to sweep out of existence everything that had to do with him. She could feel herself, everything, being annihilated by him. At first she fought him. At night, in this state, he would kneel down to say his prayers. She looked at his crouching figure. "Why are you kneeling there, pretending to pray?" she said harshly. "Do you think anybody can pray, when they are in the vile temper you are in?" He remained crouching by the beside, motionless. "It's horrible," she continued. "And such a pretence! What do you pretend you are saying? Who do you pretend you are praying to?" He still remained motionless, seething with inchoate rage, when his own nature seemed to disintegrate. He seemed to live with a strain upon himself, and occasionally came these dark, chaotic rages, the lust for destruction. She then fought with him, and their fights were horrible, murderous, and then the passion between them came just as black and awful. But little by little, as she learned to love him better, she would put herself aside, and when she felt one of his fits upon him, would ignore him, successfully leave him in his world, whilst she remained in her own. He had a black struggle with himself, to come back to her. For at last he learned that he would be in hell until he came back to her. So he struggled to submit to her, and she was afraid of the ugly strain in his eyes. She made love to him, and took him. Then he was grateful to her love, humble. He made himself a woodwork shed in which to restore things which were destroyed in the church. So he had plenty to do. His wife, his child, the church, the woodwork, and his wage earning, all occupying him. If only there were not some limit to him, some darkness across his eyes! He had to give in to it at last himself. He must submit to his own inadequacy, aware of some limit to himself, of something unformed in his own black, violent temper, and to reckon with it. But as she was more gentle with him, it became quieter. As he sat sometimes very still, with a bright, vacant face, Anna could see the suffering among the brightness. He was aware of some limit to himself, of something unformed in his very being, of some buds which were not ripe in him, some folded centres of darkness which would never develop and unfold whilst he was alive in the body. He was unready for fulfilment. Something undeveloped in him limited him. There was a darkness in him which he could not unfold, which would never unfold in him. End of Chapter 7. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 8, Part 1, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The child. From the first, the baby stirred in the young father a deep, strong emotion he dared scarcely acknowledge, it was so strong, and came out of the dark of him. When he heard the child cry, a terror possessed him, because of the answering echo from the unfathomed distances in himself. Must he know in himself such distances, perilous and imminent? He had the infant in his arms. He walked backwards and forwards, troubled by the crying of his own flesh and blood. This was his own flesh and blood crying. His soul rose against the voice suddenly breaking out from him, from the distances in him. Sometimes in the night the child cried and cried, when the night was heavy and sleep oppressed him. And half asleep he stretched out his hand to put it over the baby's face, to stop the crying. But something arrested his hand. The very inhumanness of the intolerable, continuous crying arrested him. It was so impersonal, without cause or object. Yet he echoed to it directly. His soul answered its madness. It filled him with terror, almost with frenzy. He learned to acquiesce to this, to submit to the awful, obliterated sources which were the origin of his living tissue. He was not what he had conceived himself to be. Then he was what he was, unknown, potent, dark. He became accustomed to the child. He knew how to lift and balance the little body. The baby had a beautiful, rounded head that moved him passionately. He would have fought to the last drop to defend that exquisite, perfect round head. He learned to know the little hands and feet, the strange, unseeing, golden brown eyes, the mouth that opened only to cry, or to suck, or to show a queer, toothless laugh. He could almost understand even the dangling legs, which at first had created in him a feeling of aversion. They could kick in their queer little way. They had their own softness. One evening, suddenly, he saw the tiny living thing rolling naked in the mother's lap, and he was sick. It was so utterly helpless and vulnerable and extraneous. In a world of hard surfaces and varying altitudes, it lay vulnerable and naked at every point. Yet it was quite blithe. And yet, in its blind, awful crying, was there not the blind, far-off terror of its own vulnerable nakedness, the terror of being so utterly delivered over, helpless at every point? He could not bear to hear it crying. His heart strained and stood on guard against the whole universe. But he waited for the dread of these days to pass. He saw the joy coming. He saw the lovely, creamy, cool little ear of the baby, a bit of dark hair rubbed to a bronze floss, like bronze dust. And he waited for the child to become his, to look at him and answer him. It had a separate being, but it was his own child. His flesh and blood vibrated to it. He caught the baby to his breast with his passionate, clapping laugh, and the infant knew him. As the newly opened, newly dawned eyes looked at him, he wanted them to perceive him, to recognise him. Then he was verified. The child knew him. A queer contortion of laughter came on its face for him. He caught it to his breast, clapping with a triumphant laugh. The golden brown eyes of the child gradually lit up and dilated at the sight of the dark glowing face of the youth. It knew its mother better, it wanted its mother more, but the brightest, sharpest little ecstasy was for the father. It began to be strong, to move vigorously and freely, to make sounds like words. It was a baby girl now. Already it knew his strong hands. It exulted in his strong clasp. It laughed and crowed when he played with it. And his heart grew red, hot with passionate feeling for the child. She was not much more than a year old when the second baby was born. Then he took Ursula for his own. She was his first little girl. He had set his heart on her. The second had dark blue eyes and a fair skin. It was more a Brangwen, people said. The hair was fair. but they forgot Anna's stiff blonde fleece of childhood. They called the newcomer Gudrun. This time Anna was stronger and not so eager. She did not mind that the baby was not a boy. It was enough that she had milk and could suckle her child. Oh, oh, the bliss of the little life sucking the milk of her body! Oh, 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 the bliss, as the infant grew stronger, of the two tiny hands clutching, catching blindly yet passionately at her breast, of the tiny mouth seeking her in blind, sure, vital knowledge of the sudden consummate peace as the little body sank, the mouth and throat sucking, 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 drinking life from her to make a new life, almost sobbing with passionate joy of receiving its own existence, the tiny hands clutching frantically as the nipple was drawn back, not to be gainsaid. This was enough for Anna. She seemed to pass off into a kind of rapture of motherhood. Her rapture of motherhood was everything. So that the father had the elder baby, the weaned child, the golden brown, wondering, vivid eyes of the little Ursula were for him, who had waited behind the mother till the need was for him. The mother felt a sharp stab of jealousy, but she was still more absorbed in the tiny baby. It was entirely hers, its need was direct upon her. So Ursula became the child of her father's heart. She was the little blossom, he was the sun. He was patient, energetic, inventive for her. He taught her all the funny little things, he filled her and roused her to the fullest tiny measure. She answered him with her extravagant infant's laughter and her call of delight. Now there were two babies, a woman came in to do the housework. Anna was wholly nurse. Two babies were not too much for her, but she hated any form of work, now her children had come, except the charge of them. When Ursula toddled about, she was an absorbed, busy child, always amusing herself, needing not much attention from other people. At evening, towards 6 o'clock, Anna very often went across the lane to the stile, lifted Ursula over into the field, with a "Go and meet Daddy." Then Brangwen, coming up the steep round of the hill, would see before him on the brow of the path a tiny, tottering, wind-blown little mite with a dark head, who, as soon as she saw him, would come running in tiny, wild, windmill fashion, lifting her arms up and down to him down the steep hill. His heart leapt up. He ran his fastest to her, to catch her, because he knew she would fall. She came fluttering on, wildly, with her little limbs flying, and he was glad when he caught her up in his arms. Once she fell as she came flying to him. He saw her pitch forward suddenly as she was running with her hands lifted to him, and when he picked her up, her mouth was bleeding. He could never bear to think of it. He always wanted to cry, even when he was an old man and she had become a stranger to him. How he loved that little Ursula. His heart had been sharply seared for her when he was a youth, first married. When she was a little older, he would see her recklessly climbing over the bars of the stile, in her red pinafore, swinging in peril and tumbling over, picking herself up and flitting towards him. Sometimes she liked to ride on his shoulder, sometimes she preferred to walk with his hand. Sometimes she would fling her arms round his legs for a moment, then race free again, whilst he went shouting and calling to her, a child along with her. He was still only a tall, thin, unsettled lad of 22. It was he who had made her her cradle, her little chair, her little stool, her high chair. It was he who would swing her up to the table, or who would make for her a doll out of an old table leg, whilst she watched him saying, "Make her eyes, Daddy, make her eyes," and he made her eyes with his knife. She was very fond of adorning herself, so he would tie a piece of cotton round her ear, and hang a blue bead on it underneath for an earring. The earrings varied with a red bead and a golden bead and a little pearl bead. And as he came home at night, seeing her bridling and looking very self-conscious, he took notice and said, "So you're wearing your best golden and pearl earrings today?" "Yes." "I suppose you've been to see the Queen?" "Yes, I have." "Oh, and what did she have to say?" She said, you won't dirty your nice white frock." He gave her the nicest bits from his plate, putting them into her red, moist mouth, and he would make on a piece of bread and butter a bird out of jam, which she ate with extraordinary relish. After the tea things were washed up, the woman went away, leaving the family free. Usually Brangwen helped in the bathing of the children. He held long discussions with his child as she sat on his knee and he unfastened her clothes, and he seemed to be talking really of momentous things, deep moralities. Then suddenly she ceased to hear, having caught sight of a glassie rolled into a corner. She slipped away and was in no hurry to return. "Come back here," he said, waiting. She became absorbed, taking no notice. "Come on," he repeated, with a touch of command. An excited little chuckle came from her, but she pretended to be absorbed. "Do you hear me, lady?" She turned with a fleeting, exulting laugh. He rushed on her and swept her up. "Who was it that didn't come?" he said, rolling her between his strong hands, tickling her, and she laughed heartily, heartily. She loved him that he compelled her with his strength and decision. He was all-powerful, the tower of strength which rose out of her sight. When the children were in bed, sometimes Anna and he sat and talked, desultorily, both of them idle. He read very little. Anything he was drawn to read became a burning reality to him, another scene outside his window. Whereas Anna skimmed through a book to see what happened, then she had enough. Therefore they would often sit together, talking desultorily. What was really between them they could not utter. Their words were only accidents in the mutual silence. When they talked, they gossiped. She did not care for sewing. She had a beautiful way of sitting musing, gratefully, as if her heart were lit up. Sometimes she would turn to him, laughing, to tell him some little thing that had happened during the day. Then he would laugh. They would talk a while, before the vital, physical silence was between them again. She was thin, but full of colour and life. She was perfectly happy to do just nothing, only to sit with a curious, languid dignity, so careless as to be almost regal, so utterly indifferent, so confident. The bond between them was undefinable, but very strong. It kept everyone else at a distance. His face never changed whilst she knew him. It only became more intense. It was ruddy and dark in its abstraction, not very human. It had a strong, intent brightness. Sometimes when his eyes met hers, a yellow flash from them caused a darkness to swoon over her consciousness, electric, and a slight strange laugh came on his face. Her eyes would turn languidly, then close, as if hypnotized, and they lapsed into the same potent darkness. He had the quality of a young black cat, intent, unnoticeable, and yet his presence gradually made itself felt, stealthily and powerfully took hold of her. He called not to her, but to something in her, which responded subtly, out of her unconscious darkness. So they were together in a darkness, passionate, electric, forever haunting the back of the common day, never in the light. In the light he seemed to sleep, unknowing. Only she knew him when the darkness set him free, and he could see with his gold glowing eyes his intention and his desires in the dark. Then she was in a spell. Then she answered his harsh, penetrating call with a soft leap of her soul. The darkness woke up, electric, bristling with an unknown, overwhelming insinuation. By now they knew each other. She was the daytime, the daylight. He was the shadow, put aside, but in the darkness potent with an overwhelming voluptuousness. She learned not to dread and to hate him, but to fill herself with him, to give herself to his black, sensual power that was hidden all the daytime. And the curious rolling of the eyes, as if she were lapsing in a trance away from her ordinary consciousness, became habitual with her, when something threatened and opposed her in life, the conscious life. So they remained as separate in the light and in the thick darkness, married. He supported her daytime authority, kept it inviolable at least, and she, in all the darkness, belonged to him, to his close, insinuating, hypnotic familiarity. All his daytime activity, all his public life was a kind of sleep. She wanted to be free, to belong to the day, and he ran avoiding the day in work. After tea he went to the shed to his carpentry or his wood carving. He was restoring the patched, degraded pulpit to its original form. But he loved to have the child near him, playing by his feet. She was a piece of light that really belonged to him, that played within his darkness. He left the shed door on the latch, and when, with his second sense of another presence, he knew she was coming, he was satisfied, he was at rest. When he was alone with her, he did not want to take notice, to talk. He wanted to live unthinking, with her presence flickering upon him. He always went in silence. The child would push open the shed door and see him working by lamplight, his sleeves rolled back, his clothes hung about him carelessly, like mere wrapping. Inside, his body was concentrated with a flexible, charged power all of its own, isolated. From when she was a tiny child Ursula could remember his forearm, with its fine black hairs and its electric flexibility, working at the bench through swift, unnoticeable movements, always ambushed in a sort of silence. She hung a moment in the door of the shed, waiting for him to notice her. He turned, his black, curved eyebrows arching slightly. "Hullo, Twitter, miss?" And he closed the door behind her. Then the child was happy in the shed that smelled of sweet wood and resounded to the noise of the plane, or the hammer or the saw, yet was charged with the silence of the worker. She played on, intent and absorbed, among the shavings and the little nogs of wood. She never touched him, his feet and legs were near, she did not approach them. She liked to flit out after him when he was going to church at night. If he were going to be alone, he swung her over the wall and let her come. Again she was transported when the door was shut behind them, and they too inherited the big, pale, void place. She would watch him as he lit the organ candles, wait whilst he began practising his tunes. Then she ran, foraging here and there, like a kitten, playing by herself in the darkness with eyes dilated. The ropes hung vaguely, twining on the floor, from the bells in the tower, and Ursula always wanted the fluffy red and white or blue and white rope grips, but they were above her. Sometimes her mother came to claim her. Then the child was seized with resentment. She passionately resented her mother's superficial authority. She wanted to assert her own detachment. He, however, also gave her occasional cruel shocks. He let her play about in the church. She rifled footstools and hymn books and cushions like a bee among flowers, whilst the organ echoed away. This continued for some weeks. Then the charwoman worked herself up into a frenzy of rage, to dare to attack Brangwen, and one day descended on him like a harpy. He wilted away and wanted to break the old beast's neck. Instead he came glowering in fury to the house, and turned on Ursula. "Why, you tiresome little monkey, can't you even come to church without pulling the place to bits?" His voice was harsh and cat-like. He was blind to the child. She shrank away in childish anguish and dread. What was it? What awful thing was it? The mother turned with her calm, almost superb manner. "What has she done then?" "Done? She shall go in the church no more, pulling and littering and destroying." The wife slowly rolled her eyes and lowered her eyelids. "What has she destroyed then?" He did not know. "I've just had Mrs. Wilkinson at me," he cried, "with a list of things she's done." Ursula withered under the contempt and anger of the she, as he spoke of her. "Send Mrs. Wilkinson here to me with a list of the things she's done," said Anna. "I am the one to hear that." "It's not the things the child has done," continued the mother, "that have put you out so much. It's because you can't bear being spoken to by that old woman. But you haven't the courage to turn on her when she attacks you. You bring your rage here." He relapsed into silence. Ursula knew that he was wrong. In the outside, upper world he was wrong. Already came over the child the cold sense of the impersonal world. There she knew her mother was right. But still her heart clamoured after her father, for him to be right, in his dark, sensuous underworld. But he was angry, and went his way in blackness and brutal silence again. The child ran about absorbed in life, quiet, full of amusement. She did not notice things, nor changes, nor alterations. One day she would find daisies in the grass, another day apple blossoms would be sprinkled white on the ground, and she would run among it, for pleasure because it was there. Yet again birds would be pecking at the cherries. Her father would throw cherries down from the tree all round her on the garden. Then the fields were full of hay. She did not remember what had been nor what would be. The outside things were there each day. She was always herself, the world outside was accidental. Even her mother was accidental to her, a condition that happened to endure. Only her father occupied any permanent position in the childish consciousness. When he came back, she remembered vaguely how he had gone away. When he went away, she knew vaguely that she must wait for his coming back. Whereas her mother, returning from an outing, merely became present, there was no reason for connecting her with some previous departure. The return or the departure of the father was the one event which the child remembered. When he came, something woke up in her, some yearning. She knew when he was out of joint or irritable or tired. Then she was uneasy, she could not rest. When he was in the house, the child felt full and warm, rich like a creature in the sunshine. When he was gone, she was vague, forgetful. When he scolded her even, she was often more aware of him than of herself. He was her strength and her greater self. Ursula was 3 years old when another baby girl was born. Then the two small sisters were much together, Gudrun and Ursula. Gudrun was a quiet child who played for hours alone, absorbed in her fancies. She was brown-haired, fair-skinned, strangely placid, almost passive. Yet her will was indomitable, once set. From the first she followed Ursula's lead, yet she was a thing to herself, so that to watch the two together was strange. They were like two young animals playing together, but not taking real notice of each other. Gudrun was the mother's favourite, except that Anna always lived in her latest baby. The burden of so many lives depending on him wore the youth down. He had his work in the office, which was done purely by effort of will. He had his barren passion for the church. He had 3 young children. Also at this time his health was not good. So he was haggard and irritable, often a pest in the house. Then he was told to go to his woodwork, or to the church. Between him and the little Ursula there came into being a strange alliance. They were aware of each other. He knew the child was always on his side, but in his consciousness he counted it for nothing. She was always for him. He took it for granted. Yet his life was based on her, even whilst she was a tiny child, on her support and her accord. Anna continued in her violent trance of motherhood, always busy, often harassed, but always contained in her trance of motherhood. She seemed to exist in her own violent fruitfulness, and it was as if the sun shone tropically on her. Her colour was bright, her eyes full of a fecund gloom. Her brown hair tumbled loosely over her ears. She had a look of richness. No responsibility, no sense of duty troubled her. The outside, public life was less than nothing to her, really. Whereas when, at 26, he found himself father of 4 children, with a wife who lived intrinsically like the ruddiest lilies of the field, he let the weight of responsibility press on him and drag him. It was then that his child Ursula strove to be with him. She was with him even as a baby of 4, when he was irritable and shouted and made the household unhappy. She suffered from his shouting, but somehow it was not really him. She wanted it to be over. She wanted to resume her normal connection with him. When he was disagreeable, the child echoed to the crying of some need in him, and she responded blindly. Her heart followed him as if he had some tie with her, and some love which he could not deliver. Her heart followed him persistently in its love. But there was the dim, childish sense of her own smallness and inadequacy, a fatal sense of worthlessness. She could not do anything, she was not enough. She could not be important to him. This knowledge deadened her from the first. Still she set towards him like a quivering needle. All her life was directed by her awareness of him, her wakefulness to his being, and she was against her mother. Her father was the dawn wherein her consciousness woke up. But for him she might have gone on like the other children, Gudrun and Teresa and Catherine, one with the flowers and insects and playthings, having no existence apart from the concrete object of her attention. But her father came too near to her. The clasp of his hands and the power of his breast woke her up almost in pain from the transient unconsciousness of childhood. Wide-eyed, unseeing, she was awake before she knew how to see. She was wakened too soon. Too soon the call had come to her, when she was a small baby, and her father held her close to his breast. Her sleep-living heart was beaten into wakefulness by the striving of his bigger heart, by his clasping her to his body for love and for fulfilment, asking as a magnet must always ask. From her the response had struggled dimly, vaguely into being. The children were dressed roughly for the country. When she was little, Ursula pattered about in little wooden clogs, a blue overall over her thick red dress, a red shawl crossed on her breast and tied behind again. So she ran with her father to the garden. The household rose early. He was out digging by 6 o'clock in the morning. He went to his work at 8:30, and Ursula was usually in the garden with him, though not near at hand. At Easter time one year she helped him to set potatoes. It was the first time she had ever helped him. The occasion remained as a picture, one of her earliest memories. They had gone out soon after dawn. A cold wind was blowing. He had his old trousers tucked into his boots. He wore no coat nor waistcoat. His shirt sleeves fluttered in the wind. His face was ruddy and intent, in a kind of sleep. When he was at work he neither heard nor saw. A long, thin man, looking still a youth, with a line of black moustache above his thick mouth, and his fine hair blown on his forehead. He worked away at the earth in the grey first light, alone. His solitariness drew the child like a spell. The wind came chill over the dark green fields. Ursula ran up and watched him push the setting peg in at one side of his ready earth, stride across and push it in the other side, pulling the line taut and clear upon the clods intervening. Then, with a sharp cutting noise, the bright spade came towards her, cutting a grip into the new, soft earth. He struck his spade upright and straightened himself. "Do you want to help me?" he said. She looked up at him from out of her little woollen bonnet. "Aye," he said, "you can put some taters in for me. Look, like that. These little sprits standing up, so much apart, you see." And stooping down he quickly, surely placed the spritted potatoes in the soft grip, where they rested, separate and pathetic, on the heavy cold earth. He gave her a little basket of potatoes, and strode himself to the other end of the line. She saw him stooping, working towards her. She was excited and unused. She put in one potato, then rearranged it, to make it sit nicely. Some of the sprits were broken, and she was afraid. The responsibility excited her like a string tying her up. She could not help looking with dread at the string buried under the heaped back soil. Her father was working nearer, stooping, working nearer. She was overcome by her responsibility. She put potatoes quickly into the cold earth. He came near. "Not so close," he said, stooping over her potatoes, taking some out and rearranging the others. She stood by with the painful, terrified helplessness of childhood. He was so unseeing and confident. She wanted to do the thing, and yet she could not. She stood by looking on, her little blue overall fluttering in the wind, the red woollen ends of her shawl blowing gustily. Then he went down the row, relentlessly, turning the potatoes in with his sharp spade cuts. He took no notice of her, only worked on. He had another world from hers. She stood helplessly stranded on his world. He continued his work. She knew she could not help him. A little bit forlorn, at last she turned away and ran down the garden, away from him, as fast as she could go away from him, to forget him and his work. He missed her presence, her face in her red woollen bonnet, her blue overall fluttering. She ran to where a little water ran trickling between grass and stones. That she loved. When he came by, he said to her, "You didn't help me much." The child looked at him dumbly. Already her heart was heavy because of her own disappointment. Her mouth was dumb and pathetic. But he did not notice. He went his way. And she played on, because of her disappointment, persisting even the more in her play. She dreaded work, because she could not do it as he did it. She was conscious of the great breach between them. She knew she had no power. The grown-up power to work deliberately was a mystery to her. He would smash into her sensitive child's world destructively. Her mother was lenient, careless. The children played about as they would all day. Ursula was thoughtless. Why should she remember things? If across the garden she saw the hedge had budded, and if she wanted these greeny pink tiny buds for bread and cheese, to play at tea party with, over she went for them. Then suddenly, perhaps the next day, her soul would almost start out of her body as her father turned on her, shouting, "Who's been trampling and dancing across where I've just sowed seed? I know it's you, nuisance. Can you find nowhere else to walk but just over my seed beds? But it's like you, that is, no heed but to follow your own greedy nose." It had shocked him in his intent world to see the zigzagging lines of deep little footprints across his work. The child was infinitely more shocked. Her vulnerable little soul was flayed and trampled. Why were the footprints there? She had not wanted to make them. She stood dazzled with pain and shame and unreality. Her soul, her consciousness seemed to die away. She became shut off and senseless, a little fixed creature whose soul had gone hard and unresponsive. The sense of her own unreality hardened her like a frost. She cared no longer. And the sight of her face, shut and superior with self-asserting indifference, made a flame of rage go over him. He wanted to break her. "I'll break your obstinate little face," he said, through shut teeth, lifting his hand. The child did not alter in the least. The look of indifference, complete glancing indifference, as if nothing but herself existed to her, remained fixed. Yet far away in her, the sobs were tearing her soul, and when he had gone, she would go and creep under the parlour sofa, and lie clinched in the silent, hidden misery of childhood. When she crawled out after an hour or so, she went rather stiffly to play. She willed to forget. She cut off her childish soul from memory, so that the pain and the insult should not be real. She asserted herself only. There was nothing in the world but her own self. So very soon she came to believe in the outward malevolence that was against her, and very early she learned that even her adored father was part of this malevolence. And very early she learned to harden her soul in resistance and denial of all that was outside her, harden herself upon her own being. She never felt sorry for what she had done. She never forgave those who had made her guilty. If he had said to her, "Why, Ursula, did you trample my carefully made bed?" that would have hurt her to the quick, and she would have done anything for him. But she was always tormented by the unreality of outside things. The earth was to walk on. Why must she avoid a certain patch just because it was called a seed bed? It was the earth to walk on. This was her instinctive assumption. And when he bullied her, she became hard, cut herself off from all connection, lived in the little separate world of her own violent will. As she grew older, 5, 6, 7, the connection between her and her father was even stronger. Yet it was always straining to break. She was always relapsing on her own violent will into her own separate world of herself. This made him grind his teeth with bitterness, for he still wanted her. But she could harden herself into her own self's universe, impregnable. He was very fond of swimming, and in warm weather would take her down to the canal, to a silent place, or to a big pond or reservoir to bathe. He would take her on his back as he went swimming, and she clung close, feeling his strong movement under her, so strong as if it would uphold all the world. Then he taught her to swim. She was a fearless little thing, when he dared her, and he had a curious craving to frighten her, to see what she would do with him. He said, would she ride on his back whilst he jumped off the canal bridge down into the water beneath? She would. He loved to feel the naked child clinging onto his shoulders. There was a curious fight between their two wills. He mounted the parapet of the canal bridge. The water was a long way down. But the child had a deliberate will set upon his. She held herself fixed to him. He leapt, and down they went. The crash of the water as they went under struck through the child's small body with a sort of unconsciousness. But she remained fixed. And when they came up again, and when they went to the bank, and when they sat on the grass side by side, he laughed and said it was fine. And the dark dilated eyes of the child looked at him wonderingly, darkly, wondering from the shock, yet reserved and unfathomable. So he laughed almost with a sob. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 8, Part 2, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a moment she was clinging safely on his back again, and he was swimming in deep water. She was used to his nakedness, and to her mother's nakedness, ever since she was born. They were clinging to each other, and making up to each other for the strange blow that had been struck at them. Yet still, on other days, he would leap again with her from the bridge, daringly, almost wickedly. Till at length, as he leapt, once, she dropped forward onto his head, and nearly broke his neck, so that they fell into the water in a heap, and fought for a few moments with death. He saved her, and sat on the bank quivering, but his eyes were full of the blackness of death. It was as if death had cut between their two lives, and separated them. Still they were not separate. There was this curious taunting intimacy between them. When the fair came, she wanted to go in the swing boats. He took her, and, standing up in the boat, holding on to the irons, began to drive higher, perilously higher. The child clung fast on her seat. "You want to go any higher?" he said to her, and she laughed with her mouth, her eyes wide and dilated. They were rushing through the air. "Yes," she said, feeling as if she would turn into vapour, lose hold of everything, and melt away. The boat swung far up, then down like a stone, only to be caught sickeningly up again. "Any higher?" he called, looking at her over his shoulder, his face evil and beautiful to her. She laughed with white lips. He sent the swing boat sweeping through the air in a great semicircle, till it jerked and swayed at the high horizontal. The child clung on, pale, her eyes fixed on him. People below were calling. The jerk at the top had almost shaken them both out. He had done what he could, and he was attracting censure. He sat down, and let the swing boat swing itself out. People in the crowd cried shame on him as he came out of the swing boat. He laughed. The child clung to his hand, pale and mute. In a while she was violently sick. He gave her lemonade, and she gulped a little. "Don't tell your mother you've been sick," he said. There was no need to ask that. When she got home, the child crept away under the parlour sofa, like a sick little animal, and was a long time before she crawled out. But Anna got to know of this escapade, and was passionately angry and contemptuous of him. His golden brown eyes glittered, he had a strange, cruel little smile, and as the child watched him, for the first time in her life, a disillusion came over her, something cold and isolating. She went over to her mother. Her soul was dead towards him. It made her sick. Still she forgot and continued to love him, but ever more coldly. He was at this time, when he was about 28 years old, strange and violent in his being, sensual. He acquired some power over Anna, over everybody he came into contact with. After a long bout of hostility, Anna at last closed with him. She had now 4 children, all girls. For 7 years she had been absorbed in wifehood and motherhood. For years he had gone on beside her, never really encroaching upon her. Then gradually another self seemed to assert its being within him. He was still silent and separate, but she could feel him all the while coming near upon her, as if his breast and his body were threatening her, and he was always coming closer. Gradually he became indifferent of responsibility. He would do what pleased him, and no more. He began to go away from home. He went to Nottingham on Saturdays, always alone, to the football match and to the music hall, and all the time he was watching, in readiness. He never cared to drink. But, with his hard, golden brown eyes, so keen seeing with their tiny black pupils, he watched all the people, everything that happened, and he waited. In the Empire one evening he sat next to 2 girls. He was aware of the one beside him. She was rather small, common, with a fresh complexion and an upper lip that lifted from her teeth, so that, when she was not conscious, her mouth was slightly open, and her lips pressed outwards, in a kind of blind appeal. She was strongly aware of the man next to her, so that all her body was still, very still. Her face watched the stage. Her arms went down into her lap, very self-conscious and still. A gleam lit up in him. Should he begin with her? Should he begin with her to live the other, the unadmitted life of his desire? Why not? He had always been so good. Save for his wife, he was a virgin. And why, when all women were different? Why, when he would only live once? He wanted the other life. His own life was barren, not enough. He wanted the other. Her open mouth, showing the small, irregular white teeth, appealed to him. It was open and ready. It was so vulnerable. Why should he not go in and enjoy what was there? The slim arm that went down so still and motionless to the lap, it was pretty. She would be small, he would be able almost to hold her in his two hands. She would be small, almost like a child, and pretty. Her childishness whetted him keenly. She would be helpless between his hands. "That was the best turn we've had," he said to her, leaning over as he clapped his hands. He felt strong and unshakable in himself, set over against all the world. His soul was keen and watchful, glittering with a kind of amusement. He was perfectly self-contained. He was himself, the absolute. The rest of the world was the object that should contribute to his being. The girl started, turned round, her eyes lit up with an almost painful flash of a smile. The colour came deeply in her cheeks. "Yes, it was," she said, quite meaninglessly, and she covered her rather prominent teeth with her lips. Then she sat looking straight before her, seeing nothing, only conscious of the colour burning in her cheeks. It pricked him with a pleasant sensation. His veins and nerves attended to her. She was so young and palpitating. "It's not such a good programme as last week's," he said. Again she half turned her face to him, and her clear, bright eyes, bright like shallow water, filled with light, frightened, yet involuntarily lighting and shaking with response. "Oh, isn't it? I wasn't able to come last week." He noted the common accent. It pleased him. He knew what class she came of. Probably she was a warehouse lass. He was glad she was a common girl. He proceeded to tell her about the last week's programme. She answered at random, very confusedly. The colour burned in her cheek. Yet she always answered him. The girl on the other side sat remotely, obviously silent. He ignored her. All his address was for his own girl, with her bright, shallow eyes, and her vulnerably opened mouth. The talk went on, meaningless and random on her part, quite deliberate and purposive on his. It was a pleasure to him to make this conversation, an activity pleasant as a fine game of chance and skill. He was very quiet and pleasant-humoured, but so full of strength. She fluttered beside his steady pressure of warmth and his surety. He saw the performance drawing to a close. His senses were alert and wilful. He would press his advantages. He followed her and her plain friend down the stairs to the street. It was raining. "It's a nasty night," he said. "Shall you come and have a drink or something? A cup of coffee? It's early yet." "Oh, I don't think so," she said, looking away into the night. "I wish you would," he said, putting himself, as it were, at her mercy. There was a moment's pause. "Come to Rollins?" he said. "No, not there." "To Carson's, then?" There was a silence. The other girl hung on. The man was the centre of positive force. "Will your friend come as well?" There was another moment of silence, while the other girl felt her ground. "No, thanks," she said. "I've promised to meet a friend." "Another time, then," he said. "Oh, thanks," she replied, very awkward. "Good night," he said. "See you later," said his girl to her friend. "Where?" said the friend. "You know, Gertie," replied his girl. "All right, Jenny." The friend was gone into the darkness. He turned with his girl to the tea shop. They talked all the time. He made his sentences in sheer, almost muscular pleasure of exercising himself with her. He was looking at her all the time, perceiving her, appreciating her, finding her out, gratifying himself with her. He could see distinct attractions in her. Her eyebrows, with their particular curve, gave him keen, aesthetic pleasure. Later on he would see her bright, pellucid eyes, like shallow water, and know those. And there remained the open, exposed mouth, red and vulnerable. That he reserved as yet. And all the while his eyes were on the girl, estimating and handling with pleasure her young softness. About the girl herself, who or what she was, he cared nothing. He was quite unaware that she was anybody. She was just the sensual object of his attention. "Shall we go then?" he said. She rose in silence, as if acting without a mind, merely physically. He seemed to hold her in his will. Outside it was still raining. "Let's have a walk," he said. "I don't mind the rain, do you?" "No, I don't mind it," she said. He was alert in every sense and fibre, and yet quite sure and steady, and lit up, as if transfused. He had a free sensation of walking in his own darkness, not in anybody else's world at all. He was purely a world to himself. He had nothing to do with any general consciousness. Just his own senses were supreme. All the rest was external, insignificant, leaving him alone with this girl whom he wanted to absorb, whose properties he wanted to absorb into his own senses. He did not care about her, except that he wanted to overcome her resistance, to have her in his power, fully and exhaustively to enjoy her. They turned into the dark streets. He held her umbrella over her and put his arm round her. She walked as if she were unaware, but gradually, as he walked, he drew her a little closer, into the movement of his side and hip. She fitted in there very well. It was a real good fit, to walk with her like this. It made him exquisitely aware of his own muscular self, and his hand that grasped her side felt one curve of her, and it seemed like a new creation to him, a reality, an absolute, an existing, tangible beauty of the absolute. It was like a star. Everything in him was absorbed in the sensual delight of this one, small, firm curve in her body, that his hand and his whole being had lighted upon. He led her into the park, where it was almost dark. He noticed a corner between two walls, under a great overhanging bush of ivy. "Let us stand here a minute," he said. He put down the umbrella, and followed her into the corner, retreating out of the rain. He needed no eyes to see. All he wanted was to know through touch. She was like a piece of palpable darkness. He found her in the darkness, put his arms round her and his hands upon her. She was silent and inscrutable. But he did not want to know anything about her. He only wanted to discover her. And through her clothing, what absolute beauty he touched. "Take your hat off," he said. Silently, obediently, she shook off her hat and gave herself to his arms again. He liked her. He liked the feel of her. He wanted to know her more closely. He let his fingers subtly seek out her cheek and neck. What amazing beauty and pleasure in the dark! His fingers had often touched Anna on the face and neck like that. What matter? It was one man who touched Anna, another who now touched this girl. He liked best his new self. He was given over altogether to the sensuous knowledge of this woman, and every moment he seemed to be touching absolute beauty, something beyond knowledge. Very close, marvelling and exceedingly joyful in their discoveries, his hands pressed upon her, so subtly, so seekingly, so finely and desirously searching her out, that she too was almost swooning in the absolute of sensual knowledge. In utter sensual delight she clenched her knees, her thighs, her loins together. It was an added beauty to him. But he was patiently working for her relaxation, patiently, his whole being fixed in the smile of latent gratification, his whole body electric with a subtle, powerful, reducing force upon her. So he came at length to kiss her, and she was almost betrayed by his insidious kiss. Her open mouth was too helpless and unguarded. He knew this, and his first kiss was very gentle, and soft, and assuring, so that her soft, defenceless mouth became assured, even bold, seeking upon his mouth. And he answered her gradually, gradually, his soft kiss sinking in softly, softly, but ever more heavily yet, till it was too heavy for her to meet, and she began to sink under it. She was sinking, sinking. His smile of latent gratification was becoming more tense. He was sure of her. He let the whole force of his will sink upon her to sweep her away. But it was too great a shock for her. With a sudden horrible movement she ruptured the state that contained them both. "Don't! Don't!" It was a rather horrible cry that seemed to come out of her, not to belong to her. It was some strange agony of terror crying out the words. There was something vibrating and beside herself in the noise. His nerves ripped like silk. "What's the matter?" he said, as if calmly. "What's the matter?" She came back to him, but trembling, reservedly this time. Her cry had given him gratification. But he knew he had been too sudden for her. He was now careful. For a while he merely sheltered her. Also there had broken a flaw into his perfect will. He wanted to persist, to begin again, to lead up to the point where he had let himself go on her, and then manage more carefully, successfully. So far she had won, and the battle was not over yet. But another voice woke in him and prompted him to let her go in contempt. He sheltered her, and soothed her, and caressed her, and kissed her, and again began to come nearer, nearer. He gathered himself together. Even if he did not take her, he would make her relax. He would fuse away her resistance. So softly, softly, with infinite caressiveness he kissed her, and the whole of his being seemed to fondle her. Till, at the verge, swooning at the breaking point, there came from her a beaten, inarticulate, moaning cry. "Don't! Oh, don't!" His veins fused with extreme voluptuousness. For a moment he almost lost control of himself, and continued automatically. But there was a moment of inaction, of cold suspension. He was not going to take her. He drew her to him and soothed her and caressed her. But the pure zest had gone. She struggled to herself and realised he was not going to take her. And then, at the very last moment, when his fondling had come near again, his hot living desire despising her against his cold sensual desire, she broke violently away from him. "Don't!" she cried, harsh now with hatred, and she flung her hand across and hit him violently. "Keep off of me!" His blood stood still for a moment. Then the smile came again within him, steady, cruel. "Why, what's the matter?" he said, with suave irony. "Nobody's going to hurt you?" "I know what you want," she said. "I know what I want," he said. "What's the odds?" "Well, you're not going to have it off me." "Aren't I? Well, then I'm not. It's no use crying about it, is it?" "No, it isn't," said the girl, rather disconcerted by his irony. "But there's no need to have a row about it. We can kiss good-night just the same, can't we?" She was silent in the darkness. "Or do you want your hat and umbrella to go home this minute?" Still she was silent. He watched her dark figure as she stood there on the edge of the faint darkness, and he waited. "Come and say good-night nicely, if we're going to say it," he said. Still she did not stir. He put his hand out and drew her into the darkness again. "It's warmer in here," he said, "a lot cosier." His will had not yet relaxed from her. The moment of hatred exhilarated him. "I'm going now," she muttered, as he closed his hand over her. "See how well you fit your place," he said, as he drew her to her previous position, close upon him. "What do you want to leave it for?" And gradually the intoxication invaded him again, the zest came back. After all, why should he not take her? But she did not yield to him entirely. "Are you a married man?" she asked, at length. "What if I am?" he said. She did not answer. "I don't ask whether you're married or not," he said. "You know jolly well I'm not," she answered hotly. Oh, if she could only break away from him! If only she need not yield to him! At length her will became cold against him. She had escaped. But she hated him for her escape more than for her danger. Did he despise her so coldly? And she was in a torture of adherence to him still. "Shall I see you next week? Next Saturday?" he said, as they returned to the town. She did not answer. "Come to the Empire with me, you and Gertie," he said. "I should look well, going with a married man," she said. "I'm no less of a man for being married, am I?" he said. "Oh, it's a different matter altogether with a married man," she said, in a ready-made speech that showed her chagrin. "How's that?" he asked. But she would not enlighten him. Yet she promised, without promising, to be at the meeting place next Saturday evening. So he left her. He did not know her name. He caught a train and went home. It was the last train. He was very late. He was not home till midnight. But he was quite indifferent. He had no real relation with his home, not this man which he now was. Anna was sitting up for him. She saw the queer, absolved look on his face, a sort of latent, almost sinister smile, as if he were absolved from his good ties. "Where have you been?" she asked, puzzled, interested. "To the Empire." "Who with?" "By myself. I came home with Tom Cooper." She looked at him and wondered what he had been doing. She was indifferent as to whether he lied or not. "You have come home very strange," she said, and there was an appreciative inflection in the speech. He was not affected. As for his humble, good self, he was absolved from it. He sat down and ate heartily. He was not tired. He seemed to take no notice of her. For Anna the moment was critical. She kept herself aloof and watched him. He talked to her but with a little indifference, since he was scarcely aware of her. So, then she did not affect him. Here was a new turn of affairs. He was rather attractive, nevertheless. She liked him better than the ordinary mute, half-effaced, half-subdued man she usually knew him to be. So, he was blossoming out into his real self. It piqued her. Very good. Let him blossom. She liked a new turn of affairs. He was a strange man come home to her. Glancing at him, she saw she could not reduce him to what he had been before. In an instant she gave it up. Yet not without a pang of rage which would insist on their old, beloved love, their old, accustomed intimacy, and her old, established supremacy. She almost rose up to fight for them. And looking at him, and remembering his father, she was wary. This was the new turn of affairs. Very good. If she could not influence him in the old way, she would be level with him in the new. Her old defiant hostility came up. Very good. She too was out on her own adventure. Her voice, her manner changed. She was ready for the game. Something was liberated in her. She liked him. She liked this strange man come home to her. He was very welcome indeed. She was very glad to welcome a stranger. She had been bored by the old husband. To his latent, cruel smile she replied with brilliant challenge. He expected her to keep the moral fortress. Not she. It was much too dull a part. She challenged him back with a sort of radiance, very bright and free, opposite to him. He looked at her, and his eyes glinted. She too was out in the field. His senses pricked up and keenly attended to her. She laughed, perfectly indifferent and loose as he was. He came towards her. She neither rejected him nor responded to him. In a kind of radiance, superb in her inscrutability, she laughed before him. She too could throw everything overboard, love, intimacy, responsibility. What were her 4 children to her now? What did it matter that this man was the father of her 4 children? He was the sensual male seeking his pleasure, she was the female ready to take hers, but in her own way. A man could turn into a free-lance, so then could a woman. She adhered as little as he to the moral world. All that had gone before was nothing to her. She was another woman, under the instance of a strange man. He was a stranger to her, seeking his own ends. Very good. She wanted to see what this stranger would do now, what he was. She laughed and kept him at arm's length, whilst apparently ignoring him. She watched him undress as if he were a stranger. Indeed, he was a stranger to her. And she roused him profoundly, violently, even before he touched her. The little creature in Nottingham had been but leading up to this. They abandoned in one motion the moral position. Each was seeking gratification, pure and simple. Strange his wife was to him. It was as if he were a perfect stranger, as if she were infinitely and essentially strange to him, the other half of the world, the dark half of the moon. She waited for his touch as if he were a marauder who had come in, infinitely unknown and desirable to her. And he began to discover her. He had an inkling of the vastness of the unknown sensual store of delights she was. With a passion of voluptuousness that made him dwell on each tiny beauty, in a kind of frenzy of enjoyment, he lit upon her. Her beauty, the beauties, the separate, several beauties of her body. He was quite ousted from himself, and sensually transported by that which he discovered in her. He was another man revelling over her. There was no tenderness, no love between them any more, only the maddening, sensuous lust for discovery, and the insatiable, exorbitant gratification in the sensual beauties of her body. And she was a store of absolute beauties that it drove him to contemplate. There was such a feast to enjoy, and he with only one man's capacity. He lived in a passion of sensual discovery with her for some time. It was a duel, no love, no words, no kisses even, only the maddening perception of beauty consummate, absolute through touch. He wanted to touch her, to discover her, maddeningly he wanted to know her. Yet he must not hurry, or he missed everything. He must enjoy one beauty at a time, and the multitudinous beauties of her body, the many little rapturous places, sent him mad with delight, and with desire to be able to know more, to have strength to know more, for all was there. He would say, during the daytime, "Tonight I shall know the little hollow under her ankle, where the blue vein crosses," and the thought of it, and the desire for it, made a thick darkness of anticipation. He would go all the day waiting for the night to come, when he could give himself to the enjoyment of some luxurious absolute of beauty in her. The thought of the hidden resources of her, the undiscovered beauties and the ecstatic places of delight in her body, waiting, only waiting for him to discover them, sent him slightly insane. He was obsessed. If he did not discover and make known to himself these delights, they might be lost for ever. He wished he had 100 men's energies with which to enjoy her. He wished he were a cat, to lick her with a rough, grating, lascivious tongue. He wanted to wallow in her, bury himself in her flesh, cover himself over with her flesh. And she, separate, with a strange, dangerous, glistening look in her eyes, received all his activities upon her as if they were expected by her, and provoked him when he was quiet to more, till sometimes he was ready to perish for sheer inability to be satisfied of her, inability to have had enough of her. Their children became mere offspring to them. They lived in the darkness and death of their own sensual activities. Sometimes he felt he was going mad with a sense of absolute beauty, perceived by him in her through his senses. It was something too much for him. And in everything was this same, almost sinister, terrifying beauty. But in the revelations of her body through contact with his body was the ultimate beauty. To know which was almost death in itself, and yet for the knowledge of which he would have undergone endless torture. He would have forfeited anything, rather than forego his right even to the instep of her foot, and the place from which the toes radiated out, the little, miraculous white plain from which ran the little hillocks of the toes, and the folded, dimpling hollows between the toes. He felt he would have died rather than forfeit this. This was what their love had become, a sensuality, violent and extreme as death. They had no conscious intimacy, no tenderness of love. It was all the lust and the infinite, maddening intoxication of the sense, a passion of death. He had always, all his life, had a secret dread of absolute beauty. It had always been like a fetish to him, something to fear really. For it was immoral and against mankind. So he had turned to the Gothic form, which always asserted the broken desire of mankind in its pointed arches, escaping the rolling, absolute beauty of the round arch. But now he had given way, and with infinite sensual violence gave himself to the realization of this supreme, immoral, absolute beauty in the body of a woman. It seemed to him that it came to being in the body of a woman, under his touch. Under his touch, even under his sight, it was there. But when he neither saw nor touched the perfect place, it was not perfect. It was not there. And he must make it exist. But still the thing terrified him. Awful and threatening it was, dangerous to a degree, even whilst he gave himself to it. It was pure darkness also. All the shameful things of the body revealed themselves to him now with a sort of sinister, tropical beauty. All the shameful, natural and unnatural acts of sensual voluptuousness which he and the woman partook of together, created together, they had their heavy beauty and their delight. Shame, what was it? It was part of extreme delight. It was that part of delight of which man is usually afraid. Why afraid? The secret, shameful things are most terribly beautiful. They accepted shame, and were one with it in their most unlicensed pleasures. It was incorporated. It was a bud that blossomed into beauty and heavy, fundamental gratification. Their outward life went on much the same, but the inward life was revolutionised. The children became less important. The parents were absorbed in their own living. And gradually, Brangwen began to find himself free to attend to the outside life as well. His intimate life was so violently active that it set another man in him free. And this new man turned with interest to public life, to see what part he could take in it. This would give him scope for new activity, activity of a kind for which he was now created and released. He wanted to be unanimous with the whole of purposive mankind. At this time education was in the forefront as a subject of interest. There was the talk of new Swedish methods, of handwork instruction, and so on. Brangwen embraced sincerely the idea of handwork in schools. For the first time he began to take real interest in a public affair. He had at length from his profound sensual activity developed a real purposive self. There was talk of night schools and of handicraft classes. He wanted to start a woodwork class in Cossette, to teach carpentry and joinery and wood carving to the village boys 2 nights a week. This seemed to him a supremely desirable thing to be doing. His pay would be very little, and when he had it, he spent it all on extra wood and tools. But he was very happy and keen in his new public spirit. He started his night classes in woodwork when he was 30 years old. By this time he had 5 children, the last a boy. But boy or girl mattered very little to him. He had a natural blood affection for his children, and he liked them as they turned up, boys or girls. Only he was fondest of Ursula. Somehow she seemed to be at the back of his new night school venture. The house by the yew trees was in connection with the great human endeavour at last. It gained a new vigour thereby. To Ursula, a child of 8, the increase in magic was considerable. She heard all the talk. She saw the parish room fitted up as a workshop. The parish room was a high, stone, barn-like, ecclesiastical building standing away by itself in the Brangwens' second garden, across the lane. She was always attracted by its age and its stranded obsoleteness. Now she watched preparations made. She sat on the flight of stone steps that came down from the porch to the garden, and heard her father and the vicar talking and planning and working. Then an inspector came, a very strange man, and stayed talking with her father all one evening. Everything was settled, and 12 boys enrolled their names. It was very exciting. But to Ursula, everything her father did was magic. Whether he came from Ilkeston with news of the town, whether he went across to the church with his music or his tools on a sunny evening, whether he sat in his white surplice at the organ on Sundays, leading the singing with his strong tenor voice, or whether he were in the workshop with the boys, he was always a centre of magic and fascination to her, his voice, sounding out in command, cheerful, laconic, had always a twang in it that sent a thrill over her blood and hypnotised her. She seemed to run in the shadow of some dark, potent secret of which she would not, of whose existence even she dared not, become conscious. It cast such a spell over her, and so darkened her mind. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Marsh and the Flood. There was always regular connection between the yew cottage and the marsh, yet the two households remained separate, distinct. After Anna's marriage, the marsh became the home of the two boys, Tom and Fred. Tom was a rather short, good-looking youth, with crisp black hair and long black eyelashes, and soft, dark, possessed eyes. He had a quick intelligence. From the high school he went to London to study. He had an instinct for attracting people of character and energy. He gave place entirely to the other person, and at the same time kept himself independent. He scarcely existed except through other people. When he was alone he was unresolved. When he was with another man, he seemed to add himself to the other, make the other bigger than life size, so that a few people loved him and attained a sort of fulfilment in him. He carefully chose these few. He had a subtle, quick, critical intelligence, a mind that was like a scale or balance. There was something of a woman in all this. In London he had been the favourite pupil of an engineer, a clever man, who became well known at the time when Tom Brangwen had just finished his studies. Through this master the youth kept acquaintance with various individual, outstanding characters. He never asserted himself. He seemed to be there to estimate and establish the rest. He was like a presence that makes us aware of our own being. So that he was, while still young, connected with some of the most energetic, scientific, and mathematical people in London. They took him as an equal. Quiet and perceptive and impersonal as he was, he kept his place and learned how to value others in just degree. He was there like a judgment. Besides, he was very good-looking, of medium stature but beautifully proportioned, dark, with fine colouring, always perfectly healthy. His father allowed him a liberal pocket money, besides which he had a sort of post as assistant to his chief. Then from time to time the young man appeared at the Marsh, curiously attractive, well-dressed, reserved, having by nature a subtle, refined manner, and he set the change in the farm. Fred, the younger brother, was a Brangwen, large-boned, blue-eyed, English. He was his father's very son. The two men, father and son, were supremely at ease with one another. Fred was succeeding to the farm. Between the elder brother and the younger existed an almost passionate love. Tom watched over Fred with a woman's poignant attention and selfless care. Fred looked up to Tom as to something miraculous, that which he himself would aspire to be, were he great also. So that after Anna's departure, the Marsh began to take on a new tone. The boys were gentlemen. Tom had a rare nature and had risen high. Fred was sensitive and fond of reading. He pondered Ruskin and then the agnostic writings. Like all the Brangwens, he was very much a thing to himself, though fond of people, and indulgent to them, having an exaggerated respect for them. There was a rather uneasy friendship between him and one of the young Hardys at the Hall. The two households were different, yet the young men met on shy terms of equality. It was young Tom Brangwen, with his dark lashes and beautiful colouring, his soft inscrutable nature, his strange repose and his informed air, added to his position in London, who seemed to emphasise the superior foreign element in the Marsh. When he appeared, perfectly dressed, as if soft and affable, and yet quite removed from everybody, he created an uneasiness in people. He was reserved in the minds of the Cossete and Ilkeston acquaintances to a different, remote world. He and his mother had a kind of affinity. The affection between them was of a mute, distant character, but radical. His father was always uneasy and slightly deferential to his eldest son. Tom also formed the link that kept the Marsh in real connection with the Skrebenskys, now quite important people in their own district. So a change in tone came over the Marsh. Tom Brangwen the father, as he grew older, seemed to mature into a gentleman farmer. His figure lent itself, burly and handsome. His face remained fresh, and his blue eyes as full of light, His thick hair and beard had turned gradually to a silky whiteness. It was his custom to laugh a great deal, in his acquiescent, wilful manner. Things had puzzled him very much, so he had taken the line of easy, good-humoured acceptance. He was not responsible for the frame of things, yet he was afraid of the unknown in life. He was fairly well off. His wife was there with him, a different being from himself, yet somewhere vitally connected with him. Who was he to understand where and how? His 2 sons were gentlemen. They were men distinct from himself, they had separate beings of their own, yet they were connected with himself. It was all adventurous and puzzling. Yet one remained vital within one's own existence, whatever the offshoots. So, handsome and puzzled, he laughed and stuck to himself as the only thing he could stick to. His youngness and the wonder remained almost the same in him. He became indolent. He developed a luxuriant ease. Fred did most of the farm work. The father saw to the more important transactions. He drove a good mare, and sometimes he rode his cob. He drank in the hotels and the inns with better class farmers and proprietors. He had well-to-do acquaintances among men, but one class suited him no better than another. His wife, as ever, had no acquaintances. Her hair was threaded now with grey. Her face grew older in form, without changing in expression. She seemed the same as when she had come to the Marsh 25 years ago, save that her health was more fragile. She seemed always to haunt the Marsh rather than to live there. She was never part of the life. Something she represented was alien there. She remained a stranger within the gates, in some ways fixed and impervious, in some ways curiously refining. She caused the separateness and individuality of all the Marsh inmates, the friability of the household. When young Tom Brangwen was 23 years old, there was some breach between him and his chief which was never explained, and he went away to Italy, then to America. He came home for a while, then went to Germany. Always the same good-looking, carefully dressed, attractive young man, in perfect health, yet somehow outside of everything. In his dark eyes was a deep misery which he wore with the same ease and pleasantness as he wore his close-sitting clothes. To Ursula he was a romantic, alluring figure. He had a grace of bringing beautiful presents, a box of expensive sweets, such as Cossethay had never seen, or he gave her a hairbrush and a long slim mirror of mother of pearl, all pale and glimmering and exquisite, or he sent her a little necklace of rough stones, amethyst and opal and brilliants and garnet. He spoke other languages easily and fluently. His nature was curiously gracious and insinuating. With all that, he was undefinably an outsider. He belonged to nowhere, to no society. Anna Brangwen had left her intimacy with her father undeveloped since the time of her marriage. At her marriage it had been abandoned. He and she had drawn a reserve between them. Anna went more to her mother. Then suddenly, the father died. It happened one springtime when Ursula was about 8 years old. He, Tom Brangwen, drove off on a Saturday morning to the market in Nottingham, saying he might not be back till late, as there was a special show and then a meeting he had to attend. His family understood that he would enjoy himself. The season had been rainy and dreary. In the evening it was pouring with rain. Fred Brangwen, unsettled, uneasy, did not go out, as was his wont. He smoked and read and fidgeted, hearing always the trickling of water outside. This wet, black night seemed to cut him off and make him unsettled, aware of himself, aware that he wanted something else, aware that he was scarcely living. There seemed to him to be no root to his life, no place for him to get satisfied in. He dreamed of going abroad, but his instinct knew that change of place would not solve his problem. He wanted change, deep, vital change of living, and he did not know how to get it. Tilly, an old woman now, came in saying that the labourers who had been suppering up said the yard and everywhere was just a slough of water. He heard in indifference. But he hated a desolate, raw wetness in the world. He would leave the Marsh. His mother was in bed. At last he shut his book. His mind was blank. He walked upstairs intoxicated with depression and anger, and, intoxicated with depression and anger, locked himself into sleep. Tilly set slippers before the kitchen fire, and she also went to bed, leaving the door unlocked. Then the farm was in darkness, in the rain. At 11 o'clock it was still raining. Tom Brangwen stood in the yard of the Angel, Nottingham, and buttoned his coat. "Oh well," he said cheerfully, "it's rained on me before. Put her in, Jack, my lad, put her in. Thou'rt a rare old cock, Jacky boy, wi' a belly on thee as does credit to thy drink, if not to thy corn. Cope, lass, let's get off to th' old homestead. Oh, my heart, what a wetness in the night. There'll be no volcanoes after this. Hey, Jack, my beautiful young slender fella, which of us is Noah? It seemed as though the waterworks is bursted. Ducks and aquatic fowl'll be king of the castle at this rate, dove and olive branch and all. Stand up then, girl, stand up. We're not stopping here all night, even if you thought we was. I'm dashed if the jumping rain wouldn't make anybody think they was drunk. Hey, Jack, does rainwater wash the sense in, or does it wash it out?" And he laughed to himself at the joke. He was always ashamed when he had to drive after he had been drinking, always apologetic to the horse. His apologetic frame made him facetious. He was aware of his inability to walk quite straight. Nevertheless, his will kept stiff and attentive in all his fuddleness. He mounted and bowled off through the gates of the inn-yard. The mare went well. He sat fixed, the rain beating on his face. His heavy body rode motionless in a kind of sleep. One centre of attention was kept fitfully burning, the rest was dark. He concentrated his last attention on the fact of driving along the road he knew so well. He knew it so well, he watched for it attentively, with an effort of will. He talked aloud to himself, sententious in his anxiety, as if he were perfectly sober, whilst the mare bowled along and the rain beat on him. He watched the rain before the gig lamps, the faint gleaming of the shadowy horse's body, the passing of the dark hedges. "It's not a fit night to turn a dog out," he said to himself aloud. "It's high time as it did a bit of clearing up. I'll be damned if it isn't. It was a lot of use putting those 10 loads of cinder on th' road. They'll be washed to kingdom come if it doesn't alter. Well, it's our Fred's look-out, if they are. He's top sawyer as far as those things go. I don't see why I should concern myself. They can wash to kingdom come and back again for what I care. I suppose they would be washed back again some day. That's how things are. Th' rain tumbles down just to mount up in clouds again. So they say. There's no more water on the earth than there was in the year nought. That's the story, my boy, if you understand it. There's no more today than there was 1,000 years ago, nor less either. You can't wear water out. No, my boy, it'll give you the go-by. Try to wear it out, and it takes its hook into vapour. It has its fingers at its nose to you. It turns into cloud and falleth as rain on the just and unjust. I wonder if I'm the just or the unjust." He started awake as the trap lurched deep into a rut, and he wakened to the point in his journey. He had travelled some distance since he was last conscious. But at length he reached the gate, and stumbled heavily down, reeling, gripping fast to the trap. He descended into several inches of water. "Be damned," he said angrily. "Be damned to the miserable slop." And he led the horse washing through the gate. He was quite drunk now, moving blindly, in habit. Everywhere there was water underfoot. The raised causeway of the house and the farmstead was dry, however. But there was a curious roar in the night which seemed to be made in the darkness of his own intoxication. Reeling, blinded, almost without consciousness, he carried his parcels and the rug and cushions into the house, dropped them, and went out to put up the horse. Now he was at home, he was a sleepwalker, waiting only for the moment of activity to stop. Very deliberately and carefully he led the horse down the slope to the cart shed. She shied and backed. "Why, what's amiss?" he hiccuped, plodding steadily on. And he was again in a wash of water. The horse splashed up water as he went. It was thickly dark, save for the gig lamps, and they lit on a rippling surface of water. "Well, that's a knock-out," he said, as he came to the cart shed, and was wading in 6 inches of water. But everything seemed to him amusing. He laughed to think of 6 inches of water being in the cart shed. He backed in the mare. She was restive. He laughed at the fun of untackling the mare with a lot of water washing round his feet. He laughed because it upset her. "What's amiss? What's amiss? A drop of water won't hurt you." As soon as he had undone the traces, she walked quickly away. He hung up the shafts and took the gig lamp. As he came out of the familiar jumble of shafts and wheels in the shed, the water, in little waves, came washing strongly against his legs. He staggered and almost fell. "Well, what the deuce!" he said, staring round at the running water in the black, watery night. He went to meet the running flood, sinking deeper and deeper. His soul was full of great astonishment. He had to go and look where it came from, though the ground was going from under his feet. He went on, down towards the pond, shakily. He rather enjoyed it. He was knee-deep, and the water was pulling heavily. He stumbled, reeled sickeningly. Fear took hold of him. Gripping tightly to the lamp, he reeled and looked round. The water was carrying his feet away. He was dizzy. He did not know which way to turn. The water was whirling, whirling. The whole black night was swooping in rings. He swayed uncertainly at the centre of all the attack, reeling in dismay. In his soul he knew he would fall. As he staggered, something in the water struck his legs, and he fell. Instantly he was in the turmoil of suffocation. He fought in a black horror of suffocation, fighting, wrestling, but always borne down, borne inevitably down. Still he wrestled and fought to get himself free, in the unutterable struggle of suffocation, but he always fell again deeper. Something struck his head, a great wonder of anguish went over him, and the blackness covered him entirely. In the utter darkness, the unconscious, drowning body was rolled along, the waters pouring, washing, filling in the place. The cattle woke up and rose to their feet, the dog began to yelp, and the unconscious, drowning body was washed along in the black, swirling darkness, passively. Mrs. Brangwen woke up and listened. With preternaturally sharp senses she heard the movement of all the darkness that swirled outside. For a moment she lay still. Then she went to the window. She heard the sharp rain and the deep running of water. She knew her husband was outside. "Fred!" she called. "Fred!" Away in the night was a hoarse, brutal roar of a mass of water rushing downwards. She went downstairs. She could not understand the multiplied running of water. Stepping down the step into the kitchen, she put her foot into water. The kitchen was flooded. Where did it come from? She could not understand. Water was running in out of the scullery. She paddled through barefoot to see. Water was bubbling fiercely under the outer door. She was afraid. Then something washed against her, something twined under her foot. It was the riding whip. On the table were the rug and the cushion and the parcel from the gig. He had come home. "Tom!" she called, afraid of her own voice. She opened the door. Water ran in with a horrid sound. Everywhere was moving water, a sound of waters. "Tom!" she cried, standing in her nightdress with the candle, calling into the darkness and the flood out of the doorway. "Tom! Tom!" And she listened. Fred appeared behind her, in trousers and shirt. "Where is he?" he asked. He looked at the flood, then at his mother. She seemed small and uncanny, elvish, in her nightdress. "Go upstairs," he said. "He'll be in th' stable." "Tom! Tom!" cried the elderly woman, with a long, unnatural, penetrating call that chilled her son to the marrow. He quickly pulled on his boots and his coat. "Go upstairs, mother," he said. "I'll go and see where he is." "Tom! Tom!" rang out the shrill, unearthly cry of the small woman. There was only the noise of water and the mooing of uneasy cattle and the long yelping of the dog, clamouring in the darkness. Fred Brangwen splashed out into the flood with a lantern. His mother stood on a chair in the doorway, watching him go. It was all water, water, running, flashing under the lantern. "Tom! Tom! Tom!" came her long, unnatural cry, ringing over the night. It made her son feel cold in his soul. and the unconscious, drowning body of the father rolled on below the house, driven by the black water towards the high road. Tilly appeared, a skirt over her nightdress. She saw her mistress clinging on the top of a chair in the open doorway, a candle burning on the table. "God's sake!" cried the old serving woman. "The cut's burst! That embankment's broke down! Whatever are we going to do?" Mrs. Brangwen watched her son and the lantern go along the upper causeway to the stable. Then she saw the dark figure of a horse. Then her son hung the lamp in the stable, and the light shone out faintly on him as he untackled the mare. The mother saw the soft, blazed face of the horse thrust forward into the stable door. The stables were still above the flood, but the water flowed strongly into the house. "It's getting higher," said Tilly. "Hasn't master come in?" Mrs. Brangwen did not hear. "Isn't he there?" she called, in her far-reaching, terrifying voice. "No," came the short answer out of the night. "Go and look for him." His mother's voice nearly drove the youth mad. He put the halter on the horse and shut the stable door. He came splashing back through the water, the lantern swinging. The unconscious, drowning body was pushed past the house in the deepest current. Fred Brangwen came to his mother. "I'll go to the cart shed," he said. "Tom! Tom!" rang out the strong, inhuman cry. Fred Brangwen's blood froze. His heart was very angry. He gripped his veins in a frenzy. Why was she yelling like this? He could not bear the sight of her, perched on a chair in her white nightdress, in the doorway, elvish and horrible. "He's taken the mare out of the trap, so he's all right," he said, growling, pretending to be normal. But as he descended to the cart shed, he sank into a foot of water. He heard the rushing in the distance. He knew the canal had broken down. The water was running deeper. The trap was there all right, but no signs of his father. The young man waded down to the pond. The water rose above his knees. It swirled and forced him. He drew back. "Is he there?" came the maddening cry of the mother. "No," was the sharp answer. "Tom! Tom!" came the piercing, free, unearthly call. It seemed high and supernatural, almost pure. Fred Brangwen hated it. It nearly drove him mad. So awfully it sang out, almost like a song. The water was flowing fuller into the house. "You'd better go up to Beebe's and bring him and Arthur down, and tell Mrs. Beebe to fetch Wilkinson," said Fred to Tilly. He forced his mother to go upstairs. "I know your father is drowned," she said, in a curious dismay. The flood rose through the night, till it washed the kettle off the hob in the kitchen. Mrs. Brangwen sat alone at a window upstairs. She called no more. The men were busy with the pigs and the cattle. They were coming with a boat for her. Towards morning the rain ceased. The stars came out over the noise and the terrifying clucking and trickling of the water. Then there was a pallor in the east. The light began to come. In the ruddy light of the dawn she saw the waters spreading out, moving sluggishly, the buildings rising out of a waste of water. Birds began to sing, drowsily, and as if slightly hoarse with the dawn. It grew brighter. Up the second field was the great, raw gap in the canal embankment. Mrs. Brangwen went from window to window, watching the flood. Somebody had brought a little boat. The light grew stronger. The red gleam was gone off the flood waters. Day took place. Mrs. Brangwen went from the front of the house to the back, looking out, intent and unrelaxing, on the pallid morning of spring. She saw a glimpse of her husband's buff coat in the floods, as the water rolled the body against the garden hedge. She called to the men in the boat. She was glad he was found. They dragged him out of the hedge. They could not lift him into the boat. Fred Brangwen jumped into the water, up to his waist, and half carried the body of his father through the flood to the road. Hay and twigs and dirt were in the beard and hair. The youth pushed through the water, crying loudly without tears, like a stricken animal. The mother at the window cried, making no trouble. The doctor came, but the body was dead. They carried it up to Cossethay, to Anna's house. When Anna Brangwen heard the news, she pressed back her head and rolled her eyes, as if something were reaching forward to bite at her throat. She pressed back her head, her mind was driven back to sleep. Since she had married and become a mother, the girl she had been was forgotten. Now the shock threatened to break in upon her and sweep away all her intervening life, make her as a girl of 18 again, loving her father. So she pressed back, away from the shock, she clung to her present life. It was when they brought him to her house, dead and in his wet clothes, his wet, sodden clothes, fully dressed as he came from market, yet all sodden and inert, that the shock really broke into her, and she was terrified. A big, soaked, inert heap he was, who had been to her the image of power and strong life. Almost in horror she began to take the wet things from him, to pull off him the incongruous market clothes of a well-to-do farmer. The children were sent away to the vicarage. The dead body lay on the parlour floor. Anna quickly began to undress him, laid his fob and seals in a wet heap on the table. Her husband and the woman helped her. They cleared and washed the body, and laid it on the bed. There it looked still and grand. He was perfectly calm in death, and now he was laid in line, inviolable, unapproachable. To Anna he was the majesty of the inaccessible male, the majesty of death. It made her still and awe-stricken, almost glad. Lydia Brangwen, the mother, also came and saw the impressive, inviolable body of the dead man. She went pale, seeing death. He was beyond change or knowledge, absolute, laid in line with the infinite. What had she to do with him? He was a majestic abstraction, made visible now for a moment, inviolate, absolute. And who could lay claim to him? Who could speak of him? Of the him who was revealed in the stripped moment of transit from life into death? Neither the living nor the dead could claim him. He was both the one and the other, inviolable, inaccessibly himself. "I shared life with you, I belong in my own way to eternity," said Lydia Brangwen, her heart cold, knowing her own singleness. "I did not know you in life, you are beyond me, supreme now in death," said Anna Brangwen, awe-stricken, almost glad. It was the sons who could not bear it. Fred Brangwen went about with a set, blanched face and shut hands, his heart full of hatred and rage for what had been done to his father, bleeding also with desire to have his father again, to see him, to hear him again. He could not bear it. Tom Brangwen only arrived on the day of the funeral. He was quiet and controlled as ever. He kissed his mother, who was still dark-faced, inscrutable. He shook hands with his brother without looking at him. He saw the great coffin with its black handles. He even read the nameplate, Tom Brangwen of the Marsh farm, born, died. The good-looking, still face of the young man crinkled up for a moment in a terrible grimace, then resumed its stillness. The coffin was carried round to the church. The funeral bell tanged at intervals. The mourners carried their wreaths of white flowers. The mother, the Polish woman, went with dark, abstract face on her son's arm. He was good-looking as ever, his face perfectly motionless and somehow pleasant. Fred walked with Anna, she strange and winsome, he with a face like wood, stiff, unyielding. Only afterwards Ursula, flitting between the currant bushes down the garden, saw her Uncle Tom, standing in his black clothes, erect and fashionable, but his fists lifted, and his face distorted, his lips curled back from his teeth in a horrible grin, like an animal which grimaces with torment, whilst his body panted quick like a panting dog's. He was facing the open distance, panting and holding still, then panting rapidly again, but his face never changing from its almost bestial look of torture, the teeth all showing, the nose wrinkled up, the eyes, unseeing, fixed. Terrified, Ursula slipped away, and when her Uncle Tom was in the house again, grave and very quiet, so that he seemed almost to affect gravity, to pretend grief, she watched his still, handsome face, imagining it again in its distortion. But she saw the nose was rather thick, rather Russian under its transparent skin. She remembered the teeth under the carefully cut moustache were small and sharp and spaced. She could see him, in all his elegant demeanour, bestial, almost corrupt, and she was frightened. She never forgot to look for the bestial, frightening side of him, after this. He said good-bye to his mother and went away at once. Ursula almost shrank from his kiss now. She wanted it, nevertheless, and the little revulsion as well. At the funeral, and after the funeral, Will Brangwen was madly in love with his wife. The death had shaken him, but death and all seemed to gather in him into a mad, overwhelming passion for his wife. She seemed so strange and winsome. He was almost beside himself with desire for her. And she took him, she seemed ready for him, she wanted him. The grandmother stayed a while at the Yew Cottage, till the Marsh was restored. Then she returned to her own rooms, quiet, and it seemed wanting nothing. Fred threw himself into the work of restoring the farm. That his father was killed there seemed to make it only the more intimate and the more inevitably his own place. There was a saying that the Brangwens always died a violent death. To them all, except perhaps Tom, it seemed almost natural. Yet Fred went about obstinate, his heart fixed. He could never forgive the unknown this murder of his father. After the death of the father the Marsh was very quiet. Mrs. Brangwen was unsettled. She could not sit all the evening peacefully, as she could before, and during the day she was always rising to her feet and hesitating, as if she must go somewhere, and were not quite sure whither. She was seen loitering about the garden, in her little woollen jacket. She was often driven out in the gig, sitting beside her son, and watching the countryside or the streets of the town, with a childish, candid, uncanny face, as if it all were strange to her. The children, Ursula and Gudrun and Theresa, went by the garden gate on their way to school. The grandmother would have them call in each time they passed. She would have them come to the Marsh for dinner. She wanted children about her. Of her sons she was almost afraid. She could see the sombre passion and desire and dissatisfaction in them, and she wanted not to see it any more. Even Fred, with his blue eyes and his heavy jaw, troubled her. There was no peace. He wanted something. He wanted love, passion, and he could not find them. But why must he trouble her? Why must he come to her with his seething and suffering and dissatisfactions? She was too old. Tom was more restrained, reserved. He kept his body very still, but he troubled her even more. She could not but see the black depths of disintegration in his eyes, the sudden glance upon her, as if she could save him, as if he would reveal himself. And how could age save youth? Youth must go to youth. Always the storm. Could she not lie in peace these years, in the quiet, apart from life? No. Always the swell must heave upon her and break against the barriers. Always she must be embroiled in the seethe and rage and passion, endless, endless, going on for ever. And she wanted to draw away. She wanted at last her own innocence and peace. She did not want her sons to force upon her any more the old brutal story of desire and offerings and deep, deep hidden rage of unsatisfied men against women. She wanted to be beyond it all, to know the peace and innocence of age. She had never been a woman to work much, so that now she would stand often at the garden gate, watching the scant world go by, and the sight of children pleased her, made her happy. She had usually an apple or a few sweets in her pocket. She liked children to smile at her. She never went to her husband's grave. She spoke of him simply, as if he were alive. Sometimes the tears would run down her face, in helpless sadness. Then she recovered, and was herself again, happy. On wet days she stayed in bed. Her bedroom was her city of refuge, where she could lie down and muse and muse. Sometimes Fred would read to her, but that did not mean much. She had so many dreams to dream over, such an unsifted store. She wanted time. Her chief friend at this period was Ursula. The little girl and the musing, fragile woman of 60 seemed to understand the same language. At Cossethay all was activity and passion. Everything moved upon poles of passion. Then there were 4 children younger than Ursula, a throng of babies, all the time many lives beating against each other. So that for the eldest child the peace of the grandmother's bedroom was exquisite. Here Ursula came as to a hushed, paradisal land. Here her own existence became simple and exquisite to her, as if she were a flower. Always on Saturdays she came down to the Marsh, and always clutching a little offering, either a little mat made of strips of coloured woven paper, or a tiny basket made in the kindergarten lesson, or a little crayon drawing of a bird. When she appeared in the doorway, Tilly, ancient but still in authority, would crane her skinny neck to see who it was. "Oh, it's you, is it?" she said. "I thought we should be seeing you. My word, that's a bobby-dazzling posy you've brought." It was curious how Tilly preserved the spirit of Tom Brangwen, who was dead, in the Marsh. Ursula always connected her with her grandfather. This day the child had brought a tight little nosegay of pinks, white ones, with a rim of pink ones. She was very proud of it, and very shy because of her pride. "Your grandmother's in her bed. Wipe your shoes well if you're going up, and don't go bursting in on her like a skyrocket. My word, but that's a fine posy. Did you do it all by yourself and all?" Tilly stealthily ushered her into the bedroom. The child entered with a strange, dragging hesitation, characteristic of her when she was moved. Her grandmother was sitting up in bed, wearing a little grey woollen jacket. The child hesitated in silence near the bed, clutching the nosegay in front of her. Her childish eyes were shining. The grandmother's grey eyes shone with a similar light. "How pretty!" she said. "How pretty you have made them! What a darling little bunch!" Ursula, glowing, thrust them into her grandmother's hands, saying, "I made them you." "That is how the peasants tied them at home," said the grandmother, pushing the pinks with her fingers, and smelling them. "Just such tight little bunches. And they make wreaths for their hair. They weave the stalks. Then they go round with wreaths in their hair, and wearing their best aprons." Ursula immediately imagined herself in this story land. "Did you used to have a wreath in your hair, grandmother? When I was a little girl, I had golden hair, something like Katie's. Then I used to have a wreath of little blue flowers, oh, so blue, that come when the snow is gone. Andrei, the coachman, used to bring me the very first." They talked, and then Tilly brought the tea tray, set for two. Ursula had a special green and gold cup kept for herself at the Marsh. There was thin bread and butter, and cress for tea. It was all special and wonderful. She ate very daintily, with little fastidious bites. "Why do you have 2 wedding rings, grandmother? Must you?" asked the child, noticing her grandmother's ivory-coloured hand, with blue veins, above the tray. "If I had 2 husbands, child." Ursula pondered a moment. "Then you must wear both rings together." "Yes." "Which was my grandfather's ring?" The woman hesitated. "This grandfather whom you knew, this was his ring, the red one. The yellow one was your other grandfather's, whom you never knew." Ursula looked interestedly at the 2 rings on the proffered finger. "Where did he buy it you?" she asked. "This one? In Warsaw, I think." "You didn't know my own grandfather then?" "Not this grandfather." Ursula pondered this fascinating intelligence. "Did he have white whiskers as well?" "No, his beard was dark. You have his brows, I think." Ursula ceased and became self-conscious. She at once identified herself with her Polish grandfather. "And did he have brown eyes?" "Yes, dark eyes. He was a clever man, as quick as a lion. He was never still." Lydia still resented Lenski. When she thought of him, she was always younger than he. She was always 20 or 25, and under his domination. He incorporated her in his ideas as if she were not a person herself, as if she were just his aide-de-camp, or part of his baggage, or one among his surgical appliances. She still resented it. And he was always only 30. He had died when he was 34. She did not feel sorry for him. He was older than she. Yet she still ached in the thought of those days. "Did you like my first grandfather best?" asked Ursula. "I liked them both," said the grandmother. And, thinking, she became again Lenski's girl bride. He was of good family, of better family even than her own, for she was half German. She was a young girl in a house of insecure fortune, and he, an intellectual, a clever surgeon and physician, had loved her. How she had looked up to him! She remembered her first transports when he talked to her, the important young man with the severe black beard. He had seemed so wonderful, such an authority. After her own lax household, his gravity and confident, hard authority seemed almost godlike to her. For she had never known it in her life. All her surroundings had been loose, lax, disordered, a welter. "Miss Lydia, will you marry me?" he had said to her in German, in his grave yet tremulous voice. She had been afraid of his dark eyes upon her. They did not see her, they were fixed upon her. And he was hard, confident. She thrilled with the excitement of it, and accepted. During the courtship his kisses were a wonder to her. She always thought about them, and wondered over them. She never wanted to kiss him back. In her idea the man kissed, and the woman examined in her soul the kisses she had received. She had never quite recovered from her prostration of the first days, or nights of marriage. He had taken her to Vienna, and she was utterly alone with him, utterly alone in another world, everything foreign, even he foreign to her. Then came the real marriage. Passion came to her, and she became his slave. He was her lord, her lord. She was the girl bride, the slave. She kissed his feet. She had thought it an honour to touch his body, to unfasten his boots. For 2 years she had gone on as his slave, crouching at his feet, embracing his knees. Children had come. He had followed his ideas. She was there for him, just to keep him in condition. She was to him one of the baser or material conditions necessary for his welfare in prosecuting his ideas of nationalism, of liberty, of science. But gradually at 23, 24, she began to realise that she too might consider these ideas. By his acceptance of her self-subordination, he exhausted the feeling in her. There were those of his associates who would discuss the ideas with her, though he did not wish to do so himself. She had ventured into the minds of other men. His, then, was not the only male mind. She did not exist, then, just as his attribute. She began to perceive the attention of other men. An excitement came over her. She remembered now the men who had paid her court, when she was married, in Warsaw. Then the rebellion broke out, and she was inspired too. She would go as a nurse at her husband's side. He worked like a lion, he wore his life out. And she followed him helplessly. But she disbelieved in him. He was so separate, he ignored so much. He counted too much on himself, his work, his ideas. Did nothing else matter? Then the children were dead, and for her everything became remote. He became remote. She saw him go white when he heard the news, then frown as if he thought, "Why have they died now, when I have no time to grieve?" "He has no time to grieve," she had said, in her remote, awful soul. "He has no time. It is so important what he does. He is then so self-important, this half-frenzied man. Nothing matters but this work of rebellion. He has not time to grieve, nor to think of his children. He had not time even to beget them, really." She had let him go on alone, but in the chaos she had worked by his side again, and out of the chaos she had fled with him to London. He was a broken, cold man. He had no affection for her, nor for anyone. He had failed in his work, so everything had failed. He stiffened and died. She could not subscribe. He had failed, everything had failed, yet behind the failure was the unyielding passion of life. The individual effort might fail, but not the human joy. She belonged to the human joy. He died and went his way, but not before there was another child. And this little Ursula was his grandchild. She was glad of it, but she still honoured him, though he had been mistaken. She, Lydia Brangwen, was sorry for him now. He was dead, he had scarcely lived. He had never known her. He had lain with her, but he had never known her. He had never received what she could give him. He had gone away from her empty. So he had never lived. So he had died and passed away. Yet there had been strength and power in him. She could scarcely forgive him that he had never lived. If it were not for Anna, and for this little Ursula who had his brows, there would be no more left of him than of a broken vessel, thrown away and just remembered. John Brangwen had served her, he had come to her and taken from her. He had died and gone his way into death, but he had made himself immortal in his knowledge with her. So she had her place here, in life, and in immortality. For he had taken his knowledge of her into death, so that she had her place in death. In my Father's house are many mansions. She loved both her husbands. To one she had been a naked little girl bride running to serve him. The other she loved out of fulfilment, because he was good and had given her being, because he had served her honourably, and become her man, one with her. She was established in this stretch of life, she had come to herself. During her first marriage she had not existed, except through him. He was the substance and she the shadow running at his feet. She was very glad she had come to her own self. She was grateful to Brangwen. She reached out to him in gratitude, into death. In her heart she felt a vague tenderness and pity for her first husband, who had been her lord. He was so wrong when he died. She could not bear it, that he had never lived, never really become himself. And he had been her lord. Strange it had all been. Why had he been her lord? He seemed now so far off, so without bearing on her. "Which did you, grandmother?" "What?" "Like best?" "I liked them both. I married the first when I was quite a girl. Then I loved your grandfather when I was a woman. There is a difference." They were silent for a time. "Did you cry when my first grandfather died?" the child asked. Lydia Brangwen rocked herself on the bed, thinking aloud. "When we came to England, he hardly ever spoke. He was too much concerned to take any notice of anybody. He grew thinner and thinner, till his cheeks were hollow and his mouth stuck out. He wasn't handsome any more. I knew he couldn't bear being beaten. I thought everything was lost in the world. Only I had your mother, a baby. It was no use my dying. He looked at me with his black eyes, almost as if he hated me, when he was ill, and said, 'It only wanted this. It only wanted that I should leave you and a young child to starve in this London.' I told him we should not starve, but I was young, and foolish, and frightened, which he knew. He was bitter, and he never gave way. He lay beating his brains to see what he could do. 'I don't know what you will do,' he said. 'I am no good. I am a failure from beginning to end. I cannot even provide for my wife and child.' But, you see, it was not for him to provide for us. My life went on, though he stopped, and I married your grandfather. I ought to have known. I ought to have been able to say to him, 'Don't be so bitter. Don't die because this has failed. You're not the beginning and the end.' But I was too young. He had never let me become myself. I thought he was truly the beginning and the end. So I let him take all upon himself. Yet all did not depend on him. Life must go on, and I must marry your grandfather, and have your Uncle Tom and your Uncle Fred. We cannot take so much upon ourselves." The child's heart beat fast as she listened to these things. She could not understand, but she seemed to feel far-off things. It gave her a deep, joyous thrill to know she hailed from far off, from Poland, and that dark-bearded, impressive man. Strange her antecedents were, and she felt fate on either side of her terrible. Almost every day Ursula saw her grandmother, and every time they talked together, till the grandmother's sayings and stories, told in the complete hush of the Marsh bedroom, accumulated with mystic significance, and became a sort of Bible to the child. And Ursula asked her deepest, childish questions of her grandmother. "Will somebody love me, grandmother?" "Many people love you, child. We all love you." "But when I am grown up, will somebody love me?" "Yes, some man will love you, child, because it's your nature. And I hope it will be somebody who will love you for what you are, and not for what he wants of you. But we have a right to what we want." Ursula was frightened, hearing these things. Her heart sank. She felt she had no ground under her feet. She clung to her grandmother. Here was peace and security. Here, from her grandmother's peaceful room, the door opened onto the greater space, the past, which was so big that all it contained seemed tiny, loves and births and deaths, tiny units and features within a vast horizon. That was a great relief, to know the tiny importance of the individual within the great past. End of Chapter 9. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Widening Circle. It was very burdensome to Ursula that she was the eldest of the family. By the time she was 11, she had to take to school Gudrun and Teresa and Catherine. The boy, William, always called Billy, so that he should not be confused with his father, was a lovable, rather delicate child of 3, so he stayed at home as yet. There was another baby girl, called Cassandra. The children went for a time to the little church school just near the marsh. It was the only place within reach, and being so small, Mrs. Brangwen felt safe in sending her children there, though the village boys did nickname Ursula Urtler, and Gudrun Good Runner, and Teresa Teapot. Gudrun and Ursula were co-mates. The second child, with her long, sleepy body and her endless chain of fancies, would have nothing to do with realities. She was not for them, she was for her own fancies. Ursula was the one for realities. So Gudrun left all such to her elder sister, and trusted in her implicitly, indifferently. Ursula had a great tenderness for her co-mate sister. It was no good trying to make Gudrun responsible. She floated along like a fish in the sea, perfectly within the medium of her own difference and being. Other existence did not trouble her. Only she believed in Ursula, and trusted to Ursula. The eldest child was very much fretted by her responsibility for the other young ones, especially Teresa, a sturdy, bold-eyed thing, had a faculty for warfare. Ursula, Billy Pillins has lugged my hair." "What did you say to him?" "I said nothing." Then the Brangwen girls were in for a feud with the Pillinses, or Phillipses. "You won't pull my hair again, Billy Pillins," said Teresa, walking with her sisters, and looking superbly at the freckled, red-haired boy. "Why shan't I?" retorted Billy Pillins. "You won't because you dursn't," said the tiresome Teresa. "You come here then, Teapot, and see if I dursna." Up marched Teapot, and immediately Billy Pillins lugged her black, snaky locks. In a rage she flew at him. Immediately in rushed Ursula and Gudrun and little Katie. In clashed the other Phillipses, Clem and Walter and Eddie Anthony. Then there was a fray. The Brangwen girls were well grown and stronger than many boys. But for pinafores and long hair, they would have carried easy victories. They went home, however, with hair lugged and pinafores torn. It was a joy to the Phillips boys to rip the pinafores of the Brangwen girls. Then there was an outcry. Mrs. Brangwen would not have it. No, she would not. All her innate dignity and standoffishness rose up. Then there was the vicar lecturing the school. It was a sad thing that the boys of Cossethay could not behave more like gentlemen to the girls of Cossethay. Indeed, what kind of boy was it that should set upon a girl, and kick her, and beat her, and tear her pinafore? That boy deserved severe castigation, and the name of coward, for no boy who was not a coward, etc., etc. Meanwhile, much hang-dog fury in the Pillinses' hearts, much virtue in the Brangwen girls, particularly in Teresa's. And the feud continued, with periods of extraordinary amity, when Ursula was Clem Phillips' sweetheart, and Gudrun was Walter's, and Teresa was Billy's, and even the tiny Katie had to be Eddie Anthony's sweetheart. There was the closest union. At every possible moment the little gang of Brangwens and Phillipses flew together. Yet neither Ursula nor Gudrun would have any real intimacy with the Phillips boys. It was a sort of fiction to them, this alliance and this dubbing of sweethearts. Again Mrs. Brangwen rose up. "Ursula, I will not have you raking the roads with lads, so I tell you. Now stop it, and the rest will stop it." How Ursula hated always to represent the little Brangwen club. She could never be herself, no, she was always Ursula Gudrun Theresa Catherine, and later even Billy was added on to her. Moreover, she did not want the Phillipses either, she was out of taste with them. However, the Brangwen-Pillins coalition readily broke down, owing to the unfair superiority of the Brangwens. The Brangwens were rich, they had free access to the Marsh farm. The school teachers were almost respectful to the girls, the vicar spoke to them on equal terms. The Brangwen girls presumed, they tossed their heads. "You're not everybody Ursula Brangwen ugly mug," said Clem Phillips, his face going very red. "I'm better than you, for all that," retorted Ursula. "You think you are, with a face like that, ugly mug. Ursula Brangwen," he began to jeer, trying to set all the others in cry against her. Then there was hostility again. How she hated their jeering. She became cold against the Phillipses. Ursula was very proud in her family. The Brangwen girls had all a curious blind dignity, even a kind of nobility in their bearing. By some result of breed and upbringing, they seemed to rush along their own lives without caring that they existed to other people. Never from the start did it occur to Ursula that other people might hold a low opinion of her. She thought that whosoever knew her, knew she was enough, and accepted her as such. She thought it was a world of people like herself. She suffered bitterly if she were forced to have a low opinion of any person, and she never forgave that person. This was maddening to many little people. All their lives the Brangwens were meeting folk who tried to pull them down to make them seem little. Curiously, the mother was aware of what would happen, and was always ready to give her children the advantage of the move. When Ursula was 12, and the common school and the companionship of the village children, niggardly and begrudging, was beginning to affect her, Anna sent her with Gudrun to the grammar school in Nottingham. This was a great release for Ursula. She had a passionate craving to escape from the belittling circumstances of life, the little jealousies, the little differences, the little meannesses. It was a torture to her that the Phillipses were poorer and meaner than herself, that they used mean little reservations, took petty little advantages. She wanted to be with her equals, but not by diminishing herself. She did want Clem Phillips to be her equal, but by some puzzling, painful fate or other, when he was really there with her, he produced in her a tight feeling in the head. She wanted to beat her forehead, to escape. Then she found that the way to escape was easy. One departed from the whole circumstance. One went away to the grammar school, and left the little school, the meagre teachers, the Phillipses whom she had tried to love but who had made her fail, and whom she could not forgive. She had an instinctive fear of petty people, as a deer is afraid of dogs. Because she was blind, she could not calculate nor estimate people. She must think that everybody was just like herself. She measured by the standard of her own people, her father and mother, her grandmother, her uncles, her beloved father, so utterly simple in his demeanour, yet with his strong, dark soul fixed like a root in unexpressed depths that fascinated and terrified her. Her mother, so strangely free of all money and convention and fear, entirely indifferent to the world, standing by herself, without connection. Her grandmother, who had come from so far and was centred in so wide an horizon. People must come up to these standards before they could be Ursula's people. So even as a girl of 12 she was glad to burst the narrow boundary of Cossethay, where only limited people lived. Outside was all vastness, and a throng of real proud people whom she would love. Going to school by train, she must leave home at 7:45 in the morning, and she did not arrive again till 5:30 at evening. Of this she was glad, for the house was small and over full. It was a storm of movement, whence there had been no escape. She hated so much being in charge. The house was a storm of movement. The children were healthy and turbulent, the mother only wanted their animal well-being. To Ursula, as she grew a little older, it became a nightmare. When she saw later a Rubens picture with storms of naked babies, and found this was called fecundity, she shuddered, and the world became abhorrent to her. She knew as a child what it was to live amidst storms of babies, in the heat and swelter of fecundity. And as a child she was against her mother, passionately against her mother. She craved for some spirituality and stateliness. In bad weather, home was a bedlam. Children dashed in and out of the rain, to the puddles under the dismal yew trees, across the wet flagstones of the kitchen, whilst the cleaning woman grumbled and scolded. Children were swarming on the sofa. Children were kicking the piano in the parlour to make it sound like a beehive. Children were rolling on the hearthrug, legs in air, pulling a book in two between them. Children, fiendish, ubiquitous, were stealing upstairs to find out where our Ursula was, whispering at bedroom doors, hanging on the latch, calling mysteriously, "Ursula! Ursula!" to the girl who had locked herself in to read. And it was hopeless. The locked door excited their sense of mystery. She had to open to dispel the lure. These children hung on to her with round-eyed, excited questions. The mother flourished amid all this. "Better have them noisy than ill," she said. But the growing girls, in turn, suffered bitterly. Ursula was just coming to the stage when Andersen and Grimm were being left behind for the Idylls of the King and romantic love stories. Elaine, the fair Elaine the lovable, Elaine the lily maid of Astolat, high in her chamber in a tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield of Launcelot. How she loved it! How she leaned in her bedroom window, with her black, rough hair on her shoulders, and her warm face all wrapped, and gazed across at the churchyard and the little church, which was a turreted castle, whence Launcelot would ride just now, would wave to her as he rode by, his scarlet cloak passing behind the dark yew trees and between the open space, whilst she, she, would remain the lonely maid, high up and isolated in the tower, polishing the terrible shield, weaving it a covering with a true device, and waiting, always remote and high. At which point there would be a faint scuffle on the stairs, a light-pitched whispering outside the door, and a creaking of the latch, then Billy, excited, whispering, "It's locked! It's locked!" Then the knocking, kicking at the door with childish knees, and the urgent, childish, "Ursula! Our Ursula! Ursula! Hey, our Ursula!" No reply. "Ursula! Hey, our Ursula!" The name was shouted now. Still no answer. "Mother, she won't answer," came the yell. "She's dead." "Go away, I'm not dead. What do you want?" came the angry voice of the girl. "Open the door, our Ursula," came the complaining cry. It was all over. She must open the door. She heard the screech of the bucket downstairs, dragged across the flagstones as the woman washed the kitchen floor. And the children were prowling in the bedroom, asking, "What were you doing? What did you lock the door for?" Then she discovered the key of the parish room, and betook herself there, and sat on some sacks with her books. There began another dream. She was the only daughter of the old lord. She was gifted with magic. Day followed day of rapt silence, whilst she wandered ghost-like in the hushed, ancient mansion, or flitted along the sleeping terraces. Here a grave grief attacked her, that her hair was dark. She must have fair hair and a white skin. She was rather bitter about her black mane. Never mind, she would dye it when she grew up, or bleach it in the sun, till it was bleached fair. Meanwhile she wore a fair white coif of pure Venetian lace. She flitted silently along the terraces, where jewelled lizards basked upon the stone, and did not move when her shadow fell upon them. In the utter stillness she heard the tinkle of the fountain, and smelled the roses whose blossoms hung rich and motionless. So she drifted on the wistful feet of beauty, past the water and the swans, to the noble park, where underneath a great oak a doe all dappled lay with her 4 fine feet together, her fawn nestling sun-coloured beside her. Oh, and this doe was her familiar. It would talk to her, because she was a magician. It would tell her stories as if the sunshine spoke. Then one day she left the door of the parish room unlocked, careless and unheeding as she always was. The children found their way in. Katie cut her finger and howled. Billy hacked notches in the fine chisels, and did much damage. There was a great commotion. The crossness of the mother was soon finished. Ursula locked up in the room again, and considered all was over. Then her father came in with the notched tools, his forehead knotted. "Who the deuce opened the door?" he cried in anger. "It was Ursula who opened the door," said her mother. He had a duster in his hand. He turned and flapped the cloth hard across the girl's face. The cloth stung. For a moment the girl was as if stunned. Then she remained motionless, her face closed and stubborn. But her heart was blazing. In spite of herself the tears surged higher. In spite of her they surged higher. In spite of her, her face broke. She made a curious gulping grimace, and the tears were falling. So she went away, desolate. But her blazing heart was fierce and unyielding. He watched her go, and a pleasurable pain filled him. A sense of triumph and easy power, followed immediately by acute pity. "I'm sure that was unnecessary, to hit the girl across the face," said the mother coldly. "A flick with the duster won't hurt her," he said. "Nor will it do her any good." For days, for weeks, Ursula's heart burned from this rebuff. She felt so cruelly vulnerable. Did he not know how vulnerable she was, how exposed and wincing? He, of all people, knew. And he wanted to do this to her. He wanted to hurt her right through her closest sensitiveness. He wanted to treat her with shame, to maim her with insult. Her heart burnt in isolation, like a watchfire lighted. She did not forget, she did not forget. She never forgot. When she returned to her love for her father, the seed of mistrust and defiance burned unquenched, though covered up far from sight. She no longer belonged to him unquestioned. Slowly, slowly, the fire of mistrust and defiance burned in her, burned away her connection with him. She ran a good deal alone, having a passion for all moving, active things. She loved the little brooks. Wherever she found a little running water, she was happy. It seemed to make her run and sing in spirit along with it. She could sit for hours by a brook or stream, on the roots of the alders, and watch the water hasten dancing over the stones, or among the twigs of a fallen branch. Sometimes little fish vanished before they had become real, like hallucinations. Sometimes wagtails ran by the water's brink. Sometimes other little birds came to drink. She saw a kingfisher darting blue, and then she was very happy. The kingfisher was the key to the magic world. He was witness of the border of enchantment. But she must move out of the intricate woven illusion of her life, the illusion of a father whose life was an odyssey and an outer world, the illusion of her grandmother, of realities so shadowy and far off that they became as mystic symbols, peasant girls with wreaths of blue flowers in their hair, the sledges and the depths of winter, the dark-bearded young grandfather, marriage and war and death, then the multitude of illusions concerning herself, how she was truly a princess of Poland, how in England she was under a spell, she was not really this Ursula Brangwen, then the mirage of her reading. Out of the multicoloured illusion of this, her life, she must move on to the grammar school in Nottingham. She was shy, and she suffered. For one thing, she bit her nails, and had a cruel consciousness in her fingertips, a shame, an exposure. Out of all proportion this shame haunted her. She spent hours of torture, conjuring how she might keep her gloves on, if she might say her hands were scalded, if she might seem to forget to take off her gloves. For she was going to inherit her own estate, when she went to the high school. There each girl was a lady. There she was going to walk among free souls, her co-mates and her equals, and all petty things would be put away. Ah, if she would only not bite her nails! If only she had not this blemish! She wanted so much to be perfect, without spot or blemish, living the high, noble life. It was a grief to her that her father made such a poor introduction. He was brief as ever, like a boy saying his errand, and his clothes looked ill-fitting and casual, whereas Ursula would have liked robes and a ceremonial of introduction to this, her new estate. She made a new illusion of school. Miss Gray, the headmistress, had a certain silvery, school-mistressy beauty of character. The school itself had been a gentleman's house. Dark, sombre lawns separated it from the dark, select avenue. But its rooms were large and of good appearance, and from the back one looked over lawns and shrubbery, over the trees and the grassy slope of the arboretum, to the town which heaped the hollow with its roofs and cupolas and its shadows. So Ursula seated herself upon the hill of learning, looking down on the smoke and confusion and the manufacturing, engrossed activity of the town. She was happy. Up here in the grammar school she fancied the air was finer, beyond the factory smoke. She wanted to learn Latin and Greek and French and mathematics. She trembled like a postulant when she wrote the Greek alphabet for the first time. She was upon another hill slope, whose summit she had not scaled. There was always the marvellous eagerness in her heart to climb and see beyond. A Latin verb was virgin soil to her. She sniffed a new odour in it. It meant something, though she did not know what it meant. But she gathered it up. It was significant. When she knew that x squared minus y squared equals brackets x plus y brackets x minus y, then she felt that she had grasped something, that she was liberated into an intoxicating air, rare and unconditioned. And she was very glad as she wrote her French exercise, "Je donne le pain à mon petit frère." In all these things there was the sound of a bugle to her heart, exhilarating, summoning her to perfect places. She never forgot her brown Longman's First French Grammar, nor her Via Latina with its red edges, nor her little grey algebra book. There was always a magic in them. At learning she was quick, intelligent, instinctive, but she was not thorough. If a thing did not come to her instinctively, she could not learn it. And then her mad rage of loathing for all lessons, her bitter contempt of all teachers and schoolmistresses, her recoil to a fierce, animal arrogance made her detestable. She was a free, unabateable animal, she declared in her revolts. There was no law for her, nor any rule. She existed for herself alone. Then ensued a long struggle with everybody, in which she broke down at last, when she had run the full length of her resistance, and sobbed her heart out, desolate. And afterwards, in a chastened, washed out, bodiless state, she received the understanding that would not come before, and went her way sadder and wiser. Ursula and Gudrun went to school together. Gudrun was a shy, quiet, wild creature, a thin slip of a thing hanging back from notice, or twisting past to disappear into her own world again. She seemed to avoid all contact instinctively, and pursued her own intent way, pursuing half-formed fancies that had no relation to anyone else. She was not clever at all. She thought Ursula clever enough for two. Ursula understood, so why should she, Gudrun, bother herself? The younger girl lived her religious, responsible life in her sister, by proxy. For herself she was indifferent and intent as a wild animal, and as irresponsible. When she found herself at the bottom of the class, she laughed, lazily, and was content, saying she was safe now. She did not mind her father's chagrin, nor her mother's tinge of mortification. "What do I pay for you to go to Nottingham for?" her father asked, exasperated. "Well, Dad, you know you needn't pay for me," she replied, nonchalant. "I'm ready to stop at home." She was happy at home. Ursula was not. Slim and unwilling abroad, Gudrun was easy in her own house as a wild thing in its lair, whereas Ursula, attentive and keen abroad, at home was reluctant, uneasy, unwilling to be herself, or unable. Nevertheless, Sunday remained the maximum day of the week for both. Ursula turned passionately to it, to the sense of eternal security it gave. She suffered anguish of fears during the weekdays, for she felt strong powers that would not recognise her. There was upon her always a fear and a dislike of authority. She felt she could always do as she wanted if she managed to avoid a battle with authority and the authorised powers. But if she gave herself away, she would be lost, destroyed. There was always the menace against her. This strange sense of cruelty and ugliness always imminent, ready to seize hold upon her, this feeling of the grudging power of the mob lying in wait for her, who was the exception, formed one of the deepest influences of her life. Wherever she was, at school, among friends, in the street, in the train, she instinctively abated herself, made herself smaller, feigned to be less than she was, for fear that her undiscovered self should be seen, pounced upon, attacked by brutish resentment of the commonplace, the average self. She was fairly safe at school now. She knew how to take her place there, and how much of herself to reserve, but she was free only on Sundays. When she was but a girl of 14, she began to feel a resentment growing against her in her own home. She knew she was the disturbing influence there, but as yet, on Sundays, she was free, really free, free to be herself, without fear or misgiving. Even at its stormiest, Sunday was a blessed day. Ursula woke to it with a feeling of immense relief. She wondered why her heart was so light. Then she remembered it was Sunday. A gladness seemed to burst out around her, a feeling of great freedom. The whole world was for 24 hours revoked, put back. Only the Sunday world existed. She loved the very confusion of the household. It was lucky if the children slept till 7 o'clock. Usually, soon after 6, a chirp was heard, a voice, an excited chirrup began, announcing the creation of a new day. There was a thudding of quick little feet, and the children were up and about, scampering in their shirts, with pink legs and glistening, flossy hair all clean from the Saturday's night bathing, their souls excited by their bodies' cleanliness. As the house began to teem with rushing, half-naked, clean children, one of the parents rose, either the mother, easy and slatternly, with her thick dark hair loosely coiled and slipping over one ear, or the father, warm and comfortable, with ruffled black hair and shirt unbuttoned at the neck. Then the girls upstairs heard the continual, "Now then, Billy, what are you up to?" in the father's strong, vibrating voice, or the mother's dignified, "I have said, Cassie, I will not have it." It was amazing how the father's voice could ring out like a gong, without his being in the least moved, and how the mother could speak like a queen holding an audience, though her blouse was sticking out all round, and her hair was not fastened up, and the children were yelling a pandemonium. Gradually breakfast was produced, and the elder girls came down into the babel, whilst half-naked children flitted round like the wrong ends of cherubs, as Gudrun said, watching the bare little legs and the chubby tails appearing and disappearing. Gradually the young ones were captured, and nightdresses finally removed, ready for the clean Sunday shirt. But before the Sunday shirt was slipped over the fleecy head, away darted the naked body, to wallow in the sheepskin which formed the parlour rug, whilst the mother walked after, protesting sharply, holding the shirt like a noose, and the father's bronze voice rang out, and the naked child, wallowing on its back in the deep sheepskin, announced gleefully, "I'm bading in the sea, mother." "Why should I walk after you with your shirt?" said the mother. "Get up now." "I'm bading in the sea, mother," repeated the wallowing, naked figure. "We say bathing, not bading," said the mother, with her strange indifferent dignity. "I am waiting here with your shirt." At length shirts were on, and stockings were paired, and little trousers buttoned and little petticoats tied behind. The besetting cowardice of the family was its shirking of the garter question. "Where are your garters, Cassie?" "I don't know." "Well, look for them." But not one of the elder Brangwens would really face the situation. After Cassie had grovelled under all the furniture and blacked up all her Sunday cleanliness, to the infinite grief of everybody, the garter was forgotten in the new washing of the young face and hands. Later Ursula would be indignant to see Miss Cassie marching into church from Sunday school, with her stockings sluthered down to her ankle, and a grubby knee showing. "It's disgraceful," cried Ursula at dinner. "People will think we're pigs, and the children are never washed." "Never mind what people think," said the mother superbly. "I see that the child is bathed properly, and if I satisfy myself, I satisfy everybody. She can't keep her stocking up and no garter, and it isn't the child's fault she was let to go without one." The garter trouble continued in varying degrees, but till each child wore long skirts or long trousers, it was not removed. On this day of decorum, the Brangwen family went to church by the high road, making a detour outside all the garden hedge rather than climb the wall into the churchyard. There was no law of this from the parents. The children themselves were the wardens of the Sabbath decency, very jealous and instant with each other. It came to be, gradually, that after church on Sundays the house was really something of a sanctuary, with peace breathing like a strange bird alighted in the rooms. Indoors, only reading and tale-telling and quiet pursuits, such as drawing, were allowed. Out of doors, all playing was to be carried on unobtrusively. If there were noise, yelling or shouting, then some fierce spirit woke up in the father and the elder children, so that the younger were subdued, afraid of being excommunicated. The children themselves preserved the Sabbath. If Ursula in her vanity sang, Il était un bergère, et un petit patapon, Theresa was sure to cry, That's not a Sunday song, our Ursula. You don't know, replied Ursula, superior. Nevertheless, she wavered, and her song faded down before she came to the end. Because, though she did not know it, her Sunday was very precious to her. She found herself in a strange, undefined place, where her spirit could wander in dreams, unassailed. The white-robed spirit of Christ passed between olive trees. It was a vision, not a reality, and she herself partook of the visionary being. There was the voice in the night calling, Samuel, Samuel, and still the voice called in the night, but not this night, nor last night, but in the unfathomed night of Sunday, of the Sabbath silence. There was sin, the serpent in whom was also wisdom. There was Judas with the money and the kiss. But there was no actual sin. If Ursula slapped Theresa across the face, even on a Sunday, that was not sin, the everlasting. It was misbehaviour. If Billy played truant from Sunday school, he was bad, he was wicked, but he was not a sinner. Sin was absolute and everlasting. Wickedness and badness were temporary and relative. When Billy, catching up the local jargon, called Cassie a sinner, everybody detested him. Yet when there came to the Marsh a flippity-floppity foxhound puppy, he was mischievously christened Sinner. The Brangwens shrank from applying their religion to their own immediate actions. They wanted the sense of the eternal and immortal, not a list of rules for everyday conduct. Therefore they were badly behaved children, headstrong and arrogant, though their feelings were generous. They had, moreover, intolerable to their ordinary neighbours, a proud gesture that did not fit with the jealous idea of the democratic Christian, so that they were always extraordinary, outside of the ordinary. How bitterly Ursula resented her first acquaintance with evangelical teachings. She got a peculiar thrill from the application of salvation to her own personal case. Jesus died for me, he suffered for me. There was a pride and a thrill in it, followed almost immediately by a sense of dreariness. Jesus with holes in his hands and feet, it was distasteful to her. The shadowy Jesus with the stigmata, that was her own vision. But Jesus, the actual man, talking with teeth and lips, telling one to put one's finger into his wounds, like a villager gloating in his sores, repelled her. She was enemy of those who insisted on the humanity of Christ. If he were just a man, living in ordinary human life, then she was indifferent. But it was the jealousy of vulgar people which must insist on the humanity of Christ. It was the vulgar mind which would allow nothing extra-human, nothing beyond itself to exist. It was the dirty, desecrating hands of the revivalists which wanted to drag Jesus into this everyday life, to dress Jesus up in trousers and frock coat, to compel him to a vulgar equality of footing. It was the impudent suburban soul which would ask, what would Jesus do if he were in my shoes? Against all this the Brangwens stood at bay. If any one, it was the mother who was caught by, or who was most careless of the vulgar clamour. She would have nothing extra-human. She never really subscribed, all her life, to Brangwen's mystical passion. But Ursula was with her father. As she became adolescent, 13, 14, she set more and more against her mother's practical indifference. To Ursula there was something callous, almost wicked in her mother's attitude. What did Anna Brangwen in these years care for God or Jesus or angels? She was the immediate life of today. Children were still being born to her. She was thronged with all the little activities of her family, and almost instinctively she resented her husband's slavish service to the church, his dark, subject hankering to worship an unseen God. What did the unrevealed God matter, when a man had a young family that needed fettling for? Let him attend to the immediate concerns of his life, not go projecting himself towards the ultimate. But Ursula was all for the ultimate. She was always in revolt against babies and muddled domesticity. To her Jesus was another world. He was not of this world. He did not thrust his hands under her face and, pointing to his wounds, say, "Look, Ursula Brangwen, I got these for your sake. Now do as you're told." To her, Jesus was beautifully remote, shining in the distance, like a white moon at sunset, a crescent moon beckoning as it follows the sun out of our ken. Sometimes dark clouds standing very far off, pricking up into a clear yellow band of sunset, of a winter evening, reminded her of Calvary. Sometimes the full moon rising blood red upon the hill terrified her with the knowledge that Christ was now dead, hanging heavy and dead upon the cross. On Sundays this visionary world came to pass. She heard the long hush. She knew the marriage of dark and light was taking place. In church the voice sounded, re-echoing not from this world, as if the church itself were a shell that still spoke the language of creation. "The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children unto them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown." Over this Ursula was stirred as by a call from far off. In those days, would not the sons of God have found her fair? Would she not have been taken to wife by one of the sons of God? It was a dream that frightened her, for she could not understand it. Who were the sons of God? Was not Jesus the only begotten Son? Was not Adam the only man created from God? Yet there were men not begotten by Adam. Who were these, and whence did they come? They too must derive from God. Had God many offspring, besides Adam and besides Jesus, children whose origin the children of Adam cannot recognise? And perhaps these children, these sons of God, had known no expulsion, no ignominy of the fall. These came on free feet to the daughters of men, and saw they were fair, and took them to wife, so that the women conceived and brought forth men of renown. This was a genuine fate. She moved about in the essential days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. Nor would any comparison of myths destroy her passion in the knowledge. Jove had become a bull or a man in order to love a mortal woman. He had begotten in her a giant, a hero. Very good, so he had, in Greece. For herself, she was no Grecian woman. Not Jove, nor Pan, nor any of those gods, not even Bacchus nor Apollo could come to her. But the sons of God who took to wife the daughters of men, these were such as should take her to wife. She clung to the secret hope, the aspiration. She lived a dual life, one where the facts of daily life encompassed everything, being legion, and the other wherein the facts of daily life were superseded by the eternal truth. So utterly did she desire the sons of God should come to the daughters of men, and she believed more in her desire and its fulfilment than in the obvious facts of life. The fact that a man was a man did not state his descent from Adam, did not exclude that he was also one of the unhistoried, unaccountable sons of God. As yet she was confused, but not denied. Again she heard the voice, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into heaven." But it was explained the needle's eye was a little gateway for foot passengers, through which the great humped camel with his load could not possibly squeeze himself, or perhaps at a great risk. If he were a little camel, he might get through. For one could not absolutely exclude the rich man from heaven, said the Sunday school teachers. It pleased her also to know that in the East one must use hyperbole, or else remain unheard, because the Eastern man must see a thing swelling to fill all heaven, or dwindled to a mere nothing, before he is suitably impressed. She immediately sympathised with this Eastern mind. Yet the words continued to have a meaning that was untouched either by the knowledge of gateways or hyperboles. The historical or local or psychological interest in the words was another thing. There remained unaltered the inexplicable value of the saying. What was this relation between a needle's eye, a rich man, and heaven? What sort of a needle's eye? What sort of a rich man? What sort of heaven? Who knows? It means the absolute world, and can never be more than half interpreted in terms of the relative world. But must one apply the speech literally? Was her father a rich man? Couldn't he get to heaven? Or was he only a half-rich man? Or was he merely a poor man? At any rate, unless he gave everything away to the poor, he would find it much harder to get to heaven. The needle's eye would be too tight for him. She almost wished he were penniless poor. If one were coming to the base of it, any man was rich who was not as poor as the poorest. She had her qualms. When in imagination she saw her father giving away their piano and the 2 cows and the capital at the bank to the labourers of the district, so that they, the Brangwens, should be as poor as the Wherrys, and she did not want it, she was impatient. Very well, she thought, we'll forego that heaven, that's all. At any rate the needle's eye sort. And she dismissed the problem. She was not going to be as poor as the Wherrys, not for all the sayings on earth. The miserable, squalid Wherrys. So she reverted to the non-literal application of the scriptures. Her father very rarely read, but he had collected many books of reproductions, and he would sit and look at these, curiously intent, like a child, yet with a passion that was not childish. He loved the early Italian painters, but particularly Giotto and Fra Angelico and Filippo Lippi. The great compositions cast a spell over him. How many times had he turned to Raphael's Dispute of the Sacrament, or Fra Angelico's Last Judgment, or the beautiful, complicated renderings of the Adoration of the Magi. And always, each time, he received the same gradual fulfilment of delight. It had to do with the establishment of a whole mystical, architectural conception which used the human figure as a unit. Sometimes he had to hurry home, and go to the Fra Angelico Last Judgment, the pathway of open graves, the huddled earth on either side, the seemly heaven arranged above, the singing process to paradise on the one hand, the stuttering descent to hell on the other, completed and satisfied him. He did not care whether or not he believed in devils or angels. The whole conception gave him the deepest satisfaction, and he wanted nothing more. Ursula, accustomed to these pictures from her childhood, hunted out their detail. She adored Fra Angelico's flowers and light and angels. She liked the demons and enjoyed the hell. But the representation of the encircled God, surrounded by all the angels on high, suddenly bored her. The figure of the Most High bored her, and roused her resentment. Was this the culmination and the meaning of it all, this draped, null figure? The angels were so lovely, and the light so beautiful, and only for this, to surround such a banality for God! She was dissatisfied, but not fit as yet to criticise. There was yet so much to wonder over. Winter came, pine branches were torn down in the snow, the green pine needles looked rich upon the ground. There was the wonderful, starry, straight track of a pheasant's footsteps across the snow imprinted so clear. There was the lobbing mark of the rabbit, 2 holes abreast, 2 holes following behind. The hare shoved deeper shafts, slanting, and his 2 hind feet came down together and made one large pit. The cat podded little holes, and birds made a lacy pattern. Gradually there gathered the feeling of expectation. Christmas was coming. In the shed at nights a secret candle was burning, a sound of veiled voices was heard. The boys were learning the old mystery play of St. George and Beelzebub. Twice a week by lamplight there was choir practice in the church, for the learning of old carols Brangwen wanted to hear. The girls went to these practices. Everywhere was a sense of mystery and rousedness. Everybody was preparing for something. The time came near. The girls were decorating the church with cold fingers, binding holly and fir and yew about the pillars, till a new spirit was in the church. The stone broke out into the dark, rich leaf, the arches put forth their buds, and cold flowers rose to blossom in the dim, mystic atmosphere. Ursula must weave mistletoe over the door and over the screen, and hang a silver dove from a sprig of yew, till dusk came down, and the church was like a grove. In the cowshed the boys were blacking their faces for a dress rehearsal. The turkey hung dead, with opened, speckled wings in the dairy. The time was come to make pies, in readiness. The expectation grew more tense. The star was risen into the sky, the songs, the carols were ready to hail it. The star was the sign in the sky. Earth too should give a sign. As evening drew on, hearts beat fast with anticipation. Hands were full of ready gifts. There were the tremulously expectant words of the church service. The night was past and the morning was come. The gifts were given and received. Joy and peace made a flapping of wings in each heart. There was a great burst of carols. The peace of the world had dawned. Strife had passed away. Every hand was linked in hand. Every heart was singing. It was bitter though, that Christmas day, as it drew on to evening, and night became a sort of bank holiday, flat and stale. The morning was so wonderful, but in the afternoon and evening the ecstasy perished like a nipped thing, like a bud in a false spring. Alas, that Christmas was only a domestic feast, a feast of sweetmeats and toys. Why did not the grown-ups also change their everyday hearts and give way to ecstasy? Where was the ecstasy? How passionately the Brangwens craved for it, the ecstasy. The father was troubled, dark-faced and disconsolate on Christmas night, because the passion was not there, because the day was become as every day, and hearts were not aflame. Upon the mother was a kind of absentness, as ever, as if she were exiled for all her life. Where was the fiery heart of joy, now the coming was fulfilled? Where was the star, the Magi's transport, the thrill of new being that shook the earth? Still it was there, even if it were faint and inadequate. The cycle of creation still wheeled in the church year. After Christmas, the ecstasy slowly sank and changed. Sunday followed Sunday, trailing a fine movement, a finely developed transformation over the heart of the family. The heart that was big with joy, that had seen the star and had followed to the inner walls of the Nativity, that there had swooned in the great light, must now feel the light slowly withdrawing, a shadow falling, darkening. The chill crept in, silence came over the earth, and then all was darkness. The veil of the temple was rent, each heart gave up the ghost and sank dead. They moved quietly, a little wanness on the lips of the children at Good Friday, feeling the shadow upon their hearts. Then, pale with a deathly scent, came the lilies of resurrection that shone coldly till the Comforter was given. But why the memory of the wounds and the death? Surely Christ rose with healed hands and feet, sound and strong and glad. Surely the passage of the cross and the tomb was forgotten. But no, always the memory of the wounds, always the smell of grave clothes. A small thing was resurrection compared with the cross and the death in this cycle. So the children lived the year of Christianity, the epic of the soul of mankind. Year by year the inner, unknown drama went on in them. Their hearts were born and came to fullness, suffered on the cross, gave up the ghost, and rose again to unnumbered days, untired, having at least this rhythm of eternity in a ragged, inconsequential life. But it was becoming a mechanical action now, this drama. Birth at Christmas for death at Good Friday. On Easter Sunday the life drama was as good as finished. For the resurrection was shadowy and overcome by the shadow of death. The ascension was scarce noticed, a mere confirmation of death. What was the hope and the fulfilment? Nay, was it all only a useless after-death, a wan, bodiless after-death? Alas and alas for the passion of the human heart that must die so long before the body was dead. For from the grave, after the passion and the trial of anguish, the body rose torn and chill and colourless. Did not Christ say, "Mary"? And when she turned with outstretched hands to him, did he not hasten to add, "Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father"? Then how could the hands rejoice, or the heart be glad, seeing themselves repulsed? Alas for the resurrection of the dead body! Alas for the wavering, glimmering appearance of the risen Christ! Alas for the ascension into heaven, which is a shadow within death, a complete passing away! Alas that so soon the drama is over, that life is ended at 33, that the half of the year of the soul is cold and historyless! Alas that a risen Christ has no place with us! Alas that the memory of the passion of sorrow and death and the grave holds triumph over the pale fact of resurrection! But why? Why shall I not rise with my body whole and perfect, shining with strong life? Why, when Mary says, Rabboni, shall I not take her in my arms and kiss her and hold her to my breast? Why is the risen body deadly and abhorrent with wounds? The resurrection is to life, not to death. Shall I not see those who have risen again walk here among men perfect in body and spirit, whole and glad in the flesh, living in the flesh, loving in the flesh, begetting children in the flesh, arrived at last to wholeness, perfect without scar or blemish, healthy without fear of ill health? Is this not the period of manhood and of joy and fulfilment after the resurrection? Who shall be shadowed by death and the cross, being risen, and who shall fear the mystic, perfect flesh that belongs to heaven? Can I not then walk this earth in gladness, being risen from sorrow? Can I not eat with my brother happily, and with joy kiss my beloved, after my resurrection, celebrate my marriage in the flesh with feastings, go about my business eagerly, in the joy of my fellows? Is heaven impatient for me, and bitter against this earth, that I should hurry off, or that I should linger pale and untouched? Is the flesh which was crucified become as poison to the crowds in the street, or is it as a strong gladness and hope to them, as the first flower blossoming out of the earth's humus? End of chapter 10. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Love. As Ursula passed from girlhood towards womanhood, gradually the cloud of self-responsibility gathered upon her. She became aware of herself, that she was a separate entity in the midst of an unseparated obscurity, that she must go somewhere, she must become something. And she was afraid, troubled. Why, oh why must one grow up? Why must one inherit this heavy, numbing responsibility of living an undiscovered life? Out of the nothing and the undifferentiated mass to make something of herself? But what? In the obscurity and pathlessness to take a direction? But whither? How take even one step? And yet, how stand still? This was torment indeed, to inherit the responsibility of one's own life. The religion which had been another world for her, a glorious sort of play world, where she lived, climbing the tree with the short-statured man, walking shakily on the sea, like the disciple, breaking the bread into 5,000 portions, like the Lord, giving a great picnic to 5,000 people, now fell away from reality, and became a tale, a myth, an illusion, which, however much one might assert it to be true, an historical fact, one knew was not true. At least for this present-day life of ours. There could, within the limits of this life we know, be no feeding of the 5,000, and the girl had come to the point where she held that that which one cannot experience in daily life is not true for oneself. So the old duality of life, wherein there had been a weekday world of people and trains and duties and reports, and besides that, a Sunday world of absolute truth and living mystery, of walking upon the waters and being blinded by the face of the Lord, of following the pillar of cloud across the desert, and watching the bush that crackled yet did not burn away, this old, unquestioned duality suddenly was found to be broken apart. The weekday world had triumphed over the Sunday world. The Sunday world was not real, or at least not actual, and one lived by action. Only the weekday world mattered. She, herself, Ursula Brangwen, must know how to take the weekday life. Her body must be a weekday body, held in the world's estimate. Her soul must have a weekday value, known according to the world's knowledge. Well then, there was a weekday life to live, of action and deeds, and so there was a necessity to choose one's action and one's deeds. One was responsible to the world for what one did. Nay, one was more than responsible to the world. One was responsible to oneself. There was some puzzling, tormenting residue of the Sunday world within her, some persistent Sunday self, which insisted upon a relationship with the now shed-away vision world. How could one keep up a relationship with that which one denied? Her task was now to learn the weekday life. How to act, that was the question. Whither to go, how to become oneself. One was not oneself, one was merely a half-stated question. How to become oneself, how to know the question and the answer of oneself, when one was merely an unfixed something, nothing, blowing about like the winds of heaven, undefined, unstated. She turned to the visions, which had spoken far-off words that ran along the blood like ripples of an unseen wind. She heard the words again. She denied the vision, for she must be a weekday person, to whom visions were not true, and she demanded only the weekday meaning of the words. There were words spoken by the vision, and words must have a weekday meaning, since words were weekday stuff. Let them speak now. Let them bespeak themselves in weekday terms. The vision should translate itself into weekday terms. "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor," she heard on Sunday morning. That was plain enough for Monday morning too. As she went down the hill, to the station, going to school, she took the saying with her. "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor." Did she want to do that? Did she want to sell her pearl-backed brush and mirror, her silver candlestick, her pendant, her lovely little necklace, and go dressed in drab like the Wherrys, the lovely uncombed Wherrys, who were the poor to her? She did not. She walked this Monday morning on the verge of misery. But she did not want to do what was right, and she didn't want to do what the Gospel said. She didn't want to be poor, really poor. The thought was a horror to her, to live like the Wherrys, so ugly, to be at the mercy of everybody. Sell that thou hast and give to the poor. One could not do it in real life. How dreary and hopeless it made her. Nor could one turn the other cheek. Theresa slapped Ursula on the face. Ursula, in a mood of Christian humility, silently presented the other side of her face, which Theresa, in exasperation at the challenge, also hit. Whereupon Ursula, with boiling heart, went meekly away. But anger and deep writhing shame tortured her, so she was not easy till she had again quarrelled with Theresa, and had almost shaken her sister's head off. "That'll teach you," she said grimly. And she went away, unchristian, but clean. There was something unclean and degrading about this humble side of Christianity. Ursula suddenly revolted to the other extreme. "I hate the Wherrys, and I wish they were dead. Why does my father leave us in the lurch like this, making us be poor and insignificant? Why is he not more? If we had a father as he ought to be, he would be Earl William Brangwen, and I should be the Lady Ursula. What right have I to be poor, crawling along the lane like vermin? If I had my rights, I should be seated on horseback in a green riding habit, and my groom would be behind me, and I should stop at the gates of the cottages, and inquire of the cottage woman who came out with a child in her arms, how did her husband, who had hurt his foot, and I would pat the flaxen head of the child, stooping from my horse, and I would give her a shilling from my purse, and order nourishing food to be sent from the hall to the cottage." So she rode in her pride, and sometimes she dashed into flames to rescue a forgotten child, or she dived into the canal locks and supported a boy who was seized with cramp, or she swept up a toddling infant from the feet of a runaway horse, always imaginatively, of course. But in the end there returned the poignant yearning from the Sunday world. As she went down in the morning from Cossitay and saw Ilkeston smoking blue and tender upon its hill, then her heart surged with far-off words. "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not." The passion rose in her for Christ, for the gathering under the wings of security and warmth. But how did it apply to the weekday world? What could it mean, but that Christ should clasp her to his breast as a mother clasps her child? And oh, for Christ, for him who could hold her to his breast and lose her there. Oh, for the breast of a man, where she should have refuge and bliss for ever. All her senses quivered with passionate yearning. Vaguely she knew that Christ meant something else, that in the vision world he spoke of Jerusalem, something that did not exist in the everyday world. It was not houses and factories he would hold in his bosom, nor householders, nor factory workers, nor poor people, but something that had no part in the weekday world, nor seen nor touched with weekday hands and eyes. Yet she must have it in weekday terms, she must. For all her life was a weekday life now, this was the whole. So he must gather her body to his breast, that was strong with a broad bone, and which sounded with the beating of the heart, and which was warm with the life of which she partook, the life of the running blood. So she craved for the breast of the Son of Man to lie there, and she was ashamed in her soul, ashamed. For whereas Christ spoke for the vision to answer, she answered from the weekday fact. It was a betrayal, a transference of meaning from the vision world to the matter-of-fact world. So she was ashamed of her religious ecstasy, and dreaded lest anyone should see it. Early in the year, when the lambs came, and shelters were built of straw, and on her uncle's farm the men sat at night with a lantern and a dog, then again there swept over her this passionate confusion between the vision world and the weekday world. Again she felt Jesus in the countryside. Ah, he would lift up the lambs in his arms. Ah, and she was the lamb. Again, in the morning, going down the lane, she heard the ewe call, and the lambs came running, shaking and twinkling with newborn bliss, and she saw them stooping, nuzzling, groping to the udder, to find the teats, whilst the mother turned her head gravely and sniffed her own, and they were sucking, vibrating with bliss on their little long legs, their throats stretched up, their new bodies quivering to the stream of blood-warm, loving milk. Oh, and the bliss, the bliss! She could scarcely tear herself away to go to school. The little noses nuzzling at the udder, the little bodies so glad and sure, the little black legs crooked, the mother standing still, yielding herself to their quivering attraction. Then the mother walked calmly away. Jesus, the vision world, the everyday world, all mixed inextricably in a confusion of pain and bliss. It was almost agony, the confusion, the inextricability. Jesus, the vision, speaking to her who was non-visionary, and she would take his words of the Spirit and make them to pander to her own carnality. This was a shame to her. The confusing of the spirit world with the material world in her own soul degraded her. She answered the call of the Spirit in terms of the immediate, everyday desire. "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." It was the temporal answer she gave. She leapt with sensuous yearning to respond to Christ. If she could go to him really, and lay her head on his breast, to have comfort, to be made much of, caressed like a child. All the time she walked in a confused heat of religious yearning. She wanted Jesus to love her deliciously, to take her sensuous offering, to give her sensuous response. For weeks she went in a muse of enjoyment. And all the time she knew underneath that she was playing false, accepting the passion of Jesus for her own physical satisfaction. But she was in such a daze, such a tangle. How could she get free? She hated herself. She wanted to trample on herself, destroy herself. How could one become free? She hated religion because it lent itself to her confusion. She abused everything. She wanted to become hard, indifferent, brutally callous to everything but just the immediate need, the immediate satisfaction. To have a yearning towards Jesus, only that she might use him to pander to her own soft sensation, use him as a means of reacting upon herself, maddened her in the end. There was then no Jesus, no sentimentality. With all the bitter hatred of helplessness, she hated sentimentality. At this period came the young Skrebensky. She was nearly 16 years old, a slim, smouldering girl, deeply reticent, yet lapsing into unreserved expansiveness now and then, when she seemed to give away her whole soul, but when in fact she only made another counterfeit of her soul for outward presentation. She was sensitive in the extreme, always tortured, always affecting a callous indifference to screen herself. She was at this time a nuisance on the face of the earth, with her spasmodic passion and her slumberous torment. She seemed to go with all her soul in her hands, yearning to the other person. Yet all the while, deep at the bottom of her, was a childish antagonism of distrust. She thought she loved everybody and believed in everybody. But because she could not love herself, nor believe in herself, she mistrusted everybody with the mistrust of a serpent or a captured bird. Her starts of revulsion and hatred were more inevitable than her impulses of love. So she wrestled through her dark days of confusion, soulless, uncreated, unformed. One evening, as she was studying in the parlour, her head buried in her hands, she heard new voices in the kitchen speaking. At once, from its apathy, her excitable spirit started and strained to listen. It seemed to crouch, to lurk under cover, tense, glaring forth, unwilling to be seen. There were two strange men's voices, one soft and candid, veiled with soft candour, the other veiled with easy mobility, running quickly. Ursula sat quite tense, shocked out of her studies, lost. She listened all the time to the sound of the voices, scarcely heeding the words. The first speaker was her Uncle Tom. She knew the naïve candour, covering the girding and savage misery of his soul. Who was the other speaker? Whose voice ran on so easy, yet with an inflamed pulse? It seemed to hasten and urge her forward, that other voice. "I remember you," the young man's voice was saying. "I remember you from the first time I saw you, because of your dark eyes and fair face." Mrs. Brangwen laughed, shy and pleased. "You were a curly-headed little lad," she said. "Was I? Yes, I know. They were very proud of my curls." And her laugh ran to silence. "You were a very well-mannered lad, I remember," said her father. "Oh, did I ask you to stay the night? I always used to ask people to stay the night. I believe it was rather trying for my mother." There was a general laugh. Ursula rose. She had to go. At the click of the latch everybody looked round. The girl hung in the doorway, seized with a moment's fierce confusion. She was going to be good-looking. Now she had an attractive gawkiness, as she hung a moment, not knowing how to carry her shoulders. Her dark hair was tied behind her. Her yellow-brown eyes shone without direction. Behind her, in the parlour, was the soft light of a lamp upon open books. A superficial readiness took her to her Uncle Tom, who kissed her, greeting her with warmth, making a show of intimate possession of her, and at the same time leaving evident his own complete detachment. But she wanted to turn to the stranger. He was standing back a little, waiting. He was a young man with very clear, greyish eyes, that waited until they were called upon, before they took expression. Something in his self-possessed waiting moved her, and she broke into a confused, rather beautiful laugh as she gave him her hand, catching her breath like an excited child. His hand closed over hers, very close, very near. He bowed, and his eyes were watching her with some attention. She felt proud. Her spirit leapt to life. "You don't know Mr. Skrebensky, Ursula?" came her Uncle Tom's intimate voice. She lifted her face with an impulsive flash to the stranger, as if to declare a knowledge, laughing her palpitated, excited laugh. His eyes became confused with roused lights. His detached attention changed to a readiness for her. He was a young man of 21, with a slender figure and soft brown hair brushed up on the German fashion, straight from his brow. "Are you staying long?" she asked. I've got a month's leave," he said, glancing at Tom Brangwen. "But I've various places I must go to. Put in some time here and there." He brought her a strong sense of the outer world. It was as if she were set on a hill, and could feel vaguely the whole world lying spread before her. "What have you a month's leave from?" she asked. "I'm in the Engineers, in the Army." "Oh!" she exclaimed, glad. "We're taking you away from your studies," said her Uncle Tom. "Oh no," she replied quickly. Skrebensky laughed, young and inflammable. "She won't wait to be taken away," said her father. But that seemed clumsy. She wished he would leave her to say her own things. "Don't you like study?" asked Skrebensky, turning to her, putting the question from his own case. "I like some things," said Ursula. "I like Latin and French, and grammar." He watched her, and all his being seemed attentive to her. Then he shook his head. "I don't," he said. "They say all the brains of the army are in the Engineers. I think that's why I joined them, to get the credit of other people's brains." He said this quizzically, and with chagrin. And she became alert to him. It interested her. Whether he had brains or not, he was interesting. His directness attracted her, his independent motion. She was aware of the movement of his life over against hers. "I don't think brains matter," she said. "What does matter then?" came her Uncle Tom's intimate, caressing, half-jeering voice. She turned to him. "It matters whether people have courage or not," she said. "Courage for what?" asked her uncle. "For everything." Tom Brangwen gave a sharp little laugh. The mother and father sat silent, with listening faces. Skrebensky waited. She was speaking for him. "Everything's nothing," laughed her uncle. She disliked him at that moment. "She doesn't practise what she preaches," said her father, stirring in his chair and crossing one leg over the other. "She has courage for mighty little." But she would not answer. Skrebensky sat still, waiting. His face was irregular, almost ugly, flattish, with a rather thick nose. But his eyes were pellucid, strangely clear. His brown hair was soft and thick as silk. He had a slight moustache. His skin was fine, his figure slight, beautiful. Beside him her Uncle Tom looked full-blown. Her father seemed uncouth. Yet he reminded her of her father, only he was finer, and he seemed to be shining, and his face was almost ugly. He seemed simply acquiescent in the fact of his own being, as if he were beyond any change or question. He was himself. There was a sense of fatality about him that fascinated her. He made no effort to prove himself to other people. Let it be accepted for what it was, his own being. In its isolation it made no excuse or explanation for itself. So he seemed perfectly, even fatally established. He did not ask to be rendered before he could exist, before he could have relationship with another person. This attracted Ursula very much. She was so used to unsure people who took on a new being with every new influence. Her Uncle Tom was always more or less what the other person would have him. In consequence, one never knew the real Uncle Tom, only a fluid, unsatisfactory flux with a more or less consistent appearance. But, let Skrebensky do what he would, betray himself entirely, he betrayed himself always upon his own responsibility. He permitted no question about himself. He was irrevocable in his isolation. So Ursula thought him wonderful. He was so finely constituted, and so distinct, self-contained, self-supporting. This, she said to herself, was a gentleman. He had a nature like fate, the nature of an aristocrat. She laid hold of him at once for her dreams. Here was one such as those sons of God, who saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. He was no son of Adam. Adam was servile. Had not Adam been driven, cringing, out of his native place? Had not the human race been a beggar ever since, seeking its own being? But Anton Skrebensky could not beg. He was in possession of himself, of that, and no more. Other people could not really give him anything, nor take anything from him. His soul stood alone. She knew that her mother and father acknowledged him. The house was changed. There had been a visit paid to the house. Once 3 angels stood in Abraham's doorway, and greeted him, and stayed and ate with him, leaving his household enriched for ever when they went. The next day she went down to the Marsh according to invitation. The 2 men were not come home. Then, looking through the window, she saw the dog-cart drive up, and Skrebensky leapt down. She saw him draw himself together, jump, laugh to her uncle who was driving, then come towards her to the house. He was so spontaneous and revealed in his movements. He was isolated within his own clear, fine atmosphere, and as still as if fated. His resting in his own fate gave him an appearance of indolence, almost of languor. He made no exuberant movement. When he sat down he seemed to go loose, languid. "We are a little late," he said. "Where have you been?" "We went to Derby to see a friend of my father's." "Who?" It was an adventure to her to put direct questions and get plain answers. She knew she might do it with this man. "Why, he's a clergyman too. He is my guardian. One of them." Ursula knew that Skrebensky was an orphan. "Where is really your home now?" she asked. "My home? I wonder. I am very fond of my Colonel Hepburn. Then there are my aunts, but my real home, I suppose, is the army." "Do you like being on your own?" His clear, greenish-grey eyes rested on her a moment, and, as he considered, he did not see her. "I suppose so," he said. "You see, my father, well, he was never acclimatised here. He wanted, I don't know what he wanted, but it was a strain. And my mother, I always knew she was too good to me. I could feel her being too good to me. My mother! Then I went away to school so early, and I must say the outside world was always more naturally a home to me than the vicarage. I don't know why." "Do you feel like a bird blown out of its own latitude?" she asked, using a phrase she had met. No. I find everything very much as I like it." He seemed more and more to give her a sense of the vast world, a sense of distances and large masses of humanity. It drew her as a scent draws a bee from afar, but also it hurt her. It was summer, and she wore cotton frocks. The third time he saw her she had a dress on with fine blue and white stripes, with a white collar, and a large white hat. It suited her golden, warm complexion. "I like you best in that dress," he said, standing with his head slightly on one side, and appreciating her in a perceiving, critical fashion. She was thrilled with a new life. For the first time she was in love with a vision of herself. She saw as it were a fine little reflection of herself in his eyes. And she must act up to this. She must be beautiful. Her thoughts turned swiftly to clothes. Her passion was to make a beautiful appearance. Her family looked on in amazement at the sudden transformation of Ursula. She became elegant, really elegant, in figured cotton frocks she made for herself, and hats she bent to her fancy. An inspiration was upon her. He sat with a sort of languor in her grandmother's rocking chair, rocking slowly, languidly, backward and forward, as Ursula talked to him. "You're not poor, are you?" she said. "Poor in money? I have about 150 a year of my own. So I am poor or rich, as you like. I am poor enough, in fact. But you will earn money. I shall have my pay. I have my pay now. I've got my commission. That is another 150. You will have more, though. I shan't have more than £200 a year for 10 years to come. I shall always be poor, if I have to live on my pay. Do you mind it? Being poor? Not now. Not very much. I may later. People, the officers, are good to me. Colonel Hepburn has a sort of fancy for me. He is a rich man, I suppose." A chill went over Ursula. Was he going to sell himself in some way? "Is Colonel Hepburn married?" "Yes, with 2 daughters." But she was too proud at once to care whether Colonel Hepburn's daughter wanted to marry him or not. There came a silence. Gudrun entered, and Skrebensky still rocked languidly on the chair. "You look very lazy," said Gudrun. "I am lazy," he answered. "You look really floppy," she said. "I am floppy," he answered. "Can't you stop?" asked Gudrun. "No, it's the perpetuum mobile." "You look as if you hadn't a bone in your body." "That's how I like to feel." "I don't admire your taste." "That's my misfortune." And he rocked on. Gudrun seated herself behind him, and as he rocked back she caught his hair between her finger and thumb, so that it tugged him as he swung forward again. He took no notice. There was only the sound of the rockers on the floor. In silence, like a crab, Gudrun caught a strand of his hair each time he rocked back. Ursula flushed and sat in some pain. She saw the irritation gathering on his brow. At last he leapt up, suddenly, like a steel spring going off, and stood on the hearthrug. "Damn it, why can't I rock?" he asked, petulantly, fiercely. Ursula loved him for his sudden, steel-like start out of the languor. He stood on the hearthrug fuming, his eyes gleaming with anger. Gudrun laughed in her deep, mellow fashion. "Men don't rock themselves," she said. "Girls don't pull men's hair," he said. Gudrun laughed again. Ursula sat amused, but waiting. And he knew Ursula was waiting for him. It roused his blood. He had to go to her, to follow her call. Once he drove her to Derby in the dog-cart. He belonged to the horsey set of the sappers. They had lunch in an inn, and went through the market, pleased with everything. He bought her a copy of Wuthering Heights from a bookstall. Then they found a little fair in progress, and she said, "My father used to take me in the swing boats." "Did you like it?" he asked. "Oh, it was fine," she said. "Would you like to go now?" "Love it," she said, though she was afraid. But the prospect of doing an unusual, exciting thing was attractive to her. He went straight to the stand, paid the money, and helped her to mount. He seemed to ignore everything but just what he was doing. Other people were mere objects of indifference to him. She would have liked to hang back, but she was more ashamed to retreat from him than to expose herself to the crowd or to dare the swing boat. His eyes laughed, and standing before her with his sharp, sudden figure, he set the boat swinging. She was not afraid, she was thrilled. His colour flushed, his eyes shone with a roused light, and she looked up at him, her face like a flower in the sun, so bright and attractive. So they rushed through the bright air, up at the sky as if flung from a catapult, then falling terribly back. She loved it. The motion seemed to fan their blood to fire. They laughed, feeling the flames. After the swing boats they went on the roundabouts to calm down, he twisting astride on his jerky wooden steed towards her, and always seeming at his ease, enjoying himself. A zest of antagonism to the convention made him fully himself. As they sat on the whirling carousel, with the music grinding out, she was aware of the people on the earth outside, and it seemed that he and she were riding carelessly over the faces of the crowd, riding forever buoyantly, proudly, gallantly over the upturned faces of the crowd, moving on a high level, spurning the common mass. When they must descend and walk away, she was unhappy, feeling like a giant suddenly cut down to ordinary level, at the mercy of the mob. They left the fair, to return for the dog-cart. Passing the large church, Ursula must look in, but the whole interior was filled with scaffolding. Fallen stone and rubbish were heaped on the floor, bits of plaster crunched underfoot, and the place re-echoed to the calling of secular voices and to blows of the hammer. She had come to plunge in the utter gloom and peace for a moment, bringing all her yearning, that had returned on her uncontrolled after the reckless riding over the face of the crowd in the fair. After pride she wanted comfort, solace, for pride and scorn seemed to hurt her most of all. And she found the immemorial gloom full of bits of falling plaster and dust of floating plaster, smelling of old lime, having scaffolding and rubbish heaped about, dust-cloths over the altar. "Let us sit down a minute," she said. They sat unnoticed in the back pew, in the gloom, and she watched the dirty, disorderly work of bricklayers and plasterers. Workmen in heavy boots, walking, grinding down the aisles, calling out in a vulgar accent, "Hi mate, has them coal and mouldings come?" There were shouts of coarse answer from the roof of the church. The place echoed desolate. Skrebensky sat close to her. Everything seemed wonderful, if dreadful to her. The world tumbling into ruins, and she and he clambering unhurt, lawless over the face of it all. He sat close to her, touching her, and she was aware of his influence upon her. But she was glad. It excited her to feel the press of him upon her, as if his being were urging her to something. As they drove home he sat near to her, and when he swayed to the cart, he swayed in a voluptuous, lingering way against her, lingering as he swung away to recover balance. Without speaking, he took her hand across, under the wrap, and with his unseeing face lifted to the road, his soul intent, he began with his one hand to unfasten the buttons of her glove, to push back her glove from her hand, carefully laying bare her hand. And the close working, instinctive subtlety of his fingers upon her hand sent the young girl mad with voluptuous delight. His hand was so wonderful, intent as a living creature, skilfully pushing and manipulating in the dark underworld, removing her glove and laying bare her palm, her fingers. Then his hand closed over hers, so firm, so close, as if the flesh knitted to one thing his hand and hers. Meanwhile his face watched the road and the ears of the horse. He drove with steady attention through the villages, and she sat beside him, rapt, glowing, blinded with a new light. Neither of them spoke. In outward attention they were entirely separate, but between them was the compact of his flesh with hers, in the hand-clasp. Then, in a strange voice, affecting nonchalance and superficiality, he said to her, "Sitting in the church there reminded me of Ingram." "Who is Ingram?" she asked. She also affected calm superficiality, but she knew that something forbidden was coming. "He is one of the other men with me down at Chatham. A subaltern, but a year older than I am." "And why did the church remind you of him?" "Well, he had a girl in Rochester, and they always sat in a particular corner in the cathedral for their love-making." "How nice!" she cried impulsively. They misunderstood each other. It had its disadvantages, though. The verger made a row about it. "What a shame! Why shouldn't they sit in a cathedral?" "I suppose they all think it a profanity, except you and Ingram and the girl." "I don't think it's a profanity. I think it's right to make love in a cathedral." She said this almost defiantly, in despite of her own soul. He was silent. "And was she nice?" "Who? Emily?" "Yes, she was rather nice. She was a milliner, and she wouldn't be seen in the streets with Ingram. It was rather sad, really, because the verger spied on them, and got to know their names, and then made a regular row. It was a common tale afterwards." "What did she do?" "She went to London, into a big shop. Ingram still goes up to see her." "Does he love her?" "It's a year and a half he's been with her now." "What was she like?" "Emily? Little, shy, violet sort of girl, with nice eyebrows." Ursula meditated this. It seemed like real romance of the outer world. "Do all men have lovers?" she asked, amazed at her own temerity. But her hand was still fastened with his, and his face still had the same unchanging fixity of outward calm. "They're always mentioning some amazing fine woman or other, and getting drunk to talk about her. Most of them dash up to London the moment they are free." "What for?" "To some amazing fine woman or other." "What sort of woman?" "Various. Her name changes pretty frequently as a rule. One of the fellows is a perfect maniac. He keeps a suit-case always ready, and the instant he is at liberty, he bolts with it to the station, and changes in the train. No matter who is in the carriage, off he whips his tunic, and performs at least the top half of his toilet." Ursula quivered and wondered. "Why is he in such a hurry?" she asked. Her throat was becoming hard and difficult. "He's got a woman in his mind, I suppose." She was chilled, hardened, and yet this world of passions and lawlessness was fascinating to her. It seemed to her a splendid recklessness. Her adventure in life was beginning. It seemed very splendid. That evening she stayed at the Marsh till after dark, and Skrebensky escorted her home. For she could not go away from him, and she was waiting for something more. In the warm of the early night, with the shadows new about them, she felt in another, harder, more beautiful, less personal world. Now a new state should come to pass. He walked near to her, and with the same silent, intent approach put his arm round her waist, and softly, very softly, drew her to him, till his arm was hard and pressed in upon her. She seemed to be carried along, floating, her feet scarce touching the ground, borne upon the firm, moving surface of his body, upon whose side she seemed to lie, in a delicious swoon of motion. And whilst she swooned, his face bent nearer to her, her head was leaned on his shoulder. She felt his warm breath on her face. Then softly, oh softly, so softly that she seemed to faint away, his lips touched her cheek, and she drifted through strands of heat and darkness. Still she waited in her swoon and her drifting, waited, like the sleeping beauty in the story. She waited, and again his face was bent to hers. His lips came warm to her face. Their footsteps lingered and ceased. They stood still under the trees, whilst his lips waited on her face, waited like a butterfly that does not move on a flower. She pressed her breast a little nearer to him. He moved, put both his arms round her, and drew her close. And then, in the darkness, he bent to her mouth, softly, and touched her mouth with his mouth. She was afraid. She lay still on his arm, feeling his lips on her lips. She kept still, helpless. Then his mouth drew near, pressing open her mouth. A hot, drenching surge rose within her. She opened her lips to him in pained, poignant eddies. She drew him nearer. She let him come farther. His lips came and surging, surging, soft, oh soft, yet oh like the powerful surge of water, irresistible, till with a little blind cry she broke away. She heard him breathing heavily, strangely beside her. A terrible and magnificent sense of his strangeness possessed her. But she shrank a little now, within herself. Hesitating, they continued to walk on, quivering like shadows under the ash trees of the hill, where her grandfather had walked with his daffodils to make his proposal, and where her mother had gone with her young husband, walking close upon him as Ursula was now walking upon Skrebensky. Ursula was aware of the dark limbs of the trees stretching overhead, clothed with leaves, and of fine ash leaves tressing the summer night. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They walked with their bodies moving in complex unity, close together. He held her hand, and they went the long way round by the road, to be farther. Always she felt as if she were supported off her feet, as if her feet were light as little breezes in motion. He would kiss her again, but not again that night, with the same deep, reaching kiss. She was aware now, aware of what a kiss might be, and so it was more difficult to come to him. She went to bed, feeling all warm with electric warmth, as if the gush of dawn were within her, upholding her, and she slept deeply, sweetly, oh so sweetly. In the morning she felt sound as an ear of wheat, fragrant and firm and full. They continued to be lovers, in the first wondering state of unrealisation. Ursula told nobody. She was entirely lost in her own world. Yet some strange affectation made her seek for a spurious confidence. She had at school a quiet, meditative, serious-souled friend called Ethel, and to Ethel must Ursula confide the story. Ethel listened absorbedly, with bowed, unbetraying head, whilst Ursula told her secret. Oh, it was so lovely, his gentle, delicate way of making love. Ursula talked like a practised lover. "Do you think," asked Ursula, "it is wicked to let a man kiss you? Real kisses, not flirting?" "I should think," said Ethel, "it depends. He kissed me under the ash trees on Cossethay Hill. Do you think it was wrong?" "When?" "On Thursday night, when he was seeing me home. But real kisses, real. He is an officer in the army." "What time was it?" asked the deliberate Ethel. "I don't know, about 9:30. There was a pause. "I think it's wrong," said Ethel, lifting her head with impatience. "You don't know him." She spoke with some contempt. "Yes, I do. He is half a Pole, and a baron too. In England he is equivalent to a lord. My grandmother was his father's friend." But the two friends were hostile. It was as if Ursula wanted to divide herself from her acquaintances, in asserting her connection with Anton, as she now called him. He came a good deal to Cossethay, because her mother was fond of him. Anna Brangwen became something of a grande dame with Skrebensky, very calm, taking things for granted. "Aren't the children in bed?" cried Ursula petulantly, as she came in with the young man. "They will be in bed in half an hour," said the mother. "There is no peace," cried Ursula. "The children must live, Ursula," said her mother. And Skrebensky was against Ursula in this. Why should she be so insistent? But then, as Ursula knew, he did not have the perpetual tyranny of young children about him. He treated her mother with great courtliness, to which Mrs. Brangwen returned an easy, friendly hospitality. Something pleased the girl in her mother's calm assumption of state. It seemed impossible to abate Mrs. Brangwen's position. She could never be beneath anyone in public relation. Between Brangwen and Skrebensky there was an unbridgeable silence. Sometimes the two men made a slight conversation, but there was no interchange. Ursula rejoiced to see her father retreating into himself against the young man. She was proud of Skrebensky in the house. His lounging, languorous indifference irritated her, and yet cast a spell over her. She knew it was the outcome of a spirit of laisser-aller, combined with profound young vitality, yet it irritated her deeply. Notwithstanding, she was proud of him as he lounged in his lambent fashion in her home. He was so attentive and courteous to her mother and to herself all the time. It was wonderful to have his awareness in the room. She felt rich and augmented by it, as if she were the positive attraction and he the flow towards her. And his courtesy and his agreement might be all her mother's, but the lambent flicker of his body was for herself. She held it. She must ever prove her power. "I meant to show you my little wood carving," she said. "I'm sure it's not worth showing that," said her father. "Would you like to see it?" she asked, leaning towards the door. And his body had risen from the chair, though his face seemed to want to agree with her parents. "It is in the shed," she said. And he followed her out of the door, whatever his feelings might be. In the shed they played at kisses, really played at kisses. It was a delicious, exciting game. She turned to him, her face all laughing like a challenge, and he accepted the challenge at once. He twined his hand full of her hair, and gently, with his hand wrapped round with hair behind her head, gradually brought her face nearer to his, whilst she laughed breathless with challenge, and his eyes gleamed with answer, with enjoyment of the game. And he kissed her, asserting his will over her, and she kissed him back, asserting her deliberate enjoyment of him. Daring and reckless and dangerous they knew it was, their game, each playing with fire, not with love. A sort of defiance of all the world possessed her in it. She would kiss him just because she wanted to. And a daredevilry in him, like a cynicism, a cut at everything he pretended to serve, retaliated in him. She was very beautiful then, so wide opened, so radiant, so palpitating, exquisitely vulnerable and poignantly, wrongly, throwing herself to risk. It roused a sort of madness in him. Like a flower shaking and wide opened in the sun, she tempted him and challenged him. And he accepted the challenge. Something went fixed in him. And under all her laughing, poignant recklessness was the quiver of tears. That almost sent him mad. Mad with desire, with pain, whose only issue was through possession of her body. So, shaken, afraid, they went back to her parents in the kitchen and dissimulated. But something was roused in both of them that they could not now allay. It intensified and heightened their senses. They were more vivid and powerful in their being. But under it all was a poignant sense of transience. It was a magnificent self-assertion on the part of both of them. He asserted himself before her. He felt himself infinitely male and infinitely irresistible. She asserted herself before him. She knew herself infinitely desirable, and hence infinitely strong. And after all, what could either of them get from such a passion but a sense of his or of her own maximum self, in contradistinction to all the rest of life? Wherein was something finite and sad, for the human soul at its maximum wants a sense of the infinite. Nevertheless, it was begun now, this passion, and must go on. The passion of Ursula to know her own maximum self, limited and so defined against him. She could limit and define herself against him, the male. She could be her maximum self, female, oh female, triumphant for one moment in exquisite assertion against the male, in supreme contradistinction to the male. The next afternoon, when he came prowling, she went with him across to the church. Her father was gradually gathering in anger against him. Her mother was hardening in anger against her. But the parents were naturally tolerant in action. They went together across the churchyard, Ursula and Skrebensky, and ran to hiding in the church. It was dimmer in there than the sunny afternoon outside, but the mellow glow among the bowed stone was very sweet. The windows burned in ruby and in blue. They made magnificent arras to their bower of secret stone. "What a perfect place for a rendezvous," he said, in a hushed voice, glancing round. She too glanced round the familiar interior. The dimness and stillness chilled her, but her eyes lit up with daring. Here she would assert her indomitable gorgeous female self, here she would open her female flower like a flame, in this dimness that was more passionate than light. They hung apart a moment, then wilfully turned to each other for the desired contact. She put her arms round him, she cleaved her body to his, and with her hands pressed upon his shoulders, on his back, she seemed to feel right through him, to know his young, tense body right through. And it was so fine, so hard, yet so exquisitely subject and under her control. She reached him her mouth and drank his full kiss, drank it fuller and fuller. And it was so good. It was very, very good. She seemed to be filled with his kiss, as if she had drunk strong, glowing sunshine. She glowed all inside. The sunshine seemed to beat upon her heart underneath. She had drunk so beautifully. She drew away and looked at him, radiant, exquisitely, glowingly beautiful and satisfied, but radiant as an illumined cloud. To him this was bitter, that she was so radiant and satisfied. She laughed upon him, blind to him, so full of her own bliss, never doubting but that he was the same as she was. And radiant as an angel, she went with him out of the church, as if her feet were beams of light that walked on flowers for footsteps. He went beside her, his soul clenched, his body unsatisfied. Was she going to make this easy triumph over him? For him, there was now no self-bliss, only pain and confused anger. It was high summer, and the hay harvest was almost over. It would be finished on Saturday. On Saturday, however, Skrebensky was going away. He could not stay longer. Having decided to go, he became very tender and loving to her, kissing her gently, with such soft, sweet, insidious closeness that they were both of them intoxicated. The very last Friday of his stay he met her coming out of school, and took her to tea in the town. Then he had a motor car to drive her home. Her excitement at riding in a motor car was greatest of all. He too was very proud of this last coup. He saw Ursula kindle and flare up to the romance of the situation. She raised her head like a young horse snuffing with wild delight. The car swerved round a corner, and Ursula was swung against Skrebensky. The contact made her aware of him. With a swift, foraging impulse she sought for his hand and clasped it in her own, so close, so combined, as if they were two children. The wind blew in on Ursula's face. The mud flew in a soft, wild rush from the wheels. The country was blackish green, with the silver of new hay here and there, and masses of trees under a silver gleaming sky. Her hand tightened on his with a new consciousness, troubled. They did not speak for some time, but sat, hand fast, with averted, shining faces. And every now and then the car swung her against him, and they waited for the motion to bring them together. Yet they stared out of the windows, mute. She saw the familiar country racing by, but now it was no familiar country, it was wonderland. There was the hemlock stone, standing on its grassy hill. Strange it looked on this wet, early summer evening, remote, in a magic land. Some rooks were flying out of the trees. Ah, if only she and Skrebensky could get out, dismount into this enchanted land where nobody had ever been before. Then they would be enchanted people. They would put off the dull, customary self. If she were wandering there, on that hill slope, under a silvery, changing sky, in which many rooks melted like hurrying showers of blots. If they could walk past the wetted hay swaths, smelling the early evening, and pass into the wood where the honeysuckle scent was sweet on the cold tang in the air, and showers of drops fell when one brushed a bough, cold and lovely on the face. But she was here with him in the car, close to him, and the wind was rushing on her lifted, eager face, blowing back the hair. He turned and looked at her face clean as a chiselled thing, her hair chiselled back by the wind, her fine nose keen and lifted. It was agony to him, seeing her swift and clean cut and virgin. He wanted to kill himself and throw his detested carcass at her feet. His desire to turn round on himself and rend himself was an agony to him. Suddenly she glanced at him. He seemed to be crouching towards her, reaching. He seemed to wince between the brows. But instantly, seeing her lighted eyes and radiant face, his expression changed. His old reckless laugh shone to her. She pressed his hand in utter delight, and he abided. And suddenly she stooped and kissed his hand, bent her head and caught it to her mouth, in generous homage. And the blood burned in him. Yet he remained still. He made no move. She started. They were swinging into Cossethay. Skrebensky was going to leave her. But it was all so magic. Her cup was so full of bright wine. Her eyes could only shine. He tapped and spoke to the man. The car swung up by the yew trees. She gave him her hand and said good-bye, naive and brief as a schoolgirl. And she stood watching him go, her face shining. The fact of his driving on meant nothing to her, she was so filled by her own bright ecstasy. She did not see him go, for she was filled with light, which was of him. Bright with an amazing light as she was, how could she miss him? In her bedroom she threw her arms in the air in clear pain of magnificence. Oh, it was her transfiguration. She was beyond herself. She wanted to fling herself into all the hidden brightness of the air. It was there, if she could but meet it. But the next day she knew he had gone. Her glory had partly died down, but never from her memory. It was too real. Yet it was gone by, leaving a wistfulness. A deeper yearning came into her soul, a new reserve. She shrank from touch and question. She was very proud, but very new and very sensitive. Oh, that no one should lay hands on her! She was happier running on by herself. Oh, it was a joy to run along the lanes without seeing things, yet being with them. It was such a joy to be alone with all one's riches. The holidays came, when she was free. She spent most of her time running on by herself, curled up in a squirrel place in the garden, lying in a hammock in the coppice, while the birds came near, near, so near. Oh, in rainy weather she flitted to the marsh, and lay hidden with her book in a hayloft. All the time she dreamed of him, sometimes definitely, but when she was happiest, only vaguely. He was the warm colouring of her dreams, he was the hot blood beating within them. When she was less happy, out of sorts, she pondered over his appearance, his clothes, the buttons with his regimental badge, which he had given her. Or she tried to imagine his life in barracks. Or she conjured up a vision of herself as she appeared in his eyes. His birthday was in August, and she spent some pains on making him a cake. She felt that it would not be in good taste for her to give him a present. Their correspondence was brief, mostly an exchange of postcards, not at all frequent, but with her cake she must send him a letter. Dear Anton, the sunshine has come back specially for your birthday, I think. I made the cake myself and wish you many happy returns of the day. Don't eat it if it is not good. Mother hopes you will come and see us when you are near enough. I am, your sincere friend, Ursula Brangwen. It bored her to write a letter, even to him. After all, writing words on paper had nothing to do with him and her. The fine weather had set in. The cutting machine went on from dawn till sunset, chattering round the fields. She heard from Skrebensky. He too was on duty in the country, on Salisbury Plain. He was now a second lieutenant in a field troop. He would have a few days off shortly, and would come to the Marsh for the wedding. Fred Brangwen was going to marry a schoolmistress out of Ilkeston as soon as corn harvest was at an end. The dim blue and gold of a hot, sweet autumn saw the close of the corn harvest. To Ursula it was as if the world had opened its softest, purest flower, its chicory flower, its meadow saffron. The sky was blue and sweet, the yellow leaves down the lane seemed like free, wandering flowers as they chittered round the feet, making a keen, poignant, almost unbearable music to her heart. And the scents of autumn were like a summer madness to her. She fled away from the little purple-red button chrysanthemums like a frightened dryad. The bright yellow little chrysanthemums smelled so strong, her feet seemed to dither in a drunken dance. Then her Uncle Tom appeared, always like the cynical Bacchus in the picture. He would have a jolly wedding, a harvest supper and a wedding feast in one, a tent in the home close, and a band for dancing, and a great feast out of doors. Fred demurred, but Tom must be satisfied. Also Laura, a handsome, clever girl, the bride, she also must have a great and jolly feast. It appealed to her educated sense. She had been to Salisbury Training College, knew folk songs and Morris dancing. So the preparations were begun, directed by Tom Brangwen. A marquee was set up on the home close. 2 large bonfires were prepared. Musicians were hired. Feast made ready. Skrebensky was to come, arriving in the morning. Ursula had a new white dress of soft crepe, and a white hat. She liked to wear white. With her black hair and clear golden skin, she looked southern, or rather tropical, like a Creole. She wore no colour whatsoever. She trembled that day as she appeared to go down to the wedding. She was to be a bridesmaid. Skrebensky would not arrive till afternoon. The wedding was at 2 o'clock. As the wedding party returned home, Skrebensky stood in the parlour at the Marsh. Through the window he saw Tom Brangwen, who was best man, coming up the garden path, most elegant in cut-away coat and white slip and spats, with Ursula laughing on his arm. Tom Brangwen was handsome, with his womanish colouring and dark eyes and black close-cut moustache. But there was something subtly coarse and suggestive about him for all his beauty. His strange, bestial nostrils, opened so hard and wide, and his well-shaped head almost disquieting in its nakedness, rather bald from the front, and all its soft fullness betrayed. Skrebensky saw the man rather than the woman. She saw only the slender, unchangeable youth waiting there, inscrutable, like her fate. He was beyond her, with his loose, slightly horsey appearance that made him seem very manly and foreign. Yet his face was smooth and soft and impressionable. She shook hands with him, and her voice was like the rousing of a bird startled by the dawn. "Isn't it nice," she cried, "to have a wedding?" There were bits of coloured confetti lodged on her dark hair. Again the confusion came over him, as if he were losing himself and becoming all vague, undefined, inchoate. Yet he wanted to be hard, manly, horsey, and he followed her. There was a light tea, and the guests scattered. The real feast was for the evening. Ursula walked out with Skrebensky through the stackyard to the fields, and up the embankment to the canal side. The new corn stacks were big and golden as they went by. An army of white geese marched aside in braggart protest. Ursula was light as a white ball of down. Skrebensky drifted beside her, indefinite, his old form loosened, and another self, grey, vague, drifting out as from a bud. They talked lightly of nothing. The blue way of the canal wound softly between the autumn hedges, on towards the greenness of a small hill. On the left was the whole black agitation of colliery and railway, and the town which rose on its hill, the church tower topping all. The round white dot of the clock on the tower was distinct in the evening light. That way, Ursula felt, was the way to London, through the grim, alluring seethe of the town. On the other hand was the evening, mellow over the green water meadows and the winding alder trees beside the river, and the pale stretches of stubble beyond. There the evening glowed softly, and even a peewit was flapping in solitude and peace. Ursula and Anton Skrebensky walked along the ridge of the canal between. The berries on the hedges were crimson and bright red above the leaves. The glow of evening and the wheeling of the solitary peewit and the faint cry of the birds came to meet the shuffling noise of the pits, the dark, fuming stress of the town opposite, and they too walked the blue strip of waterway, the ribbon of sky between. He was looking, Ursula thought, very beautiful, because of a flush of sunburn on his hands and face. He was telling her how he had learned to shoe horses and select cattle fit for killing. "Do you like to be a soldier?" she asked. "I'm not exactly a soldier," he replied. "But you only do things for wars," she said. "Yes." "Would you like to go to war?" "I? Well, it would be exciting. If there were a war I would want to go." A strange, distracted feeling came over her, a sense of potent unrealities. "Why would you want to go?" "I should be doing something. It would be genuine. It's a sort of toy life as it is." "But what would you be doing if you went to war?" "I would be making railways or bridges, working like a nigger." "But you'd only make them to be pulled down again when the armies are done with them. It seems just as much a game." "If you call war a game." "What is it?" "It's about the most serious business there is, fighting." A sense of hard separateness came over her. "Why is fighting more serious than anything else?" she asked. "You either kill or get killed. And I suppose it is serious enough, killing." "But when you're dead, you don't matter any more," she said. He was silenced for a moment. "But the result matters," he said. "It matters whether we settle the Mahdi or not." "Not to you. Nor me. We don't care about Khartoum." "You want to have room to live in, and somebody has to make room." "But I don't want to live in the desert of Sahara. Do you?" she replied, laughing with antagonism. "I don't, but we've got to back up those who do." "Why have we?" "Where is the nation if we don't?" "But we aren't the nation. There are heaps of other people who are the nation." "They might say they weren't either." "Well, if everybody said it, there wouldn't be a nation. But I should still be myself," she asserted, brilliantly. "You wouldn't be yourself if there were no nation." "Why not?" "Because you'd just be a prey to everybody and anybody." "How a prey?" "They'd come and take everything you'd got." "Well, they couldn't take much even then. I don't care what they take. I'd rather have a robber who carried me off than a millionaire who gave me everything you can buy." "That's because you are a romanticist." "Yes, I am. I want to be romantic. I hate houses that never go away, and people just living in the houses. It's all so stiff and stupid. I hate soldiers. They are stiff and wooden. What do you fight for, really?" "I would fight for the nation." "For all that, you aren't the nation. What would you do for yourself?" "I belong to the nation, and must do my duty by the nation." "But when it didn't need your services in particular, when there is no fighting, what would you do then?" He was irritated. "I would do what everybody else does." "What?" "Nothing. I would be in readiness for when I was needed." The answer came in exasperation. "It seems to me," she answered, "as if you weren't anybody. As if there weren't anybody there, where you are. Are you anybody, really? You seem like nothing to me." They had walked till they had reached a wharf, just above a lock. There an empty barge, painted with a red and yellow cabin hood, but with a long, coal-black hold, was lying moored. A man, lean and grimy, was sitting on a box against the cabin side by the door, smoking, and nursing a baby that was wrapped in a drab shawl, and looking into the glow of evening. A woman bustled out, sent a pail dashing into the canal, drew her water, and bustled in again. Children's voices were heard. A thin blue smoke ascended from the cabin chimney. There was a smell of cooking. Ursula, white as a moth, lingered to look. Skrebensky lingered by her. The man glanced up. "Good evening," he called, half impudent, half attracted. He had blue eyes which glanced impudently from his grimy face. "Good evening," said Ursula, delighted. "Isn't it nice now?" "Ay," said the man, "very nice." His mouth was red under his ragged, sandy moustache. His teeth were white as he laughed. "Oh, but," stammered Ursula, laughing, "it is. Why do you say it as if it weren't?" "Happen for them as is child nursing, it's none so rosy." "May I look inside your barge?" asked Ursula. "There's nobody'll stop you. You can come if you like." The barge lay at the opposite bank, at the wharf. It was the Annabel, belonging to J. Ruth, of Loughborough. The man watched Ursula closely from his keen, twinkling eyes. His fair hair was wispy on his grimed forehead. Two dirty children appeared to see who was talking. Ursula glanced at the great lock gates. They were shut, and the water was sounding, spurting and trickling down in the gloom beyond. On this side the bright water was almost to the top of the gate. She went boldly across, and round to the wharf. Stooping from the bank she peeped into the cabin, where was a red glow of fire, and the shadowy figure of a woman. She did not want to go down. "You'll mess your frock," said the man, warningly. "I'll be careful," she answered. "May I come?" "Ah, come if you like." She gathered her skirts, lowered her foot to the side of the boat, and leapt down, laughing. Coal dust flew up. The woman came to the door. She was plump and sandy-haired, young, with an odd, stubby nose. "Oh, you will make a mess of yourself," she cried, surprised and laughing with a little wonder. "I did want to see. Isn't it lovely living on a barge?" asked Ursula. "I don't live on one altogether," said the woman cheerfully. "She's got her parlour and a plush suite in Loughborough," said her husband with just pride. Ursula peeped into the cabin, where saucepans were boiling and some dishes were on the table. It was very hot. Then she came out again. The man was talking to the baby. It was a blue-eyed, fresh-faced thing with a floss of red gold hair. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she asked. "It's a girl. Aren't you a girl, eh?" he shouted at the infant, shaking his head. Its little face wrinkled up into the oddest, funniest smile. "Oh!" cried Ursula. "Oh, the dear! Oh, how nice when she laughs!" "She'll laugh hard enough," said the father. "What is her name?" asked Ursula. "She hasn't got a name. She's not worth one," said the man. "Are you fag end and nothing?" he shouted to the baby. The baby laughed. "No, we've been that busy. We've never took her to th' registry office," came the woman's voice. "She was born on th' boat here." "But you know what you're going to call her?" asked Ursula. "We did think of Gladys Em'ly," said the mother. "We thought of nowt o' th' sort," said the father. "Hark at him! What do you want?" cried the mother, in exasperation. "She'll be called Annabel after th' boat she was born on." "She's not, so there!" said the mother, viciously defiant. The father sat in humorous malice, grinning. "Well, you'll see," he said. And Ursula could tell, by the woman's vibrating exasperation, that he would never give way. "They're all nice names," she said. "Call her Gladys Annabel Emily." "Nay, that's heavy laden, if you like," he answered. "You see," cried the woman, "he's that pig-headed." "And she's so nice, and she laughs, and she hasn't even got a name," crooned Ursula to the child. "Let me hold her," she added. He yielded her the child, that smelt of babies. But it had such blue, wide, china blue eyes, and it laughed so oddly, with such a taking grimace. Ursula loved it. She cooed and talked to it. It was such an odd, exciting child. "What's your name?" the man suddenly asked of her. "My name is Ursula. Ursula Brangwen," she replied. "Ursula!" he exclaimed, dumbfounded. "There was a Saint Ursula. It's a very old name," she added hastily, in justification. "Hey, mother!" he called. There was no answer. "Pem!" he called. "Can't you hear?" "What?" came the short answer. "What about Ursula?" he grinned. "What about what?" came the answer, and the woman appeared in the doorway, ready for combat. "Ursula! It's the lass's name there," he said gently. The woman looked the young girl up and down. Evidently she was attracted by her slim, graceful, new beauty, her effect of white elegance, and her tender way of holding the child. "Why, how do you write it?" the mother asked, awkward now she was touched. Ursula spelled out her name. The man looked at the woman. A bright, confused flush came over the mother's face, a sort of luminous shyness. "It's not a common name, is it?" she exclaimed, excited as by an adventure. "Are you going to have it then?" he asked. "I'd rather have it than Annabel," she said, decisively. "And I'd rather have it than Gladys Em'ly," he replied. There was a silence. Ursula looked up. "Will you really call her Ursula?" she asked. "Ursula Ruth," replied the man, laughing vainly, as pleased as if he had found something. It was now Ursula's turn to be confused. "It does sound awfully nice," she said. "I must give her something. And I haven't got anything at all." She stood in a white dress, wondering, down there in the barge. The lean man sitting near to her watched her as if she were a strange being, as if she lit up his face. His eyes smiled on her, boldly, and yet with exceeding admiration underneath. "Could I give her my necklace?" she said. It was the little necklace made of pieces of amethyst and topaz and pearl and crystal, strung at intervals on a little golden chain which her Uncle Tom had given her. She was very fond of it. She looked at it lovingly when she had taken it from her neck. "Is it valuable?" the man asked her curiously. "I think so," she replied. "The stones and pearls are real. It is worth £3 or £4, said Skrebensky from the wharf above. Ursula could tell he disapproved of her. "I must give it to your baby. May I?" she said to the bargee. He flushed and looked away into the evening. "Nay," he said, "it's not for me to say." "What would your father and mother say?" cried the woman curiously from the door. "It is my own," said Ursula, and she dangled the little glittering string before the baby. The infant spread its little fingers, but it could not grasp. Ursula closed the tiny hand over the jewel. The baby waved the bright ends of the string. Ursula had given her necklace away. She felt sad, but she did not want it back. The jewel swung from the baby's hand and fell in a little heap on the cold dusty bottom of the barge. The man groped for it, with a kind of careful reverence. Ursula noticed the coarsened, blunted fingers groping at the little jewelled heap. The skin was red on the back of the hand, the fair hairs glistened stiffly. It was a thin, sinewy, capable hand nevertheless, and Ursula liked it. He took up the necklace carefully and blew the coal dust from it as it lay in the hollow of his hand. He seemed still and attentive. He held out his hand with the necklace, shining small in its hard, black hollow. "Take it back," he said. Ursula hardened with a kind of radiance. "No," she said, "it belongs to little Ursula." And she went to the infant and fastened the necklace round its warm, soft, weak little neck. There was a moment of confusion. Then the father bent over his child. "What do you say?" he said. "Do you say thank you? Do you say thank you, Ursula?" "Her name's Ursula now," said the mother, smiling a little bit ingratiatingly from the door, and she came out to examine the jewel on the child's neck. "It is Ursula, isn't it?" said Ursula Brangwen. The father looked up at her with an intimate, half gallant, half impudent, but wistful look. His captive soul loved her, but his soul was captive, he knew, always. She wanted to go. He set a little ladder for her to climb up to the wharf. She kissed the child, which was in its mother's arms, then she turned away. The mother was effusive. The man stood silent by the ladder. Ursula joined Skrebensky. The two young figures crossed the lock, above the shining yellow water. The bargeman watched them go. "I loved them," she was saying. "He was so gentle, oh, so gentle. And the baby was such a dear." "Was he gentle?" said Skrebensky. "The woman had been a servant, I'm sure of that." Ursula winced. "But I loved his impudence. It was so gentle underneath." She went hastening on, gladdened by having met the grimy, lean man with the ragged moustache. He gave her a pleasant warm feeling. He made her feel the richness of her own life. Skrebensky somehow had created a deadness round her, a sterility, as if the world were ashes. They said very little as they hastened home to the big supper. He was envying the lean father of 3 children, for his impudent directness and his worship of the woman in Ursula, a worship of body and soul together, the man's body and soul wistful and worshipping the body and spirit of the girl, with a desire that knew the inaccessibility of its object, but was only glad to know that the perfect thing existed, glad to have had a moment of communion. Why could not he himself desire a woman so? Why did he never really want a woman, not with the whole of him, never loved, never worshipped, only just physically wanted her? But he would want her with his body, let his soul do as it would. A kind of flame of physical desire was gradually beating up in the Marsh, kindled by Tom Brangwen, and by the fact of the wedding of Fred, the shy, fair, stiff-set farmer with the handsome, half-educated girl. Tom Brangwen, with all his secret power, seemed to fan the flame that was rising. The bride was strongly attracted by him, and he was exerting his influence on another beautiful, fair girl, chill and burning as the sea, who said witty things which he appreciated, making her glint with more, like phosphorescence. And her greenish eyes seemed to rock a secret, and her hands like mother of pearl seemed luminous, transparent, as if the secret were burning visible in them. At the end of supper, during dessert, the music began to play, violins and flutes. Everybody's face was lit up. A glow of excitement prevailed. When the little speeches were over, and the port remained unreached for any more, those who wished were invited out to the open for coffee. The night was warm. Bright stars were shining. The moon was not yet up, and under the stars burned two great, red, flameless fires, and round these lights and lanterns hung. The marquee stood open before a fire, with its lights inside. The young people flocked out into the mysterious night. There was sound of laughter and voices, and a scent of coffee. The farm buildings loomed dark in the background. Figures, pale and dark, flitted about, intermingling. The red fire glinted on a white or a silken skirt. The lanterns gleamed on the transient heads of the wedding guests. To Ursula it was wonderful. She felt she was a new being. The darkness seemed to breathe like the sides of some great beast. The haystacks loomed, half revealed, a crowd of them, a dark, fecund lair just behind. Waves of delirious darkness ran through her soul. She wanted to let go. She wanted to reach and be amongst the flashing stars. She wanted to race with her feet and be beyond the confines of this earth. She was mad to be gone. It was as if a hound were straining on the leash, ready to hurl itself after a nameless quarry into the dark. And she was the quarry, and she was also the hound. The darkness was passionate, and breathing with immense, unperceived heaving. It was waiting to receive her in her flight. And how could she start? And how could she let go? She must leap from the known into the unknown. Her feet and hands beat like a madness. Her breast strained as if in bonds. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 3, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The music began, and the bonds began to slip. Tom Brangwen was dancing with the bride, quick and fluid, and as if in another element, inaccessible as the creatures that move in the water. Fred Brangwen went in with another partner. The music came in waves. One couple after another was washed and absorbed into the deep underwater of the dance. "Come," said Ursula to Skrebensky, laying her hand on his arm. At the touch of her hand on his arm, his consciousness melted away from him. He took her into his arms as if into the sure, subtle power of his will, and they became one movement, one dual movement, dancing on the slippery grass. It would be endless, this movement. It would continue forever. It was his will and her will locked in a trance of motion, two wills locked in one motion, yet never fusing, never yielding one to the other. It was a glaucous, intertwining, delicious flux and contest in flux. They were both absorbed into a profound silence, into a deep, fluid, underwater energy that gave them unlimited strength. All the dancers were waving, intertwined in the flux of music. Shadowy couples passed and repassed before the fire. The dancing feet danced silently by into the darkness. It was a vision of the depths of the underworld, under the great flood. There was a wonderful rocking of the darkness, slowly, a great, slow swinging of the whole night, with the music playing lightly on the surface, making the strange, ecstatic rippling on the surface of the dance, but underneath only one great flood, heaving slowly backwards to the verge of oblivion, slowly forward to the other verge, the heart sweeping along each time, and tightening with anguish as the limit was reached, and the movement, at crises, turned and swept back. As the dance surged heavily on, Ursula was aware of some influence looking in upon her. Something was looking at her. Some powerful, glowing sight was looking right into her, not upon her, but right at her. Out of the great distance, and yet imminent, the powerful, overwhelming watch was kept upon her. And she danced on and on with Skrebensky, while the great white watching continued, balancing all in its revelation. "The moon has risen," said Anton, as the music ceased, and they found themselves suddenly stranded, like bits of jetsam on a shore. She turned and saw a great white moon looking at her over the hill. And her breast opened to it, she was cleaved like a transparent jewel to its light. She stood, filled with the full moon, offering herself. Her two breasts opened to make way for it. Her body opened wide like a quivering anemone, a soft, dilated invitation touched by the moon. She wanted the moon to fill into her. She wanted more communion with the moon, consummation. But Skrebensky put his arm round her and led her away. He put a big dark cloak round her and sat holding her hand, whilst the moonlight streamed above the glowing fires. She was not there. Patiently she sat under the cloak, with Skrebensky holding her hand. But her naked self was away there beating upon the moonlight, dashing the moonlight with her breasts and her knees, in meeting, in communion. She half started, to go in actuality, to fling away her clothing and flee away from this dark confusion and chaos of people to the hill and the moon. But the people stood round her like stones, like magnetic stones, and she could not go in actuality. Skrebensky, like a lodestone, weighed on her. The weight of his presence detained her. She felt the burden of him, the blind, persistent, inert burden. He was inert, and he weighed upon her. She sighed in pain. Oh, for the coolness and entire liberty and brightness of the moon! Oh, for the cold liberty to be herself, to do entirely as she liked. She wanted to get right away. She felt like bright metal weighted down by dark, impure magnetism. He was the dross. People were the dross. If she could but get away to the clean, free moonlight. "Don't you like me tonight?" said his low voice, the voice of the shadow over her shoulder. She clenched her hands in the dewy brilliance of the moon, as if she were mad. "Don't you like me tonight?" repeated the soft voice. And she knew that if she turned, she would die. A strange rage filled her, a rage to tear things asunder. Her hands felt destructive, like metal blades of destruction. "Let me alone," she said. A darkness and obstinacy settled on him too, in a kind of inertia. He sat inert beside her. She threw off her cloak and walked towards the moon, silver white herself. He followed her closely. The music began again and the dance. He appropriated her. There was a fierce, white, cold passion in her heart. But he held her close and danced with her. Always present, like a soft weight upon her, bearing her down, was his body against her as they danced. He held her very close, so that she could feel his body, the weight of him sinking, settling upon her, overcoming her life and energy, making her inert along with him. She felt his hands pressing behind her, upon her. But still in her body was the subdued, cold, indomitable passion. She liked the dance. It eased her, put her into a sort of trance. But it was only a kind of waiting, of using up the time that intervened between her and her pure being. She left herself against him. She let him exert all his power over her, to bear her down. She received all the force of his power. She even wished he might overcome her. She was cold and unmoved as a pillar of salt. His will was set and straining with all its tension to encompass him and compel her. If he could only compel her. He seemed to be annihilated. She was cold and hard and compact of brilliance as the moon itself, and beyond him as the moonlight was beyond him, never to be grasped or known. If he could only set a bond round her and compel her! So they danced 4 or 5 dances, always together, always his will becoming more tense, his body more subtle, playing upon her, and still he had not got her. She was hard and bright as ever, intact. But he must weave himself round her, enclose her in a net of shadow, of darkness, so she would be like a bright creature gleaming in a net of shadows, caught. Then he would have her, he would enjoy her. How he would enjoy her, when she was caught. At last, when the dance was over, she would not sit down, she walked away. He came with his arm round her, keeping her upon the movement of his walking, and she seemed to agree. She was bright as a piece of moonlight, as bright as a steel blade. He seemed to be clasping a blade that hurt him, yet he would clasp her if it killed him. They went towards the stackyard. There he saw with something like terror the great new stacks of corn glistening and gleaming, transfigured, silvery and present under the night blue sky, throwing dark, substantial shadows, but themselves majestic and dimly present. She, like glimmering gossamer, seemed to burn among them, as they rose like cold fires to the silvery bluish air. All was intangible, a burning of cold, glimmering, whitish, steely fires. He was afraid of the great moon conflagration of the cornstacks rising above him. His heart grew smaller, it began to fuse like a bead. He knew he would die. She stood for some moments out in the overwhelming luminosity of the moon. She seemed a beam of gleaming power. She was afraid of what she was. Looking at him, at his shadowy, unreal, wavering presence, a sudden lust seized her, to lay hold of him and tear him and make him into nothing. Her hands and wrists felt immeasurably hard and strong, like blades. He waited there beside her like a shadow which she wanted to dissipate, destroy as the moonlight destroys a darkness, annihilate, have done with. She looked at him and her face gleamed bright and inspired. She tempted him. And an obstinacy in him made him put his arm round her and draw her to the shadow. She submitted, let him try what he could do. Let him try what he could do. He leaned against the side of the stack, holding her. The stack stung him keenly with 1,000 cold, sharp flames. Still obstinately, he held her. And timorously his hands went over her, over the salt, compact brilliance of her body. If he could but have her, how he would enjoy her! If he could but net her brilliant, cold, salt-burning body in the soft iron of his own hands, net her, capture her, hold her down, how madly he would enjoy her! He strove subtly, but with all his energy, to enclose her, to have her. And always she was burning and brilliant and hard as salt, and deadly. Yet obstinately, all his flesh burning and corroding, as if he were invaded by some consuming, scathing poison, still he persisted, thinking at last he might overcome her. Even in his frenzy he sought for her mouth with his mouth, though it was like putting his face into some awful death. She yielded to him, and he pressed himself upon her in extremity, his soul groaning over and over, "Let me come, let me come." She took him in the kiss. Hard her kiss seized upon him, hard and fierce and burning, corrosive as the moonlight. She seemed to be destroying him. He was reeling, summoning all his strength to keep his kiss upon her, to keep himself in the kiss. But hard and fierce she had fastened upon him, cold as the moon and burning as a fierce salt, till gradually his warm, soft iron yielded, and she was there, fierce, corrosive, seething with his destruction, seething like some cruel, corrosive salt around the last substance of his being, destroying him in the kiss. And her soul crystallized with triumph, and his soul was dissolved with agony and annihilation. So she held him there, the victim, consumed, annihilated. She had triumphed. He was not any more. Gradually she began to come to herself. Gradually a sort of daytime consciousness came back to her. Suddenly the night was struck back into its old, accustomed, mild reality. Gradually she realised that the night was common and ordinary, that the great, blistering, transcendent night did not really exist. She was overcome with slow horror. Where was she? What was this nothingness she felt? The nothingness was Skrebensky. Was he really there? Who was he? He was silent. He was not there. What had happened? Had she been mad? What horrible thing had possessed her? She was filled with overpowering fear of herself, overpowering desire that it should not be, that other burning, corrosive self. She was seized with a frenzied desire that what had been should never be remembered, never be thought of, never be for one moment allowed possible. She denied it with all her might. With all her might she turned away from it. She was good. She was loving. Her heart was warm. Her blood was dark and warm and soft. She laid her hand caressively on Anton's shoulder. "Isn't it lovely?" she said, softly, coaxingly, caressingly. And she began to caress him to life again, for he was dead, and she intended that he should never know, never become aware of what had been. She would bring him back from the dead, without leaving him one trace of fact to remember his annihilation by. She exerted all her ordinary warm self, she touched him, she did him homage of loving awareness, and gradually he came back to her another man. She was soft and winning and caressing. She was his servant, his adoring slave, and she restored the whole shell of him. She restored the whole form and figure of him. But the core was gone. His pride was bolstered up, his blood ran once more in pride, but there was no core to him. As a distinct male he had no core. His triumphant, flaming, overweening heart of the intrinsic male would never beat again. He would be subject now, reciprocal, never the indomitable thing with a core of overweening, unabatable fire. She had abated that fire, she had broken him. But she caressed him. She would not have him remember what had been. She would not remember herself. "Kiss me, Anton, kiss me," she pleaded. He kissed her, but she knew he could not touch her. His arms were round her, but they had not got her. She could feel his mouth upon her, but she was not at all compelled by it. "Kiss me," she whispered, in acute distress. "Kiss me." And he kissed her as she bade him, but his heart was hollow. She took his kisses outwardly, but her soul was empty and finished. Looking away, she saw the delicate glint of oats dangling from the side of the stack, in the moonlight, something proud and royal, and quite impersonal. She had been proud with them, where they were, she had been also. But in this temporary, warm world of the commonplace, she was a kind, good girl. She reached out yearningly for goodness and affection. She wanted to be kind and good. They went home through the night that was all pale and glowing around, with shadows and glimmerings and presences. Distinctly she saw the flowers in the hedge bottoms. She saw the thin, raked sheaves flung white upon the thorny hedge. How beautiful it was. She thought with anguish how wildly happy she was tonight, since he had kissed her. But as he walked with his arm round her waist, she turned with a great offering of herself to the night that glistened tremendous, a magnificent godly moon white and candid as a bridegroom, flowers silvery and transformed, filling up the shadows. He kissed her again under the yew trees at home, and she left him. She ran from the intrusion of her parents at home to her bedroom, where, looking out on the moonlit country, she stretched up her arms, hard, in bliss, agony offering herself to the blonde, debonair presence of the night. But there was a wound of sorrow. She had hurt herself, as if she had bruised herself in annihilating him. She covered up her two young breasts with her hands, covering them to herself, and covering herself with herself, she crouched in bed to sleep. In the morning the sun shone. She got up strong and dancing. Skrebensky was still at the Marsh. He was coming to church. How lovely, how amazing life was! On the fresh Sunday morning she went out to the garden, among the yellows and the deep vibrating reds of autumn. She smelled the earth and felt the gossamer. The cornfields across the country were pale and unreal. Everywhere was the intense silence of the Sunday morning, filled with unacquainted noises. She smelled the body of the earth. It seemed to stir its powerful flank beneath her as she stood. In the bluish air came the powerful exudation. The peace was the peace of strong, exhausted breathing. The reds and yellows and the white gleam of stubble were the quivers and motion of the last subsiding transports and clear bliss of fulfilment. The church bells were ringing when he came. She looked up in keen anticipation at his entry. But he was troubled, and his pride was hurt. He seemed very much clothed. She was conscious of his tailored suit. "Wasn't it lovely last night?" she whispered to him. "Yes," he said, but his face did not open nor become free. The service and the singing in church that morning passed unnoticed by her. She saw the coloured glow of the windows, the forms of the worshippers. Only she glanced at the book of Genesis, which was her favourite book in the Bible. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes in the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But Ursula was not moved by the history this morning. Multiplying and replenishing the earth bored her. Altogether it seemed merely a vulgar and stock-raising sort of business. She was left quite cold by man's stock-breeding lordship over beasts and fishes. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. In her soul she mocked at this multiplication, every cow becoming 2 cows, every turnip 10 turnips. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that a bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Destroy all flesh. Why flesh in particular? Who was this lord of flesh? After all, how big was the flood? Perhaps a few dryads and fauns had just run into the hills, and the farther valleys and woods, frightened. But most had gone on blithely unaware of any flood at all, unless the nymphs should tell them. It pleased Ursula to think of the naiads in Asia Minor beating the nereids at the mouth of the streams, where the sea washed against the fresh, sweet tide, and calling to their sisters the news of Noah's flood. They would tell amusing accounts of Noah in his ark. Some nymphs would relate how they had hung on the side of the ark, peeped in, and heard Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, sitting in their place under the rain, saying how they 4 were the only men on earth now, because the Lord had drowned all the rest, so that they 4 would have everything to themselves, and be masters of everything, subtenants under the great proprietor. Ursula wished she had been a nymph. She would have laughed through the window of the ark, and flicked drops of flood at Noah, before she drifted away to people who were less important in their proprietor and their flood. What was God after all? If maggots in a dead dog be but God-kissing carrion, what then is not God? She was surfeited of this God. She was weary of the Ursula Brangwen who felt troubled about God. Whatever God was, he was, and there was no need for her to trouble about him. She felt she had now all licence. Skrebensky sat beside her, listening to the sermon, to the voice of law and order. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. He did not believe it. He believed his own things were quite at his own disposal. You could do as you liked with your own things, so long as you left other people's alone. Ursula caressed him and made love to him. Nevertheless, he knew she wanted to react upon him and to destroy his being. She was not with him, she was against him. But her making love to him, her complete admiration of him in open life, gratified him. She caught him out of himself, and they were lovers, in a young, romantic, almost fantastic way. He gave her a little ring. They put it in Rhine wine, in their glass, and she drank, then he drank. They drank till the ring lay exposed at the bottom of the glass. Then she took the simple jewel, and tied it on a thread round her neck, where she wore it. He asked her for a photograph when he was going away. She went in great excitement to the photographer, with 5 shillings. The result was an ugly little picture of herself with her mouth on one side. She wondered over it, and admired it. He saw only the live face of the girl. The picture hurt him. He kept it, he always remembered it, but he could scarcely bear to see it. There was a hurt to his soul, in the clear, fearless face that was touched with abstraction. Its abstraction was certainly away from him. Then war was declared with the Boers in South Africa, and everywhere was a fizz of excitement. He wrote that he might have to go, and he sent her a box of sweets. She was slightly dazed at the thought of his going to war, not knowing how to feel. It was a sort of romantic situation that she knew so well in fiction, she hardly understood it in fact. Underneath a top elation was a sort of dreariness, deep, ashy disappointment. However, she secreted the sweets under her bed, and ate them all herself, when she went to bed and when she woke in the morning. All the time she felt very guilty and ashamed, but she simply did not want to share them. That box of sweets remained stuck in her mind afterwards. Why had she secreted them and eaten every one? Why? She did not feel guilty. She only knew she ought to feel guilty. And she could not make up her mind. Curiously monumental, that box of sweets stood up, now it was empty. It was a crux for her. What was she to think of it? The idea of war altogether made her feel uneasy. When men began organised fighting with each other, it seemed to her as if the poles of the universe were cracking, and the whole might go tumbling into the bottomless pit. A horrible bottomless feeling she had. Yet of course there was the minted superscription of romance and honour and even religion about war. She was very confused. Skrebensky was busy. He could not come to see her. She asked for no assurance, no security. What was between them was, and could not be altered by avowals. She knew that by instinct. She trusted to the intrinsic reality. But she felt an agony of helplessness. She could do nothing. Vaguely she knew the huge powers of the world rolling and crashing together, darkly, clumsily, stupidly, yet colossal, so that one was brushed along almost as dust. Helpless, swirling like dust. Yet she wanted so hard to rebel, to rage, to fight. But with what? Could she with her hands fight the face of the earth, beat the hills in their places? Yet her breast wanted to fight the whole world. And these two small hands were all she had to do it with. The months went by, and it was Christmas. The snowdrops came. There was a little hollow in the wood near Cossethay, where snowdrops grew wild. She sent him some in a box, and he wrote her a quick little note of thanks. Very grateful and wistful he seemed. Her eyes grew childlike and puzzled. Puzzled from day to day she went on, helpless, carried along by all that must happen. He went about at his duties, giving himself up to them. At the bottom of his heart his self, the soul that aspired and had true hope of self-effectuation, lay as dead, still-born, a dead weight in his womb. Who was he, to hold important his personal connection? What did a man matter personally? He was just a brick in the whole great social fabric, the nation, the modern humanity. His personal movements were small and entirely subsidiary. The whole form must be ensured, not ruptured, for any personal reason whatsoever, since no personal reason could justify such a breaking. What did personal intimacy matter? One had to fill one's place in the whole, the great scheme of man's elaborate civilization, that was all. The whole mattered, but the unit, the person, had no importance, except as he represented the whole. So Skrebensky left the girl out and went his way, serving what he had to serve, and enduring what he had to endure, without remark. To his own intrinsic life he was dead, and he could not rise again from the dead. His soul lay in the tomb. His life lay in the established order of things. He had his five senses too. They were to be gratified. Apart from this, he represented the great, established, extant idea of life, and as this he was important and beyond question. The good of the greatest number was all that mattered. That which was the greatest good for them all, collectively, was the greatest good for the individual. And so, every man must give himself to support the state, and so labour for the greatest good of all. One might make improvements in the state, perhaps, but always with a view to preserving it intact. No highest good of the community, however, would give him the vital fulfilment of his soul. He knew this, but he did not consider the soul of the individual sufficiently important. He believed a man was important in so far as he represented all humanity. He could not see it. It was not born in him to see that the highest good of the community as it stands is no longer the highest good of even the average individual. He thought that because the community represents millions of people, therefore it must be millions of times more important than any individual, forgetting that the community is an abstraction from the many, and is not the many themselves. Now when the statement of the abstract good for the community has become a formula, lacking in all inspiration or value to the average intelligence, then the common good becomes a general nuisance, representing the vulgar, conservative materialism at a low level. And by the highest good of the greatest number is chiefly meant the material prosperity of all classes. Skrebensky did not really care about his own material prosperity. If he had been penniless, well, he would have taken his chances. Therefore how could he find his highest good in giving up his life for the material prosperity of everybody else? What he considered an unimportant thing for himself, he could not think worthy of every sacrifice on behalf of other people. And that which he would consider of the deepest importance to himself as an individual, oh, he said, you mustn't consider the community from that standpoint. No, no, we know what the community wants. It wants something solid. It wants good wages, equal opportunities, good conditions of living. That's what the community wants. It doesn't want anything subtle or difficult. Duty is very plain. Keep in mind the material, the immediate welfare of every man. That's all. So there came over Skrebensky a sort of nullity, which more and more terrified Ursula. She felt there was something hopeless which she had to submit to. She felt a great sense of disaster impending. Day after day was made inert with the sense of disaster. She became morbidly sensitive, depressed, apprehensive. It was anguish to her when she saw one rook slowly flapping in the sky. That was a sign of ill omen. And the foreboding became so black and so powerful in her that she was almost extinguished. Yet what was the matter? At worst he was only going away. Why did she mind? What was it she feared? She did not know. Only she had a black dread possessing her. When she went at night and saw the big flashing stars, they seemed terrible. By day she was always expecting some charge to be made against her. He wrote in March to say that he was going to South Africa in a short time. But before he went, he would snatch a day at the Marsh. As if in a painful dream she waited, suspended, unresolved. She did not know, she could not understand. Only she felt that all the threads of her fate were being held taut, in suspense. She only wept sometimes as she went about, saying blindly, I am so fond of him, I am so fond of him. He came, but why did he come? She looked at him for a sign. He gave no sign. He did not even kiss her. He behaved as if he were an affable, usual acquaintance. This was superficial, but what did it hide? She waited for him. She wanted him to make some sign. So the whole of the day they wavered and avoided contact until evening. Then laughing, saying he would be back in 6 months' time and would tell them all about it, he shook hands with her mother and took his leave. Ursula accompanied him into the lane. The night was windy. The yew trees seethed and hissed and vibrated. The wind seemed to rush about the chimneys and the church tower. It was dark. The wind blew Ursula's face, and her clothes cleaved to her limbs. But it was a surging, turgid wind, instinct with compressed vigour of life, and she seemed to have lost Skrebensky. Out there in the strong, urgent night she could not find him. "Where are you?" she asked. "Here," came his bodiless voice. And groping, she touched him. A fire like lightning drenched them. "Anton," she said. "What?" he answered. She held him with her hands in the darkness. She felt his body again with hers. "Don't leave me. Come back to me," she said. "Yes," he said, holding her in his arms. But the male in him was scotched by the knowledge that she was not under his spell nor his influence. He wanted to go away from her. He rested in the knowledge that tomorrow he was going away. His life was really elsewhere. His life was elsewhere. His life was elsewhere. The centre of his life was not what she would have. She was different. There was a breach between them. They were hostile worlds. "You will come back to me," she reiterated. "Yes," he said, and he meant it. But as one keeps an appointment, not as a man returning to his fulfilment. So she kissed him and went indoors lost. He walked down to the Marsh abstracted. The contact with her hurt him and threatened him. He shrank. He had to be free of her spirit. For she would stand before him, like the angel before Balaam, and drive him back with a sword from the way he was going, into a wilderness. The next day she went to the station to see him go. She looked at him, she turned to him, but he was always so strange and null, so null. He was so collected. She thought it was that which made him null. Strangely nothing he was. Ursula stood near him with a mute, pale face which he would rather not see. There seemed some shame at the very root of life, cold, dead shame for her. The three made a noticeable group on the station, the girl in her fur cap and tippet and her olive green costume, pale, tense with youth, isolated, unyielding. The soldierly young man in a crush hat and a heavy overcoat, his face rather pale and reserved above his purple scarf, his whole figure neutral. Then the elder man, a fashionable bowler hat pressed low over his dark brows, his face warm-coloured and calm, his whole figure curiously suggestive of full-blooded indifference. He was the eternal audience, the chorus, the spectator at the drama. In his own life he would have no drama. The train was rushing up. Ursula's heart heaved, but the ice was frozen too strong upon it. "Good-bye," she said, lifting her hand, her face laughing with her peculiar, blind, almost dazzling laugh. She wondered what he was doing when he stooped and kissed her. He should be shaking hands and going. "Good-bye," she said, again. He picked up his little bag and turned his back on her. There was a hurry along the train. Ah, here was his carriage. He took his seat. Tom Brangwen shut the door, and the two men shook hands as the whistle went. "Good-bye, and good luck," said Brangwen. "Thank you. Good-bye." The train moved off. Skrebensky stood at the carriage window, waving, but not really looking at the two figures, the girl and the warm-coloured, almost effeminately dressed man. Ursula waved her handkerchief. The train gathered speed. It grew smaller and smaller. Still it ran in a straight line. The speck of white vanished. The rear of the train was small in the distance. Still she stood on the platform, feeling a great emptiness about her. In spite of herself, her mouth was quivering. She did not want to cry. Her heart was dead cold. Her Uncle Tom had gone to an automatic machine, and was getting matches. "Would you like some sweets?" he said, turning round. Her face was covered with tears. She made curious, downward grimaces with her mouth, to get control. Yet her heart was not crying. It was cold and earthy. "What kind would you like? Any?" persisted her uncle. "I should love some peppermint drops," she said, in a strange, normal voice from her distorted face. But in a few moments she had gained control of herself, and was still, detached. "Let us go into the town," he said, and he rushed her into a train, moving to the town station. They went to a café to drink coffee. She sat looking at people in the street, and a great wound was in her breast, a cold imperturbability in her soul. This cold imperturbability of spirit continued in her now. It was as if some disillusion had frozen upon her, a hard disbelief. Part of her had gone cold, apathetic. She was too young, too baffled to understand, or even to know that she suffered much, and she was too deeply hurt to submit. She had her blind agonies. When she wanted him, she wanted him. But from the moment of his departure, he had become a visionary thing of her own. All her roused torment and passion and yearning she turned to him. She kept a diary in which she wrote impulsive thoughts. Seeing the moon in the sky, her own heart surcharged, she went and wrote, "If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down." It meant so much to her, that sentence. She put into it all the anguish of her youth, and her young passion and yearning. She called to him from her heart wherever she went. Her limbs vibrated with anguish towards him wherever she was. The radiating force of her soul seemed to travel to him, endlessly, endlessly, and in her soul's own creation find him. But who was he, and where did he exist? In her own desire only. She received a postcard from him, and she put it in her bosom. It did not mean much to her really. The second day she lost it, and never even remembered she had had it till some days afterwards. The long weeks went by. There came the constant bad news of the war, and she felt as if all, outside there in the world, were a hurt against her, and something in her soul remained cold, apathetic, unchanging. Her life was always only partial at this time, never did she live completely. There was the cold, unliving part of her. Yet she was madly sensitive. She could not bear herself. When a dirty, red-eyed old woman came begging of her in the street, she started away as from an unclean thing. And then, when the old woman shouted acrid insults after her, she winced, her limbs palpitated with insane torment. She could not bear herself. Whenever she thought of the red-eyed old woman, a sort of madness ran in inflammation over her flesh and her brain. She almost wanted to kill herself. And in this state, her sexual life flamed into a kind of disease within her. She was so overwrought and sensitive that the mere touch of coarse wool seemed to tear her nerves. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 12 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shame. Ursula had only 2 more terms at school. She was studying for her matriculation examination. It was dreary work, for she had very little intelligence when she was disjointed from happiness. Stubbornness and a consciousness of impending fate kept her half-heartedly pinned to it. She knew that soon she would want to become a self-responsible person, and her dread was that she would be prevented. An all-containing will in her for complete independence, complete social independence, complete independence from any personal authority, kept her dullishly at her studies. For she knew that she had always her price of ransom, her femaleness. She was always a woman, and what she could not get because she was a human being, fellow to the rest of mankind, she would get because she was a female, other than the man. In her femaleness she felt a secret riches, a reserve. She had always the price of freedom. However, she was sufficiently reserved about this last resource. The other things should be tried first. There was the mysterious man's world to be adventured upon, the world of daily work and duty, and existence as a working member of the community. Against this she had a subtle grudge. She wanted to make her conquest also of this man's world. So she ground away at her work, never giving it up. Some things she liked. Her subjects were English, Latin, French, mathematics, and history. Once she knew how to read French and Latin, the syntax bored her. Most tedious was the close study of English literature. Why should one remember the things one read? Something in mathematics, their cold absoluteness, fascinated her, but the actual practice was tedious. Some people in history puzzled her and made her ponder, but the political parts angered her, and she hated ministers. Only in odd streaks did she get a poignant sense of acquisition and enrichment and enlarging from her studies. One afternoon, reading As You Like It, once when with her blood she heard a passage of Latin, and she knew how the blood beat in a Roman's body, so that ever after she felt she knew the Romans by contact. She enjoyed the vagaries of English grammar, because it gave her pleasure to detect the live movements of words and sentences. And mathematics, the very sight of the letters in algebra, had a real lure for her. She felt so much and so confusedly at this time that her face got a queer, wondering, half-scared look, as if she were not sure what might seize upon her at any moment out of the unknown. Odd little bits of information stirred unfathomable passion in her. When she knew that in the tiny brown buds of autumn were folded, minute and complete, the finished flowers of the summer 9 months hence, tiny, folded up, and left there waiting, a flash of triumph and love went over her. "I could never die while there was a tree," she said, passionately, sententiously, standing before a great ash in worship. It was the people who, somehow, walked as an upright menace to her. Her life at this time was unformed, palpitating, essentially shrinking from all touch. She gave something to other people, but she was never herself, since she had no self. She was not afraid nor ashamed before trees, and birds, and the sky. but she shrank violently from people, ashamed she was not as they were, fixed, emphatic, but a wavering, undefined sensibility only, without form or being. Gudrun was at this time a great comfort and shield to her. The younger girl was a lithe, farouche animal who mistrusted all approach, and would have none of the petty secrecies and jealousies of schoolgirl intimacy. She would have no truck with the tame cats, nice or not, because she believed that they were all only untamed cats with a nasty, untrustworthy habit of tameness. This was a great stand-back for Ursula, who suffered agonies when she thought a person disliked her, no matter how much she despised that other person. How could anyone dislike her, Ursula Brangwen? The question terrified her and was unanswerable. She sought refuge in Gudrun's natural, proud indifference. It had been discovered that Gudrun had a talent for drawing. This solved the problem of the girl's indifference to all study. It was said of her, "She can draw marvellously." Suddenly Ursula found a queer awareness existed between herself and her class mistress, Miss Inger. The latter was a rather beautiful woman of 28, a fearless-seeming, clean type of modern girl whose very independence betrays her sorrow. She was clever and expert in what she did, accurate, quick, commanding. To Ursula she had always given pleasure, because of her clear, decided, yet graceful appearance. She carried her head high, a little thrown back, and Ursula thought there was a look of nobility in the way she twisted her smooth brown hair upon her head. She always wore clean, attractive, well-fitting blouses and a well-made skirt. Everything about her was so well-ordered, betraying a fine, clear spirit, that it was a pleasure to sit in her class. Her voice was just as ringing and clear, and with unwavering, finely touched modulation. Her eyes were blue, clear, proud. She gave one altogether the sense of a fine-mettled, scrupulously groomed person, and of an unyielding mind. Yet there was an infinite poignancy about her, a great pathos in her lonely, proudly closed mouth. It was after Skrebensky had gone that there sprang up between the mistress and the girl that strange awareness. Then the unspoken intimacy that sometimes connects two people who may never even make each other's acquaintance. Before, they had always been good friends, in the undistinguished way of the classroom, with the professional relationship of mistress and scholar always present. Now, however, another thing came to pass. When they were in the room together, they were aware of each other, almost to the exclusion of everything else. Winifred Inger felt a hot delight in the lessons when Ursula was present. Ursula felt her whole life begin when Miss Inger came into the room. Then, with the beloved, subtly intimate teacher present, the girl sat as within the rays of some enrichening sun, whose intoxicating heat poured straight into her veins. The state of bliss, when Miss Inger was present, was supreme in the girl, but always eager, eager. As she went home, Ursula dreamed of the schoolmistress, made infinite dreams of things she could give her, of how she might make the elder woman adore her. Miss Inger was a Bachelor of Arts, who had studied at Nottingham. She was a clergyman's daughter, of good family. But what Ursula adored so much was her fine, upright, athletic bearing, and her indomitably proud nature. She was proud and free as a man, yet exquisite as a woman. The girl's heart burned in her breast as she set off for school in the morning. So eager was her breast, so glad her feet, to travel towards the beloved. Ah, Miss Inger, how straight and fine was her back, how strong her loins, how calm and free her limbs. Ursula craved ceaselessly to know if Miss Inger cared for her. As yet no definite sign had been passed between the two. Yet surely Miss Inger loved her too, was fond of her, liked her at least more than the rest of the scholars in the class. Yet she was never certain. It might be that Miss Inger cared nothing for her. And yet, with blazing heart, Ursula felt that if only she could speak to her, touch her, she would know. The summer term came, and with it the swimming class. Miss Inger was to take the swimming class. Then Ursula trembled and was dazed with passion. Her hopes were soon to be realised. she would see Miss Inger in her bathing dress. The day came. In the great bath the water was glimmering pale emerald green, a lovely glimmering mass of colour within the whitish marble-like confines. Overhead the light fell softly, and the great green body of pure water moved under it as someone dived from the side. Ursula, trembling, hardly able to contain herself, pulled off her clothes, put on her tight bathing suit, and opened the door of her cabin. 2 girls were in the water. The mistress had not appeared. She waited. A door opened. Miss Inger came out, dressed in a rust-red tunic like a Greek girl's, tied round the waist, and a red silk handkerchief round her head. How lovely she looked! Her knees were so white and strong and proud, and she was firm-bodied as Diana. She walked simply to the side of the bath, and with a negligent movement flung herself in. For a moment Ursula watched the white, smooth, strong shoulders and the easy arms swimming. Then she too dived into the water. Now, now, she was swimming in the same water with her dear mistress. The girl moved her limbs voluptuously, and swam by herself, deliciously, yet with a craving of unsatisfaction. She wanted to touch the other, to touch her, to feel her. "I will race you, Ursula," came the well-modulated voice. Ursula started violently. She turned to see the warm, unfolded face of her mistress looking at her, to her. She was acknowledged. Laughing her own beautiful, startled laugh, she began to swim. The mistress was just ahead, swimming with easy strokes. Ursula could see the head put back, the water flickering upon the white shoulders, the strong legs kicking shadowily. And she swam blinded with passion. Ah, the beauty of the firm, white, cool flesh! Ah, the wonderful firm limbs! Ah, if she did not so despise her own thin, dusky fragment of a body, if only she too were fearless and capable! She swam on eagerly, not wanting to win, only wanting to be near her mistress, to swim in a race with her. They neared the end of the bath, the deep end. Miss Inger touched the pipe, swung herself round, and caught Ursula round the waist in the water, and held her for a moment. "I won!" said Miss Inger, laughing. There was a moment of suspense. Ursula's heart was beating so fast, she clung to the rail, and could not move. Her dilated, warm, unfolded, glowing face turned to the mistress, as if to her very son. "Good-bye," said Miss Inger, and she swam away to the other pupils, taking professional interest in them. Ursula was dazed. She could still feel the touch of the mistress's body against her own. Only this, only this. The rest of the swimming time passed like a trance. When the call was given to leave the water, Miss Inger walked down the bath towards Ursula. Her rust-red, thin tunic was clinging to her. The whole body was defined, firm and magnificent, as it seemed to the girl. "I enjoyed our race, Ursula. Did you?" said Miss Inger. The girl could only laugh with revealed, open, glowing face. The love was now tacitly confessed, but it was some time before any further progress was made. Ursula continued in suspense, in inflamed bliss. Then one day, when she was alone, the mistress came near to her, and touching her cheek with her fingers, said with some difficulty, "Would you like to come to tea with me on Saturday, Ursula?" The girl flushed all gratitude. "We'll go to a lovely little bungalow on the Soar, shall we? I stay the weekends there sometimes." Ursula was beside herself. She could not endure till the Saturday came. Her thoughts burned up like a fire. If only it were Saturday. If only it were Saturday. Then Saturday came, and she set out. Miss Inger met her in Sawley, and they walked about 3 miles to the bungalow. It was a moist, warm, cloudy day. The bungalow was a tiny, 2-roomed shanty set on a steep bank. Everything in it was exquisite. In delicious privacy the 2 girls made tea, and then they talked. Ursula need not be home till about 10 o'clock. The talk was led by a kind of spell to love. Miss Inger was telling Ursula of a friend, how she had died in childbirth, and what she had suffered, Then she told of a prostitute, and some of her experiences with men. As they talked thus, on the little verandah of the bungalow, the night fell, there was a little warm rain. "It is really stifling," said Miss Inger. They watched a train, whose lights were pale in the lingering twilight, rushing across the distance. "It will thunder," said Ursula. The electric suspense continued. The darkness sank. They were eclipsed. "I think I shall go and bathe," said Miss Inger, out of the cloud-black darkness. "At night?" said Ursula. "It is best at night. Will you come?" "I should like to." "It is quite safe. The grounds are private. We had better undress in the bungalow, for fear of the rain, then run down." Shyly, stiffly, Ursula went into the bungalow, and began to remove her clothes. The lamp was turned low. She stood in the shadow. By another chair, Winifred Inger was undressing. Soon the naked, shadowy figure of the elder girl came to the younger. "Are you ready?" she said. "One moment." Ursula could hardly speak. The other naked woman stood by, stood near, silent. Ursula was ready. They ventured out into the darkness, feeling the soft air of night upon their skins. "I can't see the path," said Ursula. "It is here," said the voice, and the wavering, pallid figure was beside her, a hand grasping her arm. And the elder held the younger close against her, close as they went down, and by the side of the water she put her arms round her and kissed her. And she lifted her in her arms, close, saying softly, "I shall carry you into the water." Ursula lay still in her mistress's arms, her forehead against the beloved, maddening breast. "I shall put you in," said Winifred. But Ursula twined her body about her mistress. After a while the rain came down on their flushed, hot limbs, startling, delicious. A sudden, ice-cold shower burst in a great weight upon them. They stood up to it with pleasure. Ursula received the stream of it upon her breasts and her limbs. It made her cold, and a deep, bottomless silence welled up in her, as if bottomless darkness were returning upon her. So the heat vanished away. She was chilled, as if from a waking up. She ran indoors, a chill, non-existent thing, wanting to get away. She wanted the light, the presence of other people, the external connection with the many. Above all, she wanted to lose herself among natural surroundings. She took her leave of her mistress and returned home. She was glad to be on the station with a crowd of Saturday night people, glad to sit in the lighted, crowded railway carriage. Only she did not want to meet anybody she knew. She did not want to talk. She was alone, immune. All this stir and seethe of lights and people was but the rim, the shores of a great inner darkness and void. She wanted very much to be on the seething, partially illuminated shore, for within her was the void reality of dark space. For a time, Miss Inger, her mistress, was gone. She was only a dark void, and Ursula was free as a shade walking in an underworld of extinction, of oblivion. Ursula was glad, with a kind of motionless, lifeless gladness, that her mistress was extinct, gone out of her. In the morning, however, the love was there again, burning, burning. She remembered yesterday, and she wanted more, always more. She wanted to be with her mistress. All separation from her mistress was a restriction from living. Why could she not go to her today? Today? Why must she pace about, revoked at Cossethay, whilst her mistress was elsewhere? She sat down and wrote a burning, passionate love letter. She could not help it. The two women became intimate. Their lives seemed suddenly to fuse into one, inseparable. Ursula went to Winifred's lodging. She spent there her only living hours. Winifred was very fond of water, of swimming, of rowing. She belonged to various athletic clubs. Many delicious afternoons the two girls spent in a light boat on the river. Winifred always rowing. Indeed, Winifred seemed to delight in having Ursula in her charge, in giving things to the girl, in filling and enriching her life. So that Ursula developed rapidly during the few months of her intimacy with her mistress. Winifred had had a scientific education. She had known many clever people. She wanted to bring Ursula to her own position of thought. They took religion and rid it of its dogmas, its falsehoods. Winifred humanised it all. Gradually it dawned upon Ursula that all the religion she knew was but a particular clothing to a human aspiration. The aspiration was the real thing. The clothing was a matter almost of national taste or need. The Greeks had a naked Apollo, the Christians a white-robed Christ, the Buddhists a royal prince, the Egyptians their Osiris. Religions were local, and religion was universal. Christianity was a local branch. There was as yet no assimilation of local religions into universal religion. In religion there were the two great motives of fear and love. The motive of fear was as great as the motive of love. Christianity accepted crucifixion to escape from fear. Do your worst to me, that I have no more fear of the worst. But that which was feared was not necessarily all evil, and that which was loved not necessarily all good. Fear shall become reverence, and reverence is submission in identification. Love shall become triumph, and triumph is delight in identification. So much she talked of religion, getting the gists of many writings. In philosophy she was brought to the conclusion that the human desire is the criterion of all truth and all good. Truth does not lie beyond humanity, but is one of the products of the human mind and feeling. There is really nothing to fear. The motive of fear in religion is base, and must be left to the ancient worshippers of power, worship of Moloch. We do not worship power in our enlightened souls. Power is degenerated to money and Napoleonic stupidity. Ursula could not help dreaming of Moloch. Her God was not mild and gentle, neither lamb nor dove. He was the lion and the eagle. Not because the lion and the eagle had power, but because they were proud and strong. They were themselves. They were not passive subjects of some shepherd, or pets of some loving woman, or sacrifices of some priest. She was weary to death of mild, passive lambs and monotonous doves. If the lamb might lie down with the lion, it would be a great honour to the lamb. But the lion's powerful heart would suffer no diminishing. She loved the dignity and self-possession of lions. She did not see how lambs could love. Lambs could only be loved. They could only be afraid, and tremblingly submit to fear, and become sacrificial. Or they could submit to love, and become beloveds. In both they were passive. Raging, destructive lovers, seeking the moment when fear is greatest, and triumph is greatest, the fear not greater than the triumph not greater than the fear. These were no lambs nor doves. She stretched her own limbs like a lion or a wild horse. Her heart was relentless in its desires. It would suffer 1,000 deaths, but it would still be a lion's heart when it rose from death. A fiercer lion she would be, a surer, knowing herself different from and separate from the great, conflicting universe that was not herself. Winifred Inger was also interested in the women's movement. "The men will do no more. They have lost the capacity for doing," said the elder girl. "They fuss and talk, but they are really inane. They make everything fit into an old, inert idea. Love is a dead idea to them. They don't come to one and love one. They come to an idea and they say, 'You are my idea.' So they embrace themselves. As if I were any man's idea. As if I exist because a man has an idea of me. As if I will be betrayed by him, lend him my body as an instrument for his idea, to be a mere apparatus of his dead theory. But they are too fussy to be able to act. They are all impotent. They can't take a woman. They come to their own idea every time and take that. They are like serpents trying to swallow themselves because they are hungry." Ursula was introduced by her friend to various women and men, educated, unsatisfied people, who still moved within the smug provincial society as if they were nearly as tame as their outward behaviour showed, but who were inwardly raging and mad. It was a strange world the girl was swept into, like a chaos, like the end of the world. She was too young to understand it all. Yet the inoculation passed into her through her love for her mistress. The examination came, and then school was over. It was the long vacation. Winifred Inger went away to London. Ursula was left alone in Cossethay. A terrible, outcast, almost poisonous despair possessed her. It was no use doing anything, or being anything. She had no connection with other people. Her lot was isolated and deadly. There was nothing for her anywhere but this black disintegration. Yet, within all the great attack of disintegration upon her, she remained herself. It was the terrible core of all her suffering that she was always herself. Never could she escape that. She could not put off being herself. She still adhered to Winifred Inger, but a sort of nausea was coming over her. She loved her mistress, but a heavy, clogged sense of deadness began to gather upon her, from the other woman's contact. And sometimes she thought Winifred was ugly, clayey. Her female hips seemed big and earthy. Her ankles and her arms were too thick. She wanted some fine intensity instead of this heavy cleaving of moist clay that cleaves because it has no life of its own. Winifred still loved Ursula. She had a passion for the fine flame of the girl. She served her endlessly, would have done anything for her. "Come with me to London," she pleaded to the girl. "I will make it nice for you. You shall do lots of things you will enjoy." "No," said Ursula, stubborn and dully. "No, I don't want to go to London. I want to be by myself." Winifred knew what this meant. She knew that Ursula was beginning to reject her. The fine, unquenchable flame of the younger girl would consent no more to mingle with the perverted life of the elder woman. Winifred knew it would come. But she too was proud. At the bottom of her was a black pit of despair. She knew perfectly well that Ursula would cast her off. And that seemed like the end of her life. But she was too hopeless to rage. Wisely, economising what was left of Ursula's love, she went away to London, leaving the beloved girl alone. And after a fortnight, Ursula's letters became tender again, loving. Her Uncle Tom had invited her to go and stay with him. He was managing a big, new colliery in Yorkshire. Would Winifred come too? For now Ursula was imagining marriage for Winifred. She wanted her to marry her Uncle Tom. Winifred knew this. She said she would come to Wiggiston. She would now let fate do as it liked with her, since there was nothing remaining to be done. Tom Brangwen also saw Ursula's intention. He too was at the end of his desires. He had done the things he wanted to. They had all ended in a disintegrated lifelessness of soul, which he hid under an utterly tolerant good humour. He no longer cared about anything on earth, neither man nor woman, nor God nor humanity. He had come to a stability of nullification. He did not care any more, neither about his body nor about his soul. Only he would preserve intact his own life. Only the simple, superficial fact of living persisted. He was still healthy. He lived. Therefore he would fill each moment. That had always been his creed. It was not instinctive easiness. It was the inevitable outcome of his nature. When he was in the absolute privacy of his own life, he did as he pleased, unscrupulous, without any ulterior thought. He believed neither in good nor evil. Each moment was like a separate little island, isolated from time, and blank, unconditioned by time. He lived in a large new house of red brick, standing outside a mass of homogeneous red brick dwellings called Wiggiston. Wiggiston was only 7 years old. It had been a hamlet of 11 houses on the edge of healthy, half-agricultural country. Then the great seam of coal had been opened. In a year Wiggiston appeared, a great mass of pinkish rows of thin, unreal dwellings of 5 rooms each. The streets were like visions of pure ugliness. A grey-black macadamised road, asphalt causeways held in between a flat succession of wall, window and door. A new brick channel that began nowhere and ended nowhere. Everything was amorphous, yet everything repeated itself endlessly. Only now and then, in one of the house windows, vegetables or small groceries were displayed for sale. In the middle of the town was a large, open, shapeless space, or market-place, of black-trodden earth, surrounded by the same flat material of dwellings, new red brick becoming grimy, small oblong windows and oblong doors repeated endlessly, with just, at one corner, a great and gaudy public house, and somewhere lost on one of the sides of the square, a large window, opaque and darkish green, which was the post office. The place had the strange desolation of a ruin. Colliers hanging about in gangs and groups, or passing along the asphalt pavements, heavily to work, seemed not like living people, but like spectres. The rigidity of the blank streets, the homogeneous amorphous sterility of the whole, suggested death rather than life. There was no meeting place, no centre, no artery, no organic formation. There it lay, like the new foundations of a red brick confusion rapidly spreading, like a skin disease. Just outside of this, on a little hill, was Tom Brangwen's big red brick house. It looked from the front upon the edge of the place, a meaningless squalor of ash pits and closets, and irregular rows of the backs of houses, each with its small activity made sordid by barren cohesion with the rest of the small activities. Farther off was the great colliery that went night and day. And all around there was the country, green with two winding streams, ragged with gorse and heath, the darker woods in the distance. The whole place was just unreal, just unreal. Even now, when he had been there for 2 years, Tom Brangwen did not believe in the actuality of the place. It was like some gruesome dream, some ugly, dead, amorphous mood become concrete. Ursula and Winifred were met by the motor car at the raw little station, and drove through what seemed to them like the horrible raw beginnings of something. The place was a moment of chaos perpetuated, persisting, chaos fixed and rigid. Ursula was fascinated by the many men who were there, groups of men standing in the streets, 4 or 5 men walking in a gang together, their dogs running behind or before. They were all decently dressed, and most of them rather gaunt. The terrible gaunt repose of their bearing fascinated her. Like creatures with no more hope, but which still live and have passionate being, within some utterly unliving shell, they passed meaninglessly along, with strange, isolated dignity. It was as if a hard, horny shell enclosed them all. Shocked and startled, Ursula was carried to her Uncle Tom's house. He was not yet at home. His house was simply but well furnished. He had taken out a dividing wall, and made the whole front of the house into a large library, with one end devoted to his science. It was a handsome room, appointed as a laboratory and reading room, but giving the same sense of hard, mechanical activity. Activity mechanical, yet inchoate, and looking out on the hideous abstraction of the town, and at the green meadows and rough country beyond, and at the great mathematical colliery on the other side. They saw Tom Brangwen walking up the curved drive. He was getting stouter, but with his bowler hat worn well set down on his brows, he looked manly, handsome, curiously like any other man of action. His colour was as fresh, his health as perfect as ever. He walked like a man rather absorbed. Winifred Inger was startled when he entered the library, his coat fastened and correct, his head bald to the crown, but not shiny, rather like something naked that one is accustomed to see covered, and his dark eyes liquid and formless. He seemed to stand in the shadow like a thing ashamed, and the clasp of his hand was so soft and yet so forceful that it chilled the heart. She was afraid of him, repelled by him, and yet attracted. He looked at the athletic, seemingly fearless girl, and he detected in her a kinship with his own dark corruption. Immediately he knew they were akin. His manner was polite, almost foreign, and rather cold. He still laughed in his curious, animal fashion, suddenly wrinkling up his wide nose and showing his sharp teeth. The fine beauty of his skin and his complexion, some almost waxen quality, hid the strange repellent grossness of him, the slight sense of putrescence, the commonness which revealed itself in his rather fat thighs and loins. Winifred saw at once the deferential, slightly servile, slightly cunning regard he had for Ursula, which made the girl at once so proud and so perplexed. "But is this place as awful as it looks?" the young girl asked, a strain in her eyes. "It is just what it looks," he said. "It hides nothing." "Why are the men so sad?" "Are they sad?" he replied. "They seem unutterably, unutterably sad," said Ursula, out of a passionate throat. "I don't think they are that. They just take it for granted." What do they take for granted? This, the pits and the place altogether. Why don't they alter it? She passionately protested. They believe they must alter themselves to fit the pits and the place, rather than alter the pits and the place to fit themselves. It is easier, he said. And you agree with them? Burst out his niece, unable to bear it. You think like they do, that living human beings must be taken and adapted to all kinds of horrors. We could easily do without the pits. He smiled uncomfortably, cynically. Ursula felt again the revolt of hatred from him. I suppose their lives are not really so bad, said Winifred Inger, superior to the Zola-esque tragedy. He turned with his polite, distant attention. Yes, they are pretty bad. The pits are very deep and hot, and in some places wet. The men die of consumption fairly often, but they earn good wages. How gruesome, said Winifred Inger. Yes, he replied gravely. It was his grave, solid, self-contained manner which made him so much respected as a colliery manager. The servant came in to ask where they would have tea. Put it in the summer-house, Mrs. Smith, he said. The fair-haired, good-looking young woman went out. Is she married and in service? Asked Ursula. She's a widow. Her husband died of consumption a little while ago. Brangwen gave a sinister little laugh. He lay there in the house-place at her mother's, and 5 or 6 other people in the house, and died very gradually. I asked her if his death wasn't a great trouble to her. Well, she said, he was very fretful towards the last, never satisfied, never easy, always fretting, and never knowing what would satisfy him. So in one way it was a relief when it was over, for him and for everybody. They'd only been married 2 years, and she has 1 boy. I asked her if she hadn't been very happy. Oh yes, sir, we was very comfortable at first, till he took bad. Oh, we was very comfortable. Oh yes, but you see, you get used to it. I've had my father and 2 brothers go off just the same. You get used to it. It is a horrible thing to get used to, said Winifred Inger, with a shudder. Yes, he said, still smiling, but that's how they are. She'll be getting married again directly. One man or another, it does not matter very much. They are all colliers. What do you mean? Asked Ursula. They're all colliers. It is with the women as with us, he replied. Her husband was John Smith, loader. We reckoned him as a loader. He reckoned himself as a loader. And so she knew he represented his job. Marriage and home is a little sideshow. The women know it right enough, and take it for what it's worth. One man or another, it doesn't matter all the world. The pit matters. Round the pit there will always be the sideshows, plenty of 'em. He looked round at the red chaos, the rigid, amorphous confusion of Wiggiston. Every man his own little sideshow, his home, but the pit owns every man. The women have what is left. What's left of this man, or what is left of that, it doesn't matter altogether. The pit takes all that really matters. It is the same everywhere, burst out Winifred. It is the office, or the shop, or the business that gets the man. The woman gets the bit the shop can't digest. What is he at home, a man? He is a meaningless lump, a standing machine, a machine out of work. They know they are sold, said Tom Brangwen. That's where it is. They know they are sold to their job. If a woman talks her throat out, what difference can it make? The man's sold to his job. So the women don't bother. They take what they can catch, and vogue la galère. Aren't they very strict here? Asked Miss Inger. Oh no. Mrs. Smith has 2 sisters who have just changed husbands. They're not very particular, neither are they very interested. They go dragging along what is left from the pits. They're not interested enough to be very immoral. It all amounts to the same thing, moral or immoral, just a question of pit wages. The most moral duke in England makes 200,000 a year out of these pits. He keeps the morality end up. Ursula sat black-souled and very bitter, hearing the 2 of them talk. There seemed something ghoulish even in their very deploring of the state of things. They seemed to take a ghoulish satisfaction in it. The pit was the great mistress. Ursula looked out of the window and saw the proud, demon-like colliery, with her wheels twinkling in the heavens, the formless, squalid mass of the town lying aside. It was the squalid heap of sideshows. The pit was the main show, the raison d'être of all. How terrible it was! There was a horrible fascination in it. Human bodies and lives subjected in slavery to that symmetric monster of the colliery. There was a swooning, perverse satisfaction in it. For a moment she was dizzy. Then she recovered, felt herself in a great loneliness, wherein she was sad but free. She had departed. No more would she subscribe to the great colliery, to the great machine which has taken us all captives. In her soul she was against it. She disowned even its power. It had only to be forsaken to be inane, meaningless. And she knew it was meaningless. But it needed a great, passionate effort of will on her part, seeing the colliery, still to maintain her knowledge that it was meaningless. But her Uncle Tom and her mistress remained there among the horde, cynically reviling the monstrous state, and yet adhering to it, like a man who reviles his mistress, yet who is in love with her. She knew her Uncle Tom perceived what was going on. But she knew moreover that in spite of his criticism and condemnation, he still wanted the great machine. His only happy moments, his only moments of pure freedom were when he was serving the machine. Then, and only then, when the machine caught him up, was he free from the hatred of himself, could he act wholly, without cynicism and unreality. His real mistress was the machine, and the real mistress of Winifred was the machine. She too, Winifred, worshipped the impure abstraction, the mechanisms of matter. There, in the machine, in service of the machine, was she free from the clog and degradation of human feeling. There, in the monstrous mechanism that held all matter, living or dead, in its service, did she achieve her consummation and her perfect unison, her immortality. Hatred sprang up in Ursula's heart. If she could, she would smash the machine. Her soul's action should be the smashing of the great machine. If she could destroy the colliery, and make all the men of Wiggiston out of work, she would do it. Let them starve and grub in the earth for roots, rather than serve such a moloch as this. She hated her Uncle Tom. She hated Winifred Inger. They went down to the summer house for tea. It was a pleasant place among a few trees, at the end of a tiny garden, on the edge of a field. Her Uncle Tom and Winifred seemed to jeer at her, to cheapen her. She was miserable and desolate, but she would never give way. Her coldness for Winifred should never cease. She knew it was over between them. She saw gross, ugly movements in her mistress. She saw a clayey, inert, unquickened flesh, that reminded her of the great prehistoric lizards. One day her Uncle Tom came in out of the broiling sunshine, heated from walking. Then the perspiration stood out upon his head and brow. His hand was wet and hot and suffocating in its clasp. He too had something marshy about him, the succulent moistness and turgidity, and the same brackish, nauseating effect of a marsh, where life and decaying are one. He was repellent to her, who was so dry and fine in her fire. Her very bones seemed to bid him keep his distance from her. It was in these weeks that Ursula grew up. She stayed 2 weeks at Wiggiston, and she hated it. All was grey, dry ash, cold and dead and ugly. But she stayed. She stayed also to get rid of Winifred. The girl's hatred and her sense of repulsiveness in her mistress and in her uncle seemed to throw the other two together. They drew together as if against her. In hardness and bitterness of soul, Ursula knew that Winifred was become her uncle's lover. She was glad. She had loved them both. Now she wanted to be rid of them both. Their marshy, bitter-sweet corruption came sick and unwholesome in her nostrils. Anything to get out of the fetid air. She would leave them both forever. Leave forever their strange, soft, half-corrupt element. Anything to get away. One night Winifred came all burning into Ursula's bed, and put her arms round the girl, holding her to herself in spite of unwillingness, and said, "Dear, my dear, shall I marry Mr. Brangwen? Shall I?" The clinging, heavy, muddy question weighed on Ursula intolerably. "Has he asked you?" she said, using all her might of hard resistance. "He's asked me," said Winifred. "Do you want me to marry him, Ursula?" "Yes," said Ursula. The arms tightened more on her. "I knew you did, my sweet, and I will marry him. You're fond of him, aren't you?" "I've been awfully fond of him, ever since I was a child." I know. I can see what you like in him. He is a man by himself. He has something apart from the rest." "Yes," said Ursula. "But he's not like you, my dear. Ha! He's not as good as you. There's something even objectionable in him. His thick thighs." Ursula was silent. "But I'll marry him, my dear. It will be best. Now say you love me." A sort of profession was extorted out of the girl. Nevertheless her mistress went away sighing, to weep in her own chamber. In 2 days' time Ursula left Wiggiston. Miss Inger went to Nottingham. There was an engagement between her and Tom Brangwen, which the uncle seemed to vaunt as if it were an assurance of his validity. Brangwen and Winifred Inger continued engaged for another term. Then they married. Brangwen had reached the age when he wanted children. He wanted children. Neither marriage nor the domestic establishment meant anything to him. He wanted to propagate himself. He knew what he was doing. He had the instinct of a growing inertia, of a thing that chooses its place of rest in which to lapse into apathy, complete, profound indifference. He would let the machinery carry him, husband, father, pit manager, warm clay lifted through the recurrent action of day after day by the great machine from which it derived its motion. As for Winifred, she was an educated woman, and of the same sort as himself. She would make a good companion. She was his mate. End of Chapter 12. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13, Part 1. Of the Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man's World. Ursula came back to Cossitay to fight with her mother. Her school days were over. She had passed the matriculation examination. Now she came home to face that empty period between school and possible marriage. At first she thought it would be just like holidays all the time. She would just feel free. Her soul was in chaos, blinded, suffering, maimed. She had no will left to think about herself. For a time she must just lapse. But very shortly she found herself up against her mother. Her mother had, at this time, the power to irritate and madden the girl continuously. There were already 7 children, yet Mrs. Brangwen was again with child, the 9th she had borne. One had died of diphtheria in infancy. Even this fact of her mother's pregnancy enraged the eldest girl. Mrs. Brangwen was so complacent, so utterly fulfilled in her breeding. She would not have the existence at all of anything but the immediate, physical, common things. Ursula, inflamed in soul, was suffering all the anguish of youth's reaching for some unknown ordeal that it can't grasp, can't even distinguish or conceive. Maddened, she was fighting all the darkness she was up against. And part of this darkness was her mother. To limit, as her mother did, everything to the ring of physical considerations, and complacently to reject the reality of anything else, was horrible. Not a thing did Mrs. Brangwen care about, but the children, the house, and a little local gossip. And she would not be touched. She would let nothing else live near her. She went about, big with child, slovenly, easy, having a certain lax dignity, taking her own time, pleasing herself, always, always doing things for the children, and feeling that she thereby fulfilled the whole of womanhood. This long trance of complacent childbearing had kept her young and undeveloped. She was scarcely a day older than when Gudrun was born. All these years nothing had happened save the coming of the children. Nothing had mattered but the bodies of her babies. As her children came into consciousness, as they began to suffer their own fulfilment, she cast them off. But she remained dominant in the house. Brangwen continued in a kind of rich drowse of physical heat, in connection with his wife. They were neither of them quite personal, quite defined as individuals, so much were they pervaded by the physical heat of breeding and rearing their young. How Ursula resented it! How she fought against the close, physical, limited life of herded domesticity! Calm, placid, unshakable as ever, Mrs. Brangwen went about in her dominance of physical maternity. There were battles. Ursula would fight for things that mattered to her. She would have the children less rude and tyrannical. She would have a place in the house. But her mother pulled her down, pulled her down. With all the cunning instinct of a breeding animal, Mrs. Brangwen ridiculed and held cheap Ursula's passions, her ideas, her pronunciations. Ursula would try to insist, in her own home, on the right of women to take equal place with men in the field of action and work. "Ay," said the mother, "there's a good crop of stockings lying ripe for mending. Let that be a field of action." Ursula disliked mending stockings, and this retort maddened her. She hated her mother bitterly. After a few weeks of enforced domestic life, she had had enough of her home. The commonness, the triviality, the immediate meaninglessness of it all drove her to frenzy. She talked and stormed ideas, she corrected and nagged at the children. She turned her back in silent contempt on her breeding mother, who treated her with supercilious indifference, as if she were a pretentious child not to be taken seriously. Brangwen was sometimes dragged into the trouble. He loved Ursula, therefore he always had a sense of shame, almost of betrayal when he turned on her. So he turned fiercely and scathingly, and with a wholesale brutality that made Ursula go white, mute and numb. Her feelings seemed to be becoming deadened in her temper hard and cold. Brangwen himself was in one of his states of flux. After all these years, he began to see a loophole of freedom. For 20 years he had gone on at this office as a draftsman, doing work in which he had no interest, because it seemed his allotted work. The growing up of his daughters, their developing rejection of old forms, set him also free. He was a man of ceaseless activity. Blindly, like a mole, he pushed his way out of the earth that covered him, working always away from the physical element in which his life was captured. Slowly, blindly, gropingly, with what initiative was left to him, he made his way towards individual expression and individual form. At last, after 20 years, he came back to his wood carving, almost to the point where he had left off his Adam and Eve panel when he was courting. But now he had knowledge and skill without vision. He saw the puerility of his young conceptions. He saw the unreal world in which they had been conceived. He now had a new strength in his sense of reality. He felt as if he were real, as if he handled real things. He had worked for many years at CATHEDRAL, building the organ for the church, restoring the woodwork, gradually coming to a knowledge of beauty in the plain labours. Now he wanted again to carve things that were utterances of himself. But he could not quite hitch on. Always he was too busy, too uncertain, confused. Wavering, he began to study modelling. To his surprise, he found he could do it. Modelling in clay, in plaster, he produced beautiful reproductions, really beautiful. Then he set to make a head of Ursula, in high relief, in the Donatello manner. In his first passion, he got a beautiful suggestion of his desire. But the pitch of concentration would not come. With a little ash in his mouth he gave up. He continued to copy, or to make designs by selecting motifs from classic stuff. He loved the Della Robbia and Donatello, as he had loved Fra Angelico when he was a young man. His work had some of the freshness, the naïve alertness of the early Italians, but it was only reproduction. Having reached his limit in modelling, he turned to painting. But he tried watercolour painting after the manner of any other amateur. He got his results, but was not much interested. After 1 or 2 drawings of his beloved church, which had the same alertness as his modelling, he seemed to be incongruous with the modern atmospheric way of painting, so that his church tower stood up, really stood and asserted its standing, but was ashamed of its own lack of meaning. He turned away again. He took up jewellery, read Benvenuto Cellini, pored over reproductions of ornament, and began to make pendants in silver and pearl and matrix. The first things he did, in his start of discovery, were really beautiful. Those later were more imitative. But, starting with his wife, he made a pendant each for all his womenfolk. Then he made rings and bracelets. Then he took up beaten and chiselled metalwork. When Ursula left school, he was making a silver bowl of lovely shape. How he delighted in it, almost lusted after it. All this time his only connection with the real outer world was through his winter evening classes, which brought him into contact with state education. About all the rest he was oblivious, and entirely indifferent, even about the war. The nation did not exist to him. He was in a private retreat of his own that had neither nationality nor any great adherent. Ursula watched the newspapers, vaguely, concerning the war in South Africa. They made her miserable, and she tried to have as little to do with them as possible. But Skrebensky was out there. He sent her an occasional postcard. But it was as if she were a blank wall in his direction, without windows or outgoing. She adhered to the Skrebensky of her memory. Her love for Winifred Inger wrenched her life as it seemed from the roots and native soil where Skrebensky had belonged to it, and she was aridly transplanted. He was really only a memory. She revived his memory with strange passion, after the departure of Winifred. He was to her almost the symbol of her real life. It was as if through him, in him, she might return to her own self, which she was before she had loved Winifred, before this deadness had come upon her, this pitiless transplanting. But even her memories were the work of her imagination. She dreamed of him and her as they had been together. She could not dream of him progressively, of what he was doing now, of what relation he would have to her now. Only sometimes she wept to think how cruelly she had suffered when he left her. Ah, how she had suffered! She remembered what she had written in her diary. "If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down." Ah, it was a dull agony to her to remember what she had been then, for it was remembering a dead self, all that was dead after Winifred. She knew the corpse of her young, loving self, she knew its grave, and the young living self she mourned for had scarcely existed. It was the creature of her imagination. Deep within her a cold despair remained unchanging and unchanged. No one would ever love her now. She would love no one. The body of love was killed in her after Winifred. There was something of the corpse in her. She would live, she would go on, but she would have no lovers. No lover would want her any more. She herself would want no lover. The vividest little flame of desire was extinct in her forever. The tiny, vivid germ that contained the bud of her real self, her real love, was killed. She would go on growing as a plant. She would do her best to produce her minor flowers. But her leading flower was dead before it was born. All her growth was the conveying of a corpse of hope. The miserable weeks went on, in the poky house crammed with children. What was her life? A sordid, formless, disintegrated nothing. Ursula Brangwen, a person without worth or importance, living in the mean village of Cossitay, within the sordid scope of Ilkeston. Ursula Brangwen, at 17, worthless and unvalued, neither wanted nor needed by anybody, and conscious herself of her own dead value. It would not bear thinking of. But still her dogged pride held its own. She might be defiled. She might be a corpse that should never be loved. She might be a core rotten stalk living upon the food that others provided. Yet she would give in to nobody. Gradually she became conscious that she could not go on living at home as she was doing, without place or meaning or worth. The very children that went to school held her uselessness in contempt. She must do something. Her father said she had plenty to do to help her mother. From her parents she would never get more than a hit in the face. She was not a practical person. She thought of wild things, of running away and becoming a domestic servant, of asking some man to take her. She wrote to the mistress of the high school for advice. "I cannot see very clearly what you should do, Ursula," came the reply, "unless you are willing to become an elementary school teacher. You have matriculated, and that qualifies you to take a post as uncertificated teacher in any school at a salary of about £50 a year. I cannot tell you how deeply I sympathise with you in your desire to do something. You will learn that mankind is a great body of which you are one useful member. You will take your own place at the great task which humanity is trying to fulfil. That will give you a satisfaction and a self-respect which nothing else could give." Ursula's heart sank. It was a cold, dreary satisfaction to think of. Yet her cold will acquiesced. This was what she wanted. "You have an emotional nature," the letter went on, "a quick, natural response. If only you could learn patience and self-discipline, I do not see why you should not make a good teacher. The least you could do is try. You need only serve a year, or perhaps 2 years, as uncertificated teacher. Then you would go on to one of the training colleges, where I hope you would take your degree. I most strongly urge and advise you to keep up your studies always with the intention of taking a degree. That will give you a qualification and a position in the world, and will give you more scope to choose your own way. I shall be proud to see one of my girls win her own economical independence, which means so much more than it seems. I shall be glad indeed to know that one more of my girls has provided for herself the means of freedom to choose for herself." It all sounded grim and desperate. Ursula rather hated it. But her mother's contempt and her father's harshness had made her raw at the quick. She knew the ignominy of being a hanger-on. She felt the festering thorn of her mother's animal estimation. At length she had to speak. Hard and shut down and silent within herself, she slipped out one evening to the work-shed. She heard the tap, tap, tap of the hammer upon the metal. Her father lifted his head as the door opened. His face was ruddy and bright with instinct, as when he was a youth. His black moustache was cut close over his wide mouth. His black hair was fine and close as ever. But there was about him an abstraction, a sort of instrumental detachment from human things. He was a worker. He watched his daughter's hard, expressionless face. A hot anger came over his breast and belly. "What now?" he said. "Can't I?" she answered, looking aside, not looking at him. "Can't I go out to work?" "Go out to work? What for?" His voice was so strong and ready and vibrant, it irritated her. "I want some other life than this." A flash of strong rage arrested all his blood for a moment. "Some other life?" he repeated. "Why, what other life do you want?" She hesitated. "Something else beside housework and hanging about. And I want to earn something." Her curious, brutal hardness of speech, and the fierce invincibility of her youth, which ignored him, made him also harden with anger. "And how do you think you're going to earn anything?" he asked. "I can become a teacher. I'm qualified by my matric." He wished her matric, in hell. "And how much are you qualified to earn by your matric?" he asked, jeering. £50 a year, she said. He was silent, his power taken out of his hand. He had always hugged a secret pride in the fact that his daughters need not go out to work. With his wife's money and his own they had 400 a year. They could draw on the capital if need be later on. He was not afraid for his old age. His daughters might be ladies. £50 a year was £1 a week, which was enough for her to live on independently. "And what sort of teacher do you think you'd make? You haven't the patience of a jack-gnat with your own brothers and sisters, let alone with a class of children. And I thought you didn't like dirty, board-school brats. They're not all dirty. You'll find they're not all clean." There was silence in the workshop. The lamplight fell on the burned silver bowl that lay between them, on mallet and furnace and chisel. Brangwen stood with a queer, cat-like light on his face, almost like a smile, but it was no smile. "Can I try?" she said. "You can do what the deuce you like, and go where you like." Her face was fixed and expressionless and indifferent. It always sent him to a pitch of frenzy to see it like that. He kept perfectly still. Cold, without any betrayal of feeling, she turned and left the shed. He worked on, with all his nerves jangled. Then he had to put down his tools and go into the house. In a bitter tone of anger and contempt, he told his wife. Ursula was present. There was a brief altercation, closed by Mrs. Brangwen's saying, in a tone of biting superiority and indifference, "Let her find out what it's like. She'll soon have had enough." The matter was left there. But Ursula considered herself free to act. For some days she made no move. She was reluctant to take the cruel step of finding work, for she shrank with extreme sensitiveness and shyness from new contact, new situations. Then at length a sort of doggedness drove her. Her soul was full of bitterness. She went to the Free Library in Ilkeston, copied out addresses from the schoolmistress, and wrote for application forms. After 2 days she rose early to meet the postman. As she expected, there were 3 long envelopes. Her heart beat painfully as she went up with them to her bedroom. Her fingers trembled. She could hardly force herself to look at the long official forms she had to fill in. The whole thing was so cruel, so impersonal. Yet it must be done. Name, surname first. In a trembling hand she wrote Brangwen, Ursula. Age and date of birth. After a long time considering, she filled in that line. Qualifications, with date of examination. With a little pride she wrote London Matriculation Examination. Previous experience and where obtained. Her heart sank as she wrote none. Still there was much to answer. It took her 2 hours to fill in the 3 forms. Then she had to copy her testimonials from her headmistress and from the clergyman. At last, however, it was finished. She had sealed the 3 long envelopes. In the afternoon she went down to Ilkeston to post them. She said nothing of it all to her parents. As she stamped her long letters and put them into the box at the main post office, she felt as if already she was out of the reach of her father and mother, as if she had connected herself with the outer, greater world of activity, the man-made world. As she returned home, she dreamed again in her own fashion on her old gorgeous dreams. One of her applications was to Gillingham in Kent, one to Kingston-on-Thames, and the other to Swanwick in Derbyshire. Gillingham was such a lovely name, and Kent was the garden of England, so that in Gillingham, an old village by the hop fields, where the sun shone softly, she came out of school in the afternoon into the shadow of the plane trees by the gate, and turned down the sleepy road towards the cottage, where cornflowers poked their blue heads through the old wooden fence, and phlox stood built up of blossom beside the path. A delicate, silver-haired lady rose with delicate ivory hands uplifted as Ursula entered the room and said, "Oh, my dear, what do you think?" "What is it, Mrs. Wetherall?" Frederick had come home. Nay, his manly step was heard on the stair. She saw his strong boots, his blue trousers, his uniformed figure, and then his face, clean and keen as an eagle's, and his eyes lit up with the glamour of strange seas. Ah, strange seas that had woven through his soul as he descended into the kitchen. This dream, with its amplifications, lasted her a mile of walking. Then she went to Kingston-on-Thames. Kingston-on-Thames was an old historic place just south of London. There lived the well-born, dignified souls who belonged to the metropolis, but who loved peace. There she met a wonderful family of girls living in a large old Queen Anne house, whose lawns sloped to the river, and in an atmosphere of stately peace she found herself among her soul's intimates. They loved her as sisters, they shared with her all noble thoughts. She was happy again. In her musings she spread her poor, clipped wings and flew into the pure empyrean. Day followed day. She did not speak to her parents. Then came the return of her testimonials from Gillingham. She was not wanted, neither at Swanwick. The bitterness of rejection followed the sweets of hope. Her bright feathers were in the dust again. Then, suddenly, after a fortnight, came an intimation from Kingston-on-Thames. She was to appear at the education office of that town on the following Thursday for an interview with the committee. Her heart stood still. She knew she would make the committee accept her. Now she was afraid, now that her removal was imminent. Her heart quivered with fear and reluctance, but underneath her purpose was fixed. She passed shadowily through the day, unwilling to tell her news to her mother, waiting for her father. Suspense and fear were strong upon her. She dreaded going to Kingston. Her easy dreams disappeared from the grasp of reality. And yet, as the afternoon wore away, the sweetness of the dream returned again. Kingston-on-Thames. There was such sound of dignity to her. The shadow of history and the glamour of stately progress enveloped her. The palaces would be old and darkened, the place of kings obscured. Yet it was the place of kings for her. Richard and Henry and Wolsey and Queen Elizabeth. She divined great lawns with noble trees, and terraces whose steps the water washed softly, where the swans sometimes came to earth. Still she must see the stately, gorgeous barge of the Queen float down, the crimson carpet put upon the landing stairs, the gentlemen in their purple velvet cloaks, bareheaded, standing in the sunshine grouped on either side waiting. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Evening came. Her father returned home, sanguine and alert and detached as ever. He was less real than her fancies. She waited whilst he ate his tea. He took big mouthfuls, big bites, and ate unconsciously with the same abandon an animal gives to its food. Immediately after tea he went over to the church. It was choir practice, and he wanted to try the tunes on his organ. The latch of the big door clicked loudly as she came after him, but the organ rolled more loudly still. He was unaware. He was practising the anthem. She saw his small, jet-black head and alert face between the candle flames. His slim body sagged on the music stool. His face was so luminous and fixed, the movement of his limbs seemed strange, apart from him. The sound of the organ seemed to belong to the very stone of the pillars, like sap running in them. Then there was a close of music and silence. "Father!" she said. He looked round as if at an apparition. Ursula stood shadowily within the candlelight. "What now?" he said, not coming to earth. It was difficult to speak to him. "I've got a situation," she said, forcing herself to speak. "You've got what?" he answered, unwilling to come out of his mood of organ playing. He closed the music before him. "I've got a situation to go to." Then he turned to her, still abstracted, unwilling. "Oh, where's that?" he said. "At Kingston-on-Thames. I must go on Thursday for an interview with the committee." "You must go on Thursday?" "Yes," and she handed him the letter. He read it by the light of the candles. "Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Cossitay, Derbyshire. Dear Madam, you are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday next, the 10th, at 11:30 a.m. for an interview with the committee, referring to your application for the post of assistant mistress at the Wellingborough Green Schools." It was very difficult for Brangwen to take in this remote and official information, glowing as he was within the quiet of his church and his anthem music. "Well, you needn't bother me with it now, need you?" he said, impatiently, giving her back the letter. "I've got to go on Thursday," she said. He sat motionless. Then he reached more music, and there was a rushing sound of air, then a long, emphatic trumpet note of the organ as he laid his hands on the keys. Ursula turned and went away. He tried to give himself again to the organ, but he could not. He could not get back. All the time a sort of string was tugging him elsewhere, miserably. So that when he came into the house after choir practice, his face was dark and his heart black. He said nothing, however, until all the younger children were in bed. Ursula, however, knew what was brewing. At length he asked, "Where's that letter?" She gave it to him. He sat looking at it. "You are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday next." It was a cold, official notice to Ursula herself and had nothing to do with him. So! She existed now as a separate social individual. It was for her to answer this note, without regard to him. He had even no right to interfere. His heart was hard and angry. "You had to do it behind our backs, had you?" he said, with a sneer. And her heart leapt with hot pain. She knew she was free. She had broken away from him. He was beaten. "You said, let her try," she retorted, almost apologising to him. He did not hear. He sat looking at the letter. Education Office, Kingston-on-Thames, and then the typewritten, Miss Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Cossitay. It was all so complete and so final. He could not but feel the new position Ursula held as recipient of that letter. It was an iron in his soul. "Well," he said, at length, "you're not going." Ursula started and could find no words to clamour her revolt. "If you think you're going dancing off to th' other side of London, you're mistaken." "Why not?" she cried, at once hard fixed in her will to go. "That's why not," he said. And there was silence till Mrs. Brangwen came downstairs. "Look here, Anna," he said, handing her the letter. She put back her head, seeing a typewritten letter, anticipating trouble from the outside world. There was the curious, sliding motion of her eyes, as if she shut off her sentient, maternal self, and a kind of hard trance, meaningless, took its place. Thus, meaningless, she glanced over the letter, careful not to take it in. She apprehended the contents with her callous, superficial mind. Her feeling self was shut down. "What post is it?" she asked. "She wants to go and be a teacher in Kingston-on-Thames, at £50 a year." "Oh, indeed." The mother spoke as if it were a hostile fact concerning some stranger. She would have let her go, out of callousness. Mrs. Brangwen would begin to grow up again only with her youngest child. Her eldest girl was in the way now. "She's not going all that distance," said the father. "I have to go where they want me," cried Ursula, "and it's a good place to go to." "What do you know about the place?" said her father, harshly. "And it doesn't matter whether they want you or not, if your father says you're not to go," said the mother calmly. How Ursula hated her! "You said I was to try," the girl cried. "Now I've got a place, and I'm going to go." "You're not going all that distance," said her father. "Why don't you get a place at Ilkeston where you can live at home?" asked Gudrun, who hated conflicts, who could not understand Ursula's uneasy way, yet who must stand by her sister. "There aren't any places in Ilkeston," cried Ursula, "and I'd rather go right away. If you'd asked about it, a place could have been got for you in Ilkeston. But you had to play Miss High and Mighty and go your own way," said her father. "I've no doubt you'd rather go right away," said her mother, very caustic. "And I've no doubt you'd find other people didn't put up with you for very long either. You've too much opinion of yourself for your good." Between the girl and her mother was a feeling of pure hatred. There came a stubborn silence. Ursula knew she must break it. "Well, they've written to me, and I shall have to go," she said. "Where'll you get the money from?" asked her father. "Uncle Tom will give it me," she said. Again there was silence. This time she was triumphant. Then at length her father lifted his head. His face was abstracted. He seemed to be abstracting himself, to make a pure statement. "Well, you're not going all that distance away," he said. "I'll ask Mr. Burt about a place here. I'm not going to have you by yourself at the other side of London." "But I've got to go to Kingston," said Ursula. "They've sent for me." "They'll do without you," he said. There was a trembling silence, when she was on the point of tears. "Well," she said, low and tense, "you can put me off this, but I'm going to have a place. I'm not going to stop at home." "Nobody wants you to stop at home," he suddenly shouted, going livid with rage. She said no more. Her nature had gone hard, and smiling in its own arrogance, in its own antagonistic indifference to the rest of them. This was the state in which he wanted to kill her. She went singing into the parlour. "C'est la mère Michel qui a perdu son chat, qui crie par la fenêtre à que lui rendra." During the next days Ursula went about bright and hard, singing to herself, making love to the children, but her soul hard and cold with regard to her parents. Nothing more was said. The hardness and brightness lasted for 4 days, then it began to break up. So at evening she said to her father, "Have you spoken about a place for me?" "I spoke to Mr. Burt." "What did he say?" "There's a committee meeting tomorrow. He'll tell me on Friday." So she waited till Friday. Kingston-on-Thames had been an exciting dream. Here she could feel the hard, raw reality. So she knew that this would come to pass. Because nothing was ever fulfilled, she found, except in the hard, limited reality. She did not want to be a teacher in Ilkeston, because she knew Ilkeston and hated it. But she wanted to be free, so she must take her freedom where she could. On Friday her father said there was a place vacant at Brinsley Street School. This could most probably be secured for her, at once, without the trouble of application. Her heart halted. Brinsley Street was a school in a poor quarter, and she had had a taste of the common children of Ilkeston. They had shouted after her, and thrown stones. Still, as a teacher, she would be in authority. And it was all unknown. She was excited. The very forest of dry, sterile brick had some fascination for her. It was so hard and ugly, so relentlessly ugly, it would purge her of some of her floating sentimentality. She dreamed how she would make the little ugly children love her. She would be so personal. Teachers were always so hard and impersonal. There was no vivid relationship. She would make everything personal and vivid. She would give herself. She would give all her great stores of wealth to her children. She would make them so happy, and they would prefer her to any teacher on the face of the earth. At Christmas she would choose such fascinating Christmas cards for them, and she would give them such a happy party in one of the classrooms. The headmaster, Mr. Harby, was a short, thick-set, rather common man, she thought. But she would hold before him the light of grace and refinement. He would have her in such high esteem before long. She would be the gleaming sun of the school. The children would blossom like little weeds. The teachers, like tall, hard plants, would burst into rare flower. The Monday morning came. It was the end of September, and a drizzle of fine rain like veils round her, making her seem intimate, a world to herself. She walked forward to the new land. The old was blotted out. The veil would be rent that hid the new world. She was gripped hard with suspense as she went down the hill in the rain, carrying her dinner bag. Through the thin rain she saw the town, a black, extensive mount. She must enter in upon it. She felt at once a feeling of repugnance and of excited fulfilment. But she shrank. She waited at the terminus for the tram. Here it was beginning. Before her was the station to Nottingham, whence Theresa had gone to school half an hour before. Behind her was the little church school she had attended when she was a child, when her grandmother was alive. Her grandmother had been dead 2 years now. There was a strange woman at the Marsh, with her Uncle Fred and a small baby. Behind her was Cossethay, and blackberries were ripe on the hedges. As she waited at the tram terminus, she reverted swiftly to her childhood. Her teasing grandfather, with his fair beard and blue eyes, and his big, monumental body. He had got drowned. Her grandmother, whom Ursula would sometimes say she had loved more than anyone else in the world. The little church school. The Phillips boys. One was a soldier in the Life Guards now. One was a collier. With a passion she clung to the past. But as she dreamed of it, she heard the tram-car grinding round a bend, rumbling dully. She saw it draw into sight, and hum nearer. It sidled round the loop at the terminus, and came to a standstill, looming above her. Some shadowy grey people stepped from the far end. The conductor was walking in the puddles, swinging round the pole. She mounted into the wet, comfortless tram, whose floor was dark with wet, whose windows were all steamed, and she sat in suspense. It had begun, her new existence. One other passenger mounted, a sort of charwoman with a drab wet coat. Ursula could not bear the waiting of the tram. The bell clanged, there was a lurch forward. The car moved cautiously down the wet street. She was being carried forward, into her new existence. Her heart burned with pain and suspense, as if something were cutting her living tissue. Often, oh often, the tram seemed to stop, and wet cloaked people mounted and sat mute and grey in stiff rows opposite her, their umbrellas between their knees. The windows of the tram grew more steamy, opaque. She was shut in with these unliving, spectral people. Even yet it did not occur to her that she was one of them. The conductor came down issuing tickets. Each little ring of his clipper sent a pang of dread through her. But her ticket surely was different from the rest. They were all going to work. She also was going to work. Her ticket was the same. She sat trying to fit in with them. But fear was at her bowels. She felt an unknown, terrible grip upon her. At Bath Street she must dismount and change trams. She looked uphill. It seemed to lead to freedom. She remembered the many Saturday afternoons she had walked up to the shops. How free and careless she had been. Ah, her tram was sliding gingerly downhill. She dreaded every yard of her conveyance. The car halted. She mounted hastily. She kept turning her head as the car ran on, because she was uncertain of the street. At last, her heart a flame of suspense, trembling, she rose. The conductor rang the bell brusquely. She was walking down a small, mean, wet street, empty of people. The school squatted low within its railed, asphalt yard, that shone black with rain. The building was grimy and horrible. Dry plants were shadowily looking through the windows. She entered the arched doorway of the porch. The whole place seemed to have a threatening expression, imitating the church's architecture for the purpose of domineering, like a gesture of vulgar authority. She saw that one pair of feet had paddled across the flagstone floor of the porch. The place was silent, deserted, like an empty prison waiting the return of tramping feet. Ursula went forward to the teacher's room that burrowed in a gloomy hole. She knocked timidly. "Come in," called a surprised man's voice, as from a prison cell. She entered the dark little room that never got any sun. The gas was lighted, naked and raw. At the table a thin man in shirt sleeves was rubbing a paper on a jelly tray. He looked up at Ursula with his narrow, sharp face, said "Good morning," then turned away again, and stripped the paper off the tray, glancing at the violet-coloured writing transferred, before he dropped the curled sheet aside among a heap. Ursula watched him, fascinated. In the gaslight and gloom and the narrowness of the room, all seemed unreal. "Isn't it a nasty morning?" she said. "Yes," he said. "It's not much of weather." But in here it seemed that neither morning nor weather really existed. This place was timeless. He spoke in an occupied voice, like an echo. Ursula did not know what to say. She took off her waterproof. "Am I early?" she asked. The man looked first at a little clock, then at her. His eyes seemed to be sharpened to needle points of vision. 25 past, he said. "You're the second to come. I'm first this morning." Ursula sat down gingerly on the edge of a chair and watched his thin red hands rubbing away on the white surface of the paper, then pausing, pulling up a corner of the sheet, peering and rubbing away again. There was a great heap of curled white and scribbled sheets on the table. "Must you do so many?" asked Ursula. Again the man glanced up sharply. He was about 30 or 33 years old, thin, greenish, with a long nose and a sharp face. His eyes were blue, and sharp as points of steel. Rather beautiful, the girl thought. 63, he answered. "So many," she said, gently. Then she remembered. "But they're not all for your class, are they?" she added. "Why aren't they?" he replied, a fierceness in his voice. Ursula was rather frightened by this mechanical ignoring of her, and his directness of statement. It was something new to her. She had never been treated like this before, as if she did not count, as if she were addressing a machine. "It is too many," she said, sympathetically. "You'll get about the same," he said. That was all she received. She sat rather blank, not knowing how to feel. Still she liked him. He seemed so cross. There was a queer, sharp, keen-edge feeling about him that attracted her and frightened her at the same time. It was so cold and against his nature. The door opened, and a short, neutral-tinted young woman of about 28 appeared. "Oh, Ursula!" the newcomer exclaimed. "You are here early. My word, I'll warrant you don't keep it up. That's Mrs. Williamson's peg. This is yours. Standard 5 teacher always has this. Aren't you going to take your hat off?" Miss Violet Harby removed Ursula's waterproof from the peg on which it was hung, to one a little farther down the row. She had already snatched the pins from her own stuff hat, and jammed them through her coat. She turned to Ursula, as she pushed up her frizzed, flat, dun-coloured hair. "Isn't it a beastly morning?" she exclaimed. "Beastly! And if there's one thing I hate above another, it's a wet Monday morning. Pack of kids trailing in anyhow, nohow, and no holding 'em." She had taken a black pinafore from a newspaper package, and was tying it round her waist. "You've brought an apron, haven't you?" she said jerkily, glancing at Ursula. "Oh, you'll want one. You've no idea what a sight you'll look before 4:30, what with chalk and ink and kids' dirty feet. Well, I can send a boy down to mamma's for one." "Oh, it doesn't matter," said Ursula. "Oh, yes, I can send easily," cried Miss Harby. Ursula's heart sank. Everybody seemed so cocksure and so bossy. How was she going to get on with such jolty, jerky, bossy people? And Miss Harby had not spoken a word to the man at the table. She simply ignored him. Ursula felt the callous, crude rudeness between the two teachers. The two girls went out into the passage. A few children were already clattering in the porch. "Jim Richards," called Miss Harby, hard and authoritative. A boy came sheepishly forward. "Shall you go down to our house for me, eh?" said Miss Harby, in a commanding, condescending, coaxing voice. She did not wait for an answer. "Go down and ask mamma to send me one of my school pinners for Miss Brangwen, shall you?" The boy muttered a sheepish "Yes, miss," and was moving away. "Hey!" called Miss Harby. "Come here. Now what are you going for? What shall you say to mamma?" "A school pinner," muttered the boy. "Please, Mrs. Harby. Miss Harby says will you send her another school pinafore for Miss Brangwen because she's come without one." "Yes, miss," muttered the boy, head ducked, and was moving off. Miss Harby caught him back, holding him by the shoulder. "What are you going to say?" "Please, Mrs. Harby, Miss Harby wants a penny for Miss Brangwen," muttered the boy, very sheepishly. "Miss Brangwen!" laughed Miss Harby, pushing him away. "Here, you'd better have my umbrella. Wait a minute." The unwilling boy was rigged up with Miss Harby's umbrella, and set off. "Don't take long over it," called Miss Harby after him. Then she turned to Ursula and said brightly, "Oh, he's a caution, that lad. But not bad, you know." "No," Ursula agreed, weakly. The latch of the door clicked, and they entered the big room. Ursula glanced down the place. Its rigid, long silence was official and chilling. Halfway down was a glass partition, the doors of which were open. A clock ticked, re-echoing, and Miss Harby's voice sounded double as she said, "This is the big room, standard 5, 6, and 7. Here's your place, 5. She stood in the near end of the great room. There was a small, high teacher's desk facing a squadron of long benches, 2 high windows in the wall opposite. It was fascinating and horrible to Ursula. The curious, unliving light in the room changed her character. She thought it was the rainy morning. Then she looked up again, because of the horrid feeling of being shut in a rigid, inflexible air, away from all feeling of the ordinary day, and she noticed that the windows were of ribbed, suffused glass. The prison was round her now. She looked at the walls, colour-washed, pale green and chocolate, at the large windows with frowsy geraniums against the pale glass, at the long rows of desks, arranged in a squadron, and dread filled her. This was a new world, a new life with which she was threatened. But still excited, she climbed into her chair at her teacher's desk. It was high, and her feet could not reach the ground, but must rest on the step. Lifted up there, off the ground, she was in office. How queer it all was! How different it was from the mist of rain blowing over Cossethay. As she thought of her own village, a spasm of yearning crossed her. It seemed so far off, so lost to her. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13, Part 2, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She was here, in this hard, stark reality. Reality. It was queer that she should call this the reality, which she had never known till today, and which now so filled her with dread and dislike that she wished she might go away. This was the reality, and Cossethay, her beloved, beautiful, well-known Cossethay, which was as herself unto her, that was the minor reality. This prison of a school was reality. Here, then, she would sit in state, the queen of scholars. Here she would realise her dream of being the beloved teacher, bringing light and joy to her children. But the desks before her had an abstract angularity that bruised her sentiment and made her shrink. She winced, feeling she had been a fool in her anticipations. She had brought her feelings and her generosity to where neither generosity nor emotion were wanted. And already she felt rebuffed, troubled by the new atmosphere, out of place. She slid down, and they returned to the teacher's room. It was queer to feel that one ought to alter one's personality. She was nobody. There was no reality in herself. The reality was all outside of her, and she must apply herself to it. Mr. Harby was in the teacher's room, standing before a big, open cupboard, in which Ursula could see piles of pink blotting paper, heaps of shiny new books, boxes of chalk, and bottles of coloured inks. It looked a treasure store. The schoolmaster was a short, sturdy man, with a fine head and a heavy jowl. Nevertheless he was good-looking, with his shapely brows and nose, and his great hanging moustache. He seemed absorbed in his work, and took no notice of Ursula's entry. There was something insulting in the way he could be so actively unaware of another person, so occupied. When he had a moment of absence he looked up from the table and said good morning to Ursula. There was a pleasant light in his brown eyes. He seemed very manly and incontrovertible, like something she wanted to push over. "You had a wet walk?" he said to Ursula. "Oh, I don't mind. I'm used to it," she replied, with a nervous little laugh. But already he was not listening. Her words sounded ridiculous and babbling. He was taking no notice of her. "You will sign your name here," he said to her, as if she were some child, "and the time when you come and go." Ursula signed her name in the time book and stood back. No one took any further notice of her. She beat her brains for something to say, but in vain. "I'd let them in now," said Mr. Harby, to the thin man, who was very hastily arranging his papers. The assistant teacher made no sign of acquiescence, and went on with what he was doing. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. At the last moment, Mr. Brunt slipped into his coat. "You will go to the girls' lobby," said the schoolmaster to Ursula, with a fascinating, insulting geniality, purely official and domineering. She went out and found Miss Harby and another girl teacher in the porch. On the asphalt yard the rain was falling. A toneless bell tang, tang, tanged drearily overhead, monotonously, insistently. It came to an end. Then Mr. Brunt was seen, bareheaded, standing at the other gate of the schoolyard, blowing shrill blasts on a whistle and looking down the rainy, dreary street. Boys in gangs and streams came trotting up, running past the master, and with a loud clatter of feet and voices, over the yard to the boys' porch. Girls were running and walking through the other entrance. In the porch where Ursula stood there was a great noise of girls, who were tearing off their coats and hats, and hanging them on the racks bristling with pegs. There was a smell of wet clothing, a tossing out of wet, draggled hair, a noise of voices and feet. The mass of girls grew greater, the rage around the pegs grew steadier, the scholars tended to fall into little noisy gangs in the porch. Then Violet Harby clapped her hands, clapped them louder, with a shrill, "Quiet, girls! Quiet!" There was a pause. The hubbub died down, but did not cease. "What did I say?" cried Miss Harby, shrilly. There was almost complete silence. Sometimes a girl, rather late, whirled into the porch and flung off her things. "Leaders, in place!" commanded Miss Harby, shrilly. Pairs of girls in pinafores and long hair stood separate in the porch. "Standard 4, 5 and 6, fall in!" cried Miss Harby. There was a hubbub, which gradually resolved itself into 3 columns of girls, 2 and 2, standing smirking in the passage. In among the peg racks, other teachers were putting the lower classes into ranks. Ursula stood by her own standard 5. They were jerking their shoulders, tossing their hair, nudging, writhing, staring, grinning, whispering, and twisting. A sharp whistle was heard, and standard 6, the biggest girls, set off, led by Miss Harby. Ursula with her standard 5 followed after. She stood beside a smirking, grinning row of girls, waiting in a narrow passage. What she was herself, she did not know. Suddenly the sound of a piano was heard, and standard 6 set off hollowly down the big room. The boys had entered by another door. The piano played on, a march tune. Standard 5 followed to the door of the big room. Mr. Harby was seen away beyond at his desk. Mr. Brunt guarded the other door of the room. Ursula's class pushed up. She stood near them. They glanced and smirked and shoved. "Go on," said Ursula. They tittered. "Go on," said Ursula, for the piano continued. The girls broke loosely into the room. Mr. Harby, who had seemed immersed in some occupation, away at his desk, lifted his head and thundered, "Halt!" There was a halt. The piano stopped. The boys who were just starting through the other door pushed back. The harsh, subdued voice of Mr. Brunt was heard, then the booming shout of Mr. Harby from far down the room, "Who told standard 5 girls to come in like that?" Ursula crimsoned. Her girls were glancing up at her, smirking their accusation. "I sent them in, Mr. Harby," she said, in a clear, struggling voice. There was a moment of silence. Then Mr. Harby roared from the distance, "Go back to your places, standard 5 girls." The girls glanced up at Ursula, accusing, rather jeering, fugitive. They pushed back. Ursula's heart hardened with ignominious pain. "Forward, march!" came Mr. Brunt's voice. Then the girls set off, keeping time with the ranks of boys. Ursula faced her class, some 55 boys and girls who stood filling the ranks of the desks. She felt utterly non-existent. She had no place nor being there. She faced the block of children. Down the room she heard the rapid firing of questions. She stood before her class, not knowing what to do. She waited painfully. Her block of children, 50 unknown faces, watched her, hostile, ready to jeer. She felt as if she were in torture over a fire of faces, and on every side she was naked to them. Of unutterable length and torture the seconds went by. Then she gathered courage. She heard Mr. Brunt asking questions in mental arithmetic. She stood near to her class, so that her voice need not be raised too much, and, faltering, uncertain, she said, 7 hats at 2.5 each. A grin went over the faces of the class, seeing her commence. She was red and suffering. Then some hands shot up like blades, and she asked for the answer. The day passed incredibly slowly. She never knew what to do. There came horrible gaps when she was merely exposed to the children, and when, relying on some pert little girl for information, she had started a lesson, she did not know how to go on with it properly. The children were her masters. She deferred to them. She could always hear Mr. Brunt, like a machine, always in the same hard, high, inhuman voice he went on with his teaching, oblivious of everything. And before this inhuman number of children she was always at bay. She could not get away from it. There it was, this class of 50 collective children, depending on her for command it hated and resented. It made her feel she could not breathe. She must suffocate, it was so inhuman. There were so many that they were not children. They were a squadron. She could not speak as she would to a child because they were not individual children. They were a collective, inhuman thing. Dinner time came, and stunned, bewildered, solitary, she went into the teacher's room for dinner. Never had she felt such a stranger to life before. It seemed to her she had just disembarked from some strange, horrible state, where everything was as in hell, a condition of hard, malevolent system. And she was not really free. The afternoon drew at her like some bondage. The first week passed in a blind confusion. She did not know how to teach, and she felt she would never know. Mr. Harby came down every now and then to her class to see what she was doing. She felt so incompetent as he stood by, bullying and threatening, so unreal that she wavered, became neutral and non-existent. But he stood there watching with the listening, genial smile of the eyes, that was really threatening. He said nothing. He made her go on teaching. She felt she had no soul in her body. Then he went away, and his going was like a derision. The class was his class. She was a wavering substitute. He thrashed and bullied, he was hated, but he was master. Though she was gentle and always considerate of her class, yet they belonged to Mr. Harby, and they did not belong to her. Like some invincible source of the mechanism, he kept all power to himself. And the class owned his power, and in school it was power and power alone that mattered. Soon Ursula came to dread him, and at the bottom of her dread was a seed of hate, for she despised him, yet he was master of her. Then she began to get on. All the other teachers hated him, and fanned their hatred among themselves. For he was master of them and the children. He stood like a wheel to make absolute his authority over the herd. That seemed to be his one reason in life, to hold blind authority over the school. His teachers were his subjects as much as the scholars. Only, because they had some authority, his instinct was to detest them. Ursula could not make herself a favourite with him. From the first moment she set hard against him. She set against Violet Harby also. Mr. Harby was, however, too much for her. He was something she could not come to grips with, something too strong for her. She tried to approach him as a young, bright girl usually approaches a man, expecting a little chivalrous courtesy. But the fact that she was a girl, a woman, was ignored or used as a matter for contempt against her. She did not know what she was, nor what she must be. She wanted to remain her own responsive, personal self. So she taught on. She made friends with the Standard 3 teacher, Maggie Schofield. Miss Schofield was about 20 years old, a subdued girl who held aloof from the other teachers. She was rather beautiful, meditative, and seemed to live in another, lovelier world. Ursula took her dinner to school, and during the second week ate it in Miss Schofield's room. Standard 3 classroom stood by itself and had windows on two sides, looking onto the playground. It was a passionate relief to find such a retreat in the jarring school, for there were pots of chrysanthemums and coloured leaves, and a big jar of berries. There were pretty little pictures on the wall, photogravure reproductions from Greuze and Reynolds' Age of Innocence, giving an air of intimacy, so that the room, with its window space, its smaller, tidier desks, its touch of pictures and flowers, made Ursula at once glad. Here at last was a little personal touch, to which she could respond. It was Monday. She had been at school a week, and was getting used to the surroundings, though she was still an entire foreigner in herself. She looked forward to having dinner with Maggie. That was the bright spot in the day. Maggie was so strong and remote, walking with slow, sure steps down a hard road, carrying the dream within her. Ursula went through the class teaching as through a meaningless daze. Her class tumbled out at midday in haphazard fashion. She did not realise what host she was gathering against herself by her superior tolerance, her kindness and her laisser-aller. They were gone, and she was rid of them, and that was all. She hurried away to the teacher's room. Mr. Brunt was crouching at the small stove, putting a little rice pudding into the oven. He rose then, and attentively poked in a small saucepan on the hob with a fork. Then he replaced the saucepan lid. "Aren't they done?" asked Ursula gaily, breaking in on his tense absorption. She always kept a bright, blithe manner, and was pleasant to all the teachers. For she felt like the swan among the geese, of superior heritage and belonging, and her pride at being the swan in this ugly school was not yet abated. "Not yet," replied Mr. Brunk, laconic. "I wonder if my dish is hot," she said, bending down at the oven. She half expected him to look for her, but he took no notice. She was hungry, and she poked her fingers eagerly in the pot to see if her Brussels sprouts and potatoes and meat were ready. They were not. "Don't you think it's rather jolly bringing dinner?" she said to Mr. Brunt. "I don't know as I do," he said, spreading a serviette on a corner of the table, and not looking at her. "I suppose it is too far for you to go home?" "Yes," he said. Then he rose and looked at her. He had the bluest, fiercest, most pointed eyes that she had ever met. He stared at her with growing fierceness. "If I were you, Miss Brangwen," he said menacingly, "I should get a bit tighter hand over my class." Ursula shrank. "Would you?" she asked sweetly, yet in terror. "Aren't I strict enough?" "Because," he repeated, taking no notice of her, "they'll get you down if you don't tackle 'em pretty quick. They'll pull you down and worry you, till Harby gets you shifted. That's how it'll be. You won't be here another 6 weeks." And he filled his mouth with food. "If you don't tackle 'em, and tackle 'em quick." "Oh, but," Ursula said, resentfully, ruefully. The terror was deep in her. "Harby'll not help you. This is what he'll do. He'll let you go on, getting worse and worse, till either you clear out or he clears you out. It doesn't matter to me, except that you'll leave a class behind you as I hope I shan't have to cope with." She heard the accusation in the man's voice, and felt condemned. But still, school had not yet become a definite reality to her. She was shirking it. It was reality, but it was all outside her, and she fought against Mr. Brunt's representation. She did not want to realise. "Will it be so terrible?" she said, quivering, rather beautiful, but with a slight touch of condescension, because she would not betray her own trepidation. "Terrible?" said the man, turning to his potatoes again. "I don't know about terrible." "I do feel frightened," said Ursula. "The children seem so—" "What?" said Miss Harby, entering at that moment. "Why," said Ursula, "Mr. Brunt says I ought to tackle my class," and she laughed uneasily. "Oh, you have to keep order if you want to teach," said Miss Harby, hard, superior, trite. Ursula did not answer. She felt non-valid before them. "If you want to be let to live, you have," said Mr. Brunt. "Well, if you can't keep good order, what good are you?" said Miss Harby. "And You've got to do it by yourself." His voice rose like the bitter cry of the prophets. "You'll get no help from anybody." "Oh, indeed," said Miss Harby. "Some people can't be helped." And she departed. The air of hostility and disintegration, of wills working in antagonistic subordination, was hideous. Mr. Brunt, subordinate, afraid, acid with shame, frightened her. Ursula wanted to run. She only wanted to clear out, not to understand. Then Miss Schofield came in, and with her another, more restful note. Ursula at once turned for confirmation to the newcomer. Maggie remained personal within all this unclean system of authority. "Is the big Anderson here?" she asked of Mr. Brunt, and they spoke of some affair about two scholars, coldly, officially. Miss Schofield took her brown dish, and Ursula followed with her own. The cloth was laid in the pleasant standard 3-room. There was a jar with 2 or 3 monthly roses on the table. "It is so nice in here. You have made it different," said Ursula gaily. But she was afraid. The atmosphere of the school was upon her. "The big room," said Miss Schofield. "Ha! It's misery to be in it." She too spoke with bitterness. She too lived in the ignominious position of an upper servant, hated by the master above and the class beneath. She was, she knew, liable to attack from either side at any minute, or from both at once, for the authorities would listen to the complaints of parents, and both would turn round on the mongrel authority, the teacher. So there was a hard, bitter withholding in Maggie Schofield, even as she poured out her savoury mess of big golden beans and brown gravy. "It is a vegetarian hot pot," said Miss Schofield. "Would you like to try it?" "I should love to," said Ursula. Her own dinner seemed coarse and ugly beside this savoury, clean dish. "I've never eaten vegetarian things," she said, "but I should think they can be good." "I'm not really a vegetarian," said Maggie. "I don't like to bring meat to school." "No," said Ursula, "I don't think I do either." And again her soul rang an answer to a new refinement, a new liberty. If all vegetarian things were as nice as this, she would be glad to escape the slight uncleanness of meat. "How good!" she cried. "Yes," said Miss Schofield, and she proceeded to tell her the receipt. The two girls passed on to talk about themselves. Ursula told all about the high school, and about her matriculation, bragging a little. She felt so poor in here, in this ugly place. Miss Schofield listened with brooding, handsome face, rather gloomy. "Couldn't you have got to some better place than this?" she asked at length. "I didn't know what it was like," said Ursula, doubtfully. "Ah!" said Miss Schofield, and she turned aside her head with a bitter motion. "Is it as horrible as it seems?" asked Ursula, frowning lightly in fear. "It is," said Miss Schofield bitterly. "Ha! It is hateful!" Ursula's heart sank, seeing even Miss Schofield in the deadly bondage. "It is Mr. Harby," said Maggie Schofield, breaking forth. "I don't think I could live again in the big room. Mr. Brunt's voice and Mr. Harby. Ah!" She turned aside her head with a deep hurt. Some things she could not bear. "Is Mr. Harby really horrid?" asked Ursula, venturing into her own dread. "He? Why, he's just a bully," said Miss Schofield, raising her shamed dark eyes that flamed with tortured contempt. "He's not bad, as long as you keep in with him, and refer to him, and do everything his way. But it's all so mean. It's just a question of fighting on both sides. And those great louts." She spoke with difficulty and with increased bitterness. She had evidently suffered. Her soul was raw with ignominy. Ursula suffered in response. "But why is it so horrid?" she asked helplessly. "You can't do anything," said Miss Schofield. "He's against you on one side, and he sets the children against you on the other. The children are simply awful. You've got to make them do everything. Everything has got to come out of you. Whatever they learn, you've got to force it into them. And that's how it is." Ursula felt her heart fail inside her. Why must she grasp all this? Why must she force learning on 55 reluctant children, having all the time an ugly, rude jealousy behind her, ready to throw her to the mercy of the herd of children who would like to rend her as a weaker representative of authority? A great dread of her task possessed her. She saw Mr. Brunt, Miss Harby, Miss Schofield, all the school teachers drudging unwillingly at the graceless task of compelling many children into one disciplined, mechanical set, reducing the whole set to an automatic state of obedience and attention, and then of commanding their acceptance of various pieces of knowledge. The first great task was to reduce 60 children to one state of mind or being. This state must be produced automatically, through the will of the teacher, and the will of the whole school authority, imposed upon the will of the children. The point was that the headmaster and the teachers should have one will in authority, which should not bring the will of the children into accord. But the headmaster was narrow and exclusive. The will of the teachers could not agree with this. Their separate wills refused to be so subordinated. So there was a state of anarchy, leaving the final judgment to the children themselves, which authority should exist. So there existed a set of separate wills, each straining itself to the utmost to exert its own authority. Children will never naturally acquiesce to sitting in a class and submitting to knowledge. They must be compelled by a stronger, wiser will, against which will they must always strive to revolt. So that the first great effort of every teacher of a large class must be to bring the will of the children into accordance with his own will. And this he can only do by an abnegation of the personal self, and an application of a system of laws, for the purpose of achieving a certain calculable result, the imparting of certain knowledge. Whereas Ursula thought she was going to become the first wise teacher, by making the whole business personal, and using no compulsion. She believed entirely in her own personality. So that she was in a very deep mess. In the first place, she was offering to a class a relationship which only one or two of the children were sensitive enough to appreciate, so that the mass were left outsiders, therefore against her. Secondly, she was placing herself in passive antagonism to the one fixed authority of Mr. Harby, so that the scholars could more safely harry her. She did not know, but her instinct gradually warned her. She was tortured by the voice of Mr. Brunt. On it went, jarring, harsh, full of hate, but so monotonous, it nearly drove her mad. Always the same, set, harsh monotony. The man was become a mechanism, working on and on and on, but the personal man was in subdued friction all the time. It was horrible, all hate. Must she be like this? She could feel the ghastly necessity. She must become the same, put away the personal self, become an instrument, an abstraction, working upon a certain material, the class, to achieve a set purpose of making them know so much each day. And she could not submit. Yet gradually she felt the invincible iron closing upon her. The sun was being blocked out. Often when she went out at playtime and saw a luminous blue sky with changing clouds, it seemed just a fantasy, like a piece of painted scenery. Her heart was so black and tangled in the teaching, her personal self was shut in prison, abolished. She was subjugate to a bad, destructive will. How then could the sky be shining? There was no sky, there was no luminous atmosphere of out of doors. Only the inside of the school was real, hard, concrete, real and vicious. She would not yet, however, let school quite overcome her. She always said, it is not a permanency, it will come to an end. She could always see herself beyond the place, see the time when she had left it. On Sundays and on holidays when she was away at Cossete or in the woods where the beech leaves were fallen, she could think of St. Philip's Church School, and by an effort of will put it in the picture as a dirty little, low squatting building that made a very tiny mound under the sky, while the great beech woods spread immense about her, and the afternoon was spacious and wonderful. Moreover, the children, the scholars, they were insignificant little objects far away, oh, far away. And what power had they over her free soul? A fleeting thought of them as she kicked her way through the beech leaves, and they were gone. But her will was tense against them all the time. All the while they pursued her. She had never had such a passionate love of the beautiful things about her. Sitting on top of the tram-car at evening, sometimes school was swept away as she saw a magnificent sky settling down, and her breast, her very hands clamoured for the lovely flare of sunset. It was poignant almost to agony, her reaching for it. She almost cried aloud, seeing the sundown so lovely. For she was held away. It was no matter how she said to herself that school existed no more once she had left it. It existed. It was within her like a dark weight, controlling her movement. It was in vain the high-spirited, proud young girl flung off the school and its association with her. She was Miss Brangwen. She was Standard 5 teacher. She had a most important being in her work now. Constantly haunting her, like a darkness hovering over her heart and threatening to swoop down over it at every moment, was the sense that somehow she was brought down. Bitterly she denied unto herself that she was really a schoolteacher. Leave that to the Violet Harbys. She herself would stand clear of the accusation. It was in vain she denied it. Within herself some recording hand seemed to point mechanically to a negation. She was incapable of fulfilling her task. She could never for a moment escape from the fatal weight of the knowledge. And so she felt inferior to Violet Harby. Miss Harby was a splendid teacher. She could keep order and inflict knowledge on a class with remarkable efficiency. It was no good Ursula's protesting to herself that she was infinitely the superior of Violet Harby. She knew that Violet Harby succeeded where she failed, and this in a task which was almost a test of her. She felt something all the time wearing upon her, wearing her down. She went about in these first weeks trying to deny it, to say she was free as ever. She tried not to feel at a disadvantage before Miss Harby, tried to keep up the effect of her own superiority. But a great weight was on her, which Violet Harby could bear, and she herself could not. Though she did not give in, she never succeeded. Her class was getting in worse condition. She knew herself less and less secure in teaching it. Ought she to withdraw and go home again? Ought she to say she had come to the wrong place, and so retire? Her very life was at test. She went on doggedly, blindly, waiting for a crisis. Mr. Harby had now begun to persecute her. Her dread and hatred of him grew and loomed larger and larger. She was afraid he was going to bully her and destroy her. He began to persecute her because she could not keep her class in proper condition, because her class was the weak link in the chain which made up the school. One of the offences was that her class was noisy, and disturbed Mr. Harby as he took Standard 7 at the other end of the room. She was taking composition on a certain morning, walking in among the scholars. Some of the boys had dirty ears and necks, their clothing smelled unpleasantly, but she could ignore it. She corrected the writing as she went. "When you say, 'their fur is brown,' how do you write 'there'?" she asked. There was a little pause. The boys were always jeeringly backward in answering. They had begun to jeer at her authority altogether. "Please, miss, T-H-E-I-R," spelled a lad loudly, with a note of mockery. At that moment Mr. Harby was passing. "Stand up, Hill," he called, in a big voice. Everybody started. Ursula watched the boy. He was evidently poor and rather cunning. A stiff bit of hair stood straight off his forehead, the rest fitted close to his meagre head. He was pale and colourless. "Who told you to call out?" thundered Mr. Harby. The boy looked up and down, with a guilty air, and a cunning, cynical reserve. "Please, sir, I was answering," he replied, with the same humble insolence. "Go to my desk." The boy set off down the room, the big black jacket hanging in dejected folds about him, his thin legs, rather knocked at the knees, going already with the pauper's crawl, his feet in their big boots scarcely lifted. Ursula watched him in his crawling, slinking progress down the room. He was one of her boys. When he got to the desk, he looked round, half furtively, with a sort of cunning grin, and a pathetic leer at the big boys in Standard 7. Then, pitiable, pale in his dejected garments, he lounged under the menace of the headmaster's desk, with one thin leg crooked at the knee, and the foot struck out sideways, his hands in the low-hanging pockets of his man's jacket. Ursula tried to get her attention back to the class. The boy gave her a little horror, and she was at the same time hot with pity for him. She felt she wanted to scream. She was responsible for the boy's punishment. Mr. Harby was looking at her handwriting on the board. He turned to the class. "Pens down." The children put down their pens and looked up. "Fold arms." They pushed back their books and folded arms. Ursula, stuck among the back forms, could not extricate herself. "What is your composition about?" asked the headmaster. Every hand shot up. Stuttered some voice in its eagerness to answer. "I wouldn't advise you to call out," said Mr. Harby. He would have a pleasant voice, full and musical, but for the detestable menace that always tailed in it. He stood unmoved, his eyes twinkling under his bushy black eyebrows, watching the class. There was something fascinating in him, as he stood, and again she wanted to scream. She was all jarred, she did not know what she felt. "Well, Alice?" he said. "The rabbit," piped a girl's voice. "A very easy subject for Standard 5. Ursula felt a slight shame of incompetence. She was exposed before the class. And she was tormented by the contradictoriness of everything. Mr. Harby stood so strong and so male, with his black brows and clear forehead, the heavy jaw, the big overhanging moustache. Such a man, with strength and male power, and a certain blind, native beauty. She might have liked him as a man, and here he stood in some other capacity, bullying over such a trifle as a boy's speaking out without permission. Yet he was not a little, fussy man. He seemed to have some cruel, stubborn, evil spirit. He was imprisoned in a task too small and petty for him, which yet, in a servile acquiescence, he would fulfil, because he had to earn his living. He had no finer control over himself, only this blind, dogged, wholesale will. He would keep the job going, since he must. And this job was to make the children spell the word caution correctly, and put a capital letter after a full stop. So at this he hammered with his suppressed hatred, always suppressing himself, till he was beside himself. Ursula suffered bitterly as he stood, short and handsome and powerful, teaching her class. It seemed such a miserable thing for him to be doing. He had a decent, powerful, rude soul. What did he care about the composition on The Rabbit? Yet his will kept him there before the class, threshing the trivial subject. It was habit with him now, to be so little and vulgar, out of place. She saw the shamefulness of his position, felt the fettered wickedness in him which would blaze out into evil rage in the long run, so that he was like a persistent, strong creature tethered. It was really intolerable. The jarring was torture to her. She looked over the silent, attentive class that seemed to have crystallised into order and rigid, neutral form. This he had it in his power to do, to crystallise the children into hard, mute fragments, fixed under his will, his brute will, which fixed them by sheer force. She too must learn to subdue them to her will. She must. For it was her duty, since the school was such. He had crystallised the class into order. But to see him, a strong, powerful man, using all his power for such a purpose, seemed almost horrible. There was something hideous about it. The strange, genial light in his eye was really vicious and ugly. His smile was one of torture. He could not be impersonal. He could not have a clear, pure purpose. He could only exercise his own brute will. He did not believe in the least in the education he kept inflicting year after year upon the children. So he must bully, only bully, even while it tortured his strong, wholesome nature with shame, like a spur always galling. He was so blind and ugly and out of place. Ursula could not bear it as he stood there. The whole situation was wrong and ugly. The lesson was finished. Mr. Harby went away. At the far end of the room she heard the whistle and the thud of the cane. Her heart stood still within her. She could not bear it. No, she could not bear it when the boy was beaten. It made her sick. She felt that she must go out of this school, this torture place. And she hated the schoolmaster, thoroughly and finally. The brute, had he no shame? He should never be allowed to continue the atrocity of this bullying cruelty. Then Hill came crawling back, blubbering piteously. There was something desolate about this blubbering that nearly broke her heart. For after all, if she had kept her class in proper discipline, this would never have happened. Hill would never have been called out and been caned. She began the arithmetic lesson, but she was distracted. The boy Hill sat away on the back desk, huddled up, blubbering and sucking his hand. It was a long time. She dared not go near nor speak to him. She felt ashamed before him. And she felt she could not forgive the boy for being the huddled, blubbering object, all wet and snivelled, which he was. She went on correcting the sums. But there were too many children. She could not get round the class. And Hill was on her conscience. At last he had stopped crying and sat bunched over his hands, playing quietly. Then he looked up at her. His face was dirty with tears. His eyes had a curious washed look, like the sky after rain, a sort of wanness. He bore no malice. He had already forgotten, and was waiting to be restored to the normal position. "Go on with your work, Hill," she said. The children were playing over their arithmetic and, she knew, cheating thoroughly. She wrote another sum on the blackboard. She could not get round the class. She went again to the front to watch. Some were ready, some were not. What was she to do? At last it was time for recreation. She gave the order to cease working, and in some way or other got her class out of the room. Then she faced the disorderly litter of blotted, uncorrected books, of broken rulers and chewed pens, and her heart sank in sickness. The misery was getting deeper. The trouble went on, day after day. She had always piles of books to mark, myriads of errors to correct, a heart-wearying task that she loathed. And the work got worse and worse. When she tried to flatter herself that the composition grew more alive, more interesting, she had to see that the handwriting grew more and more slovenly, the books more filthy and disgraceful. She tried what she could, but it was of no use. But she was not going to take it seriously. Why should she? Why should she say to herself that it mattered, if she failed to teach a class to write perfectly neatly? Why should she take the blame unto herself? Payday came, and she received £4, 2 shillings and 1 penny. She was very proud that day. She had never had so much money before, and she had earned it all herself. She sat on the top of the tram-car, fingering the gold and fearing she might lose it. She felt so established and strong because of it. And when she got home she said to her mother, "It is payday today, mother." "Ay," said her mother, coolly. Then Ursula put down 50 shillings on the table. "That is my board," she said. "Ay," said her mother, letting it lie. Ursula was hurt. Yet she had paid her scot. She was free. She paid for what she had. There remained moreover 32 shillings of her own. She would not spend any. She who was naturally a spendthrift because she could not bear to damage her fine gold. She had a standing ground now apart from her parents. She was something else beside the mere daughter of William and Anna Brangwen. She was independent. She earned her own living. She was an important member of the working community. She was sure that 50 shillings a month quite paid for her keep. If her mother received 50 shillings a month for each of the children, she would have £20 a month and no clothes to provide. Very well then. Ursula was independent of her parents. She now adhered elsewhere. Now, the Board of Education was a phrase that rang significant to her, and she felt Whitehall far beyond her as her ultimate home. In the government, she knew which minister had supreme control over education, and it seemed to her that, in some way, he was connected with her, as her father was connected with her. She had another self, another responsibility. She was no longer Ursula Brangwen, daughter of William Brangwen. She was also Standard 5 teacher in St. Philip's School. And it was a case now of being Standard 5 teacher and nothing else, for she could not escape. Neither could she succeed. That was her horror. As the weeks passed on, there was no Ursula Brangwen free and jolly. There was only a girl of that name obsessed by the fact that she could not manage her class of children. At weekends there came days of passionate reaction, when she went mad with the taste of liberty, when merely to be free in the morning, to sit down at her embroidery and stitch the coloured silks was a passion of delight. For the prison house was always awaiting her. This was only a respite, as her chained heart knew well. So that she seized hold of the swift hours of the weekend, and wrung the last drop of sweetness out of them in a little, cruel frenzy. She did not tell anybody how this state was a torture to her. She did not confide either to Gudrun or to her parents how horrible she found it to be a school teacher. But when Sunday night came, and she felt the Monday morning at hand, she was strung up tight with dreadful anticipation, because the strain and the torture was near again. She did not believe that she could ever teach that great brutish class, in that brutal school, ever, ever. And yet, if she failed, she must in some way go under. She must admit that the man's world was too strong for her. She could not take her place in it. She must go down before Mr. Harby. And all her life henceforth she must go on, never having freed herself of the man's world, never having achieved the freedom of the great world of responsible work. Maggie had taken her place there. She had even stood level with Mr. Harby and got free of him, and her soul was always wandering in far-off valleys and glades of poetry. Maggie was free, yet there was something like subjection in Maggie's very freedom. Mr. Harby, the man, disliked the reserved woman Maggie. Mr. Harby, the schoolmaster, respected his teacher, Miss Schofield. For the present, however, Ursula only envied and admired Maggie. She herself had still to get where Maggie had got. She had still to make her footing. She had taken up a position on Mr. Harby's ground, and she must keep it. For he was now beginning a regular attack on her, to drive her away out of his school. She could not keep order. Her class was a turbulent crowd, and the weak spot in the school's work. Therefore she must go, and someone more useful must come in her place, someone who could keep discipline. The headmaster had worked himself into an obsession of fury against her. He only wanted her gone. She had come, she had got worse as the weeks went on, she was absolutely no good. His system, which was his very life in school, the outcome of his bodily movement, was attacked and threatened at the point where Ursula was included. She was the danger that threatened his body with a blow, a fall. And blindly, thoroughly, moving from strong instinct of opposition, he set to work to expel her. When he punished one of her children as he had punished the boy Hill, for an offence against himself, he made the punishment extra heavy, with the significance that the extra stroke came in because of the weak teacher who allowed all these things to be. When he punished for an offence against her, he punished lightly, as if offences against her were not significant, which all the children knew, and they behaved accordingly. Every now and again Mr. Harby would swoop down to examine exercise books. For a whole hour he would be going round the class, taking book after book, comparing page after page, whilst Ursula stood aside for all the remarks and fault-finding to be pointed at her through the scholars. It was true since she had come the composition books had grown more and more untidy, disorderly, filthy. Mr. Harby pointed to the pages done before her regime and to those done after, and fell into a passion of rage. Many children he sent out to the front with their books, and after he had thoroughly gone through the silent and quivering class he caned the worst offenders well, in front of the others, thundering in real passion of anger and chagrin. "Such a condition in a class! I can't believe it! It is simply disgraceful! I can't think how you've been let to get like it! Every Monday morning I shall come down and examine these books. So don't think that because there is nobody paying any attention to you, that you are free to unlearn everything you ever learned, and go back till you're not fit for Standard 3. I shall examine all books every Monday." Then in a rage he went away with his cane, leaving Ursula to confront a pale, quivering class, whose childish faces were shut in blank resentment, fear and bitterness, whose souls were full of anger and contempt for her rather than of the master, whose eyes looked at her with the cold, inhuman accusation of children. And she could hardly make mechanical words to speak to them. When she gave an order they obeyed, with an insolent off-handedness, as if to say, "As for you, do you think we would obey you, but for the master?" She sent the blubbering, caned boys to their seats, knowing that they too jeered at her and her authority, holding her weakness responsible for what punishment had overtaken them. And she knew the whole position, so that even her horror of physical beating and suffering sank to a deeper pain, and became a moral judgment upon her, worse than any hurt. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster.